Chapter 107, 3 Moons, Part 1. Tumbleton, 297 AC. Mace had reached his breaking point. He had indulged his mother far too long, allowing her to have her way. While Ser Jon acted honorably, his growing closeness with Mace's daughter was becoming a problem, and Mace could no longer hold his tongue. When he had saved his daughter, he, like his wife and mother, felt an overwhelming debt of gratitude to the young man. Seeing Jon crown her the Queen of Love and Beauty initially filled him with pride, but soon that pride morphed into worry. His sweet Rose's words had calmed him as she explained that Jon had done it not for the reasons Mace believed, but to help her through her ordeal. Still, he watched them closely that night, relieved to see that they danced only once. He even smiled a little when he saw her dance with the prince, as the image of her as a true queen began to take shape once more. However, his mother dismissed his concerns the very next morning when he brought it up. She shut him down, not only regarding Prince Joffrey but also Renly, which infuriated him. Yet, it was what his daughter did next that truly broke him. "You can't be serious. I will not have this," he shouted as they sat in his mother's solar. "It's a wedding, father. Surely someone should attend on behalf of our house," Margaery replied, her voice calm and composed. "I will not have you traveling north." "I don't even see why you would wish to," he insisted, glancing at his mother, who sat silently, as Margaery glared at him. "I wish to because Sansa is our ward, and her father is to be married. I wish to because Ser Jon saved my life, and the least I can do is show my respects to his house, is it not? If this were a house in the Reach, you'd be all for it. Loras went north without incident, and for me, it will be easier since I can travel by pinnacle ship and not overland," Margaery argued. "Mother," he said, looking to his mother, expecting her to deny Margaery's request. "I think." Mace's mother spoke firmly, "Margaery is right. We have a relationship with the Starks, and it would be unseemly for us not to attend. If it weren't for other matters, I would travel with her." He looked between them, feeling his frustration rise. "Fine. If you're so determined, then your mother and I will accompany you," he said, only for her to shake her head. "No, your place is in the Reach. We have much to do. Margaery can take her guards, along with Sansa, her brothers, and Lord Wyman. They'll be perfectly safe," she replied. He had hoped that Allery would support him, but she hadn't, and Willis had gone against him as well. The one comfort he found was that Ser Jon and Loras were heading west and wouldn't be attending. Yet, every day they traveled, and every time he broke his fast and saw the empty seat where his daughter should be, Mace grew angrier. Finally, after overhearing someone mention Ser Jon while walking to his tent the previous night, he reached his breaking point. The next morning, he demanded to speak to his mother, determined to express his true feelings. No longer would he accept her assurance that his daughter's friendship with Ser Jon was harmless. When he entered her tent, he was taken aback to find his wife and son there as well. He had expected to be alone with his mother, and the presence of his family deflated some of his resolve. "Mother, I had hoped we would be alone," he said, but she shook her head. "Sit down, Mace. It's time we spoke of Jon Snow," she said, and he felt his heart stop. The smile on his wife's face was something he couldn't quite interpret. "I'll not have it, Mother. I don't care what excuses or reasons you come up with, I will not marry Margaery to a bastard. Knight or not, I won't agree to it under any circumstances," he declared, surprised by the smirk that appeared on his mother's face. "Then it's just as well Jon Snow is not a bastard, isn't it?" she replied, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Mother?" he asked, searching her expression for any sign of jest. "Have you never wondered why Lord Jaime took Jon as his squire?" His son chimed in. "I assumed it was because of his talent with a blade," Mace replied, noticing Willis nodding in agreement. "As they wished the realm to believe, Mace." "The truth is quite different," his wife interjected. Mace turned to them, then back to his mother, seeking clarity. His mind struggled to grasp the implications. Jon Snow is not Eddard Stark's son, Mace. He's his nephew, his mother revealed. Confusion washed over Mace as he tried to process this new information. Not a son, but a nephew, not a bastard. But that meant, wait, why? This was nonsensical. If he was Brandon's son, then he was the heir. But he wasn't the heir, was he? Brandon? Mace asked, seeking confirmation. Lyanna, his mother replied. Once again, Mace grappled with the information, feeling even more bewildered. Who was with Lyanna Stark during the war, Mace? His mother pressed. He glanced from his mother to his wife, then to his son and back again. Surely, they couldn't be suggesting what he thought they were. Everyone knew the story, how Rhaegar had taken the Lady Lyanna and spirited her away, how Eddard Stark had returned from the war with his sister's bones and a bastard. A bastard his mother was now saying wasn't a Snow at all, but a Blackfyre. It couldn't be true. Surely someone would have figured it out by now. Surely someone would have known. Lord Jaime knew. He asked, his voice barely a whisper. He realized it when he met the boy. Lord Stark confirmed the rest. Jon Snow doesn't exist, Mace. That boy is Jaehaerys Targaryen, the third of his name, and he is our king, his mother declared, her voice filled with pride. King? Our king? How? Wait, what? Mace shook his head, trying to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind as he looked once more at his mother. Mace turned to each of them in the tent. Margaery, he asked, trying to focus on the one clear thought in his mind. To be queen, Mace. Queen to the one true king, Allery replied. Mace found himself at a loss for words, grateful when Willis handed him a mug of water. So many questions filled his mind, yet all he could think about was how his daughter would look wearing a crown. He didn't bother to ask anything else and spent the rest of the day in a daze, only snapping back to reality when his mother called him to the tent later that afternoon. I'm to meet with the lords, Mace. Paxter, Baelor, Rowan, Ashford, and Caswell. Tarly too, though he already knows the truth. You need to sit and look like what you're soon to be, his mother said. Soon to be? He asked, confusion creeping in. Good father to the king, Mace, she said, a smile spreading across her face. Is he to be king? Can he? Mace asked, a hint of worry in his voice. He has us, the north and the west, he has Dorne, Mace. Jaehaerys is to be king, and he seeks no queen other than Margaery. Think of it, Mace, a king who loves his queen and whose queen loves him back. We haven't had that since his great-grandfather. Mace nodded and sat down, glancing at the note his mother handed him just as Willis walked in with the rest of the lords. They all seemed to look to his mother more than to him. Mace was taken aback by the nod Randyll Tarly gave him, so much so that he almost gasped before regaining his composure. My lords, I bring you news of great importance, both for the Reach and the realm as a whole. We've all seen the king who sits on the throne and his son, who is to follow him, his mother began. Mace listened intently as each of the lords expressed their displeasure. It was not a stag we sought to crown, but circumstances none of us could have foreseen. It would not have been a stag we served today, his mother said. Mace noticed both Tarly and Rowan glance his way, while the others simply nodded. That's true, but what can be done about it, Lady Olenna? The stags hold the crown, and the dragons are no more, Mathis Rowan replied. What if that weren't the case, my lord? Would you seek a dragon on the throne? His mother asked. Aye, but Viserys was always more like his father than Rhaegar. The dragons died when Rhaegar fell, Lord Ashford said, his voice tinged with regret. Not all of them, Randyll Tarly interjected. Mace noticed some of the lords turn their attention to the Lord of Hornhill, but Randyll simply nodded at his mother. I seek to see Rhaegar's son crowned, my lords. Rhaegar's trueborn son with Princess Lyanna Targaryen, his mother declared. The tent erupted with questions and murmurs as the lords reacted. That's impossible. He was married. Where is this son? Baelor asked, looking at Mace. Hidden in plain sight and someone all of you know. Jon Snow is not the son of Eddard Stark, he's his nephew. Jaehaerys Targaryen, the trueborn son of Rhaegar and Lyanna Targaryen, is the one true king, his mother explained. Mace watched as the lords turned their attention to her, then to Randyll Tarly when he spoke. I've seen the truth of it, the letters and the men who surround the king, Ser Richard Lonmouth and Ser Arthur Dayne, Randyll said, and once again, the tent was filled with noise. They live? Ser Arthur lives? Rhaegar's son? My lords, I ask you to join me when I call the banners, to prepare for the war to come, a war in which we shall not fight alone. Lord Jaime has pledged the west, Lord Stark the north, and Prince Oberyn has pledged Dorne. So, you, the lords of the Reach, what say you? Will we see a dragon crowned once more, he said, feeling his mother's pleased gaze as he echoed her words. Aye, came the resounding agreement. Aye, he replied. For Rhaegar. As Mace made his way back to his bed that night, he felt a wave of giddiness wash over him. Lying down beside his wife, he smiled at the thought of his new king, and even more so at the image of Margaery sitting beside him. Are you happy with this, my love? His wife asked, looking at him with curiosity. I am. Our Margaery married to the son of the dragon. I'm happy, my love, Mace replied, and she kissed his cheek. In Essos, in the year 297 AC, Illyrio had fretted and worried about Aegon's condition all the way to Pentos. So much so that his appetite had deserted him, and he barely ate during the journey, isolating himself in his cabin. Everything was so close to aligning perfectly for the plans he and Varys had devised many years ago, ready for the true king to take his throne. Despite the setbacks they had faced, he had managed to keep things moving forward, and they were nearing the right moment to act. Losing Varys had been a significant blow, both to their plans and to him personally, but he had found a way to cope. However, Daenerys Targaryen and her actions had nearly derailed everything, especially in light of what had happened to Aegon. He had thought they were in the clear, the princess had hatched the dragon eggs, and yet they had managed to capture a dragon. One would be enough, especially after witnessing the girl dead and the other two now in their possession. What had gone wrong, he wondered, as he prepared for the ride ahead. He didn't even stay at his manse for more than a quick bath before hitting the road to Goyandro. The journey to the Shy Maid took even longer than the sea voyage, and with each passing day, he felt time slipping away. He feared that by the time he reached Aegon, his son would have succumbed to his injuries, and their plans would crumble. Ride faster. He shouted from the carriage, and he heard the whip crack against the horse's back as they sped onward. Illyrio shook with anxiety as he quickened his pace. The closer he got to the docked ship, the more his worry intensified. It wasn't until he spotted Jon Cunnington speaking with Aegon that he felt a small wave of relief wash over him. However, that relief was short-lived. Aegon was in the middle of a heated argument. As Illyrio stepped out of the carriage, he noticed the wrap around Aegon's face. Griff, Illyrio said, directing his attention to Jon Cunnington while keeping a watchful eye on Aegon. Magister Illyrio, Jon Cunnington replied, clearly pleased to see him. Who is this man, Jon? Aegon asked, and though it stung that his son didn't recognize him, Illyrio understood it was for the best. This is the man who has been supporting us all these years, Aegon, the Magister I told you about, Jon explained. Aegon studied Illyrio, one eye uncovered while the mask concealed the other. Then perhaps he'll listen to sense, Aegon snapped before storming off. Illyrio turned to Jon Cunnington, searching for answers. He wasn't happy we turned back here, Illyrio. He wants to go after Daenerys and the dragons, he wants to see them all dead, Jon said. Illyrio nodded, understanding his son's feelings all too well, he felt the same way. Tell me exactly what happened. I've heard bits and pieces, but I need to know it all, Illyrio urged as he and Jon walked toward the ship. Jon recounted the tale of the dragon that had turned on Aegon and flown away. He explained how Aegon had believed he had control over it, only to be betrayed. With every word, Illyrio's hatred for Daenerys grew. If Aegon had hatched those dragons, they would have been his. He had even thought that the one they had stolen was a sign of this promise. But just like the princess, the dragon had proven to be more trouble than it was worth. How bad is it? Illyrio asked, worry etched across his face as he settled into Jon's room. One side of the face is terribly, Jon began, but Illyrio could feel the weight of uncertainty hanging in the air. Scarred, Aegon had lost the use of his eye and arm, and his movement was limited. Yet, despite these injuries, his spirit and eagerness to overcome the challenges were remarkable. Jon said proudly, I've never seen anyone so determined. Illyrio nodded in agreement. What about his mind, Jon? How is he holding up? He seeks vengeance, Illyrio, nothing else occupies his thoughts. No amount of reasoning will change his mind, I fear nothing ever will. I'll speak to him tonight. It's time we made our move, perhaps that will shift his perspective, Illyrio responded, and Jon nodded in understanding. They shared dinner together, and Illyrio tried to ignore the struggle Aegon faced even with something as simple as eating and drinking. He turned away when he saw water spilling from the open wound on Aegon's face. Once they finished, Illyrio invited Aegon to join him on the deck. The stars burned brightly in the night sky, and the moon cast its light down upon them. Illyrio looked to Aegon as he took his seat. I understand the need for vengeance, Aegon, more than anyone. I was close to your mother, he said softly. You were? Aegon asked, his voice filled with curiosity. I was. I can honestly say that I loved her, and her death filled me with a fury unlike anything I've ever known. For the first few days after it happened, nothing could stand in my way. It was only when I calmed down that I realized the truth of things. And what was that? Aegon inquired. That my fury was pointless unless it was focused. To see my vengeance fulfilled, I needed to be in a position of strength. Aegon looked at him intently. Have you had your vengeance, Magister? No, but I've planned for it. I know you seek vengeance for what your aunt did, but to pursue her, you need strength. That strength cannot be found here in Essos. You must take your throne, Aegon, only then will you be ready. Yourself to see them pay, he said, and Aegon looked at him. Yet Jon tells me that even that must wait. So why can I not make the bitch pay now? The wait is over, Aegon, if you wish it to be. Truly? How? Aegon asked, excitement evident in his voice. Illyrio smiled. As I said, I've waited a long time for my own, and now it's come. I'm finally in a position to make the necessary moves to see you crowned, but I cannot do so without you focused, Aegon. Focus on this, and I swear to you, I'll see your aunt suffer. Aegon nodded, determination igniting within him. He spent the next few days making the final preparations, the note he gave to Jon to bring to the Golden Company in Westeros, along with his instructions and the proof of Aegon's birth, all ready to go. After saying his goodbyes, he set off back to Pentos, eager to see the final parts of his plan in action. Upon his return, he was met with both bad news and some good. However, it was the news of Tywin's death that captured his attention first. When? He asked his steward. Sometime in the past year. Strickland is the new commander. Harry Strickland? He inquired. I believe so, Magister. It took him a week to reach Mere and meet with homeless Harry. The accord was settled in mere moments once he shared his plan and informed Harry that Aegon was on his way. He then sailed to Tyrosh to meet with Son and organize the ships. The pirate was more than pleased to know he would be receiving the rest of his gold within the year. Stopping off in Pentos, he took a moment to look around at the manse before walking to his room. Opening the chest, he retrieved a small box and gazed at the stone hands before packing them with the rest of his treasured possessions. Standing at the statue, he held the locket open in his hand, looking at Sarah's face, then up to Aegon's, smiling as he did so. "We are so close, my love. I leave now, but when I return, our son will have taken. Get back what was stolen from you. I shall see you soon," he said as he fastened the locket around his neck. He made his way to the ship, where he and his men boarded. As they set sail, he glanced back at Pentos in the distance, wondering when he would return. His heart raced as he prepared to enact the final stages of his plan, grateful to his old friend for providing him the means to do so. "All the children are someone else's?" he asked. "All of them," Varys replied. "This is useful." "The stag will not take kindly to discovering such news," Illyrio remarked, a smile creeping onto Varys's face. "No, he's not averse to seeing dead children, and the West would have no choice but to react," Varys added. "Meaning the North, Vale, and Stormlands would stand against them, and we'd have the perfect opportunity to make our move." "The time is not right," Varys cautioned. "No, not now," Illyrio agreed. The plan was sound, and given the changed circumstances, he pondered how the realm would shape up. Would the North come to Robert's aid? Would they join forces with the West? Which way would the Reach lean? Illyrio smiled as he considered the chaos he was about to unleash, but then a tinge of sadness washed over him. Varys, the architect of this plan, wasn't alive to witness its fruition. "I miss you, old friend. I could have used you by my side as I start the war we planned," he said, walking from the deck down to his cabin, where the girls and the food awaited him. In King's Landing, 297 AC, Richard was hard at work. His king had tasked him with a job that proved far more challenging than he had anticipated. Getting people to move wasn't the issue, the promise of a better life was one few would refuse, and word had spread about the opportunities in the north. However, some had no interest in relocating to such a cold place. For them, he was grateful for the other opportunities he could offer, as well as the coin Jay had set aside for this very purpose. The king had even given up half his prize money for this operation. Finding everyone, however, was a challenge, and Richard found a unique solution, or rather, Jay had found one. Richard faced a unique challenge. The first hurdle was the uncertainty surrounding the number of individuals involved. Aside from the two everyone was aware of and the blacksmith who had left with Jay for a new life in Casterly Rock, they had no idea where to begin. He had pointed this out when he first used the glass candle to communicate with Jay. "I don't know how many there are, Jay." "I found 5 so far," Richard said, speaking to the candle. "Look to the candle on the night 2 days from now and watch it carefully," Jay instructed. Richard nodded, but then he realized the candle had already gone out. He sat down facing it, just as Jay had told him to, and watched in stunned silence as images began to appear. He saw a girl leading a mule up a mountain, another girl serving drinks in a tavern he recognized, even though it was far from where he was. There was a big-eared boy sitting in the Great Hall of Storm's End. He saw the 5 he had already located, along with the blacksmith, and then more images emerged, 3 girls and 4 boys, all in King's Landing. Richard felt a smile spread across his face as he noted their locations. It took him almost half a moon to gather them all and to send a message about the girl at Stony September. Surprisingly, the most challenging one to convince was the youngest, a pregnant mother still somewhat enamored with the king. It took Chatiah herself to help the girl see reason, and the promise of a new life in the West finally convinced her to leave. Richard assured her that her child would be born into a life far better than her own. With that task completed, he shifted his focus back to his usual responsibilities and prepared for the true work he was eager to undertake. While finding the stag's bastards was important to Jay, the next phase of their plans held even greater significance for Richard. So, he set off for Sweetport Sound, enjoying the ride and looking forward to speaking with Gunser once more. "I've come to see the Lord," he called out to the guard as he arrived under the cover of night. "The keep is closed, and the Lord will accept no visitors this night. Begone and return on the morrow if your business is so important," the guard said sternly. "I shall. And when I do, I'll tell your lord that you turned away a man of the seven, a faithful and pious man, one who came in good faith," Richard replied with a smirk as the gate swung open. "Very well, your arms," the guard instructed. Richard handed over his sword and dagger before being led into the great hall. Inside, he found the Sunglass men enjoying their meals, while Lord and Lady Sunglass sat at the high table with their children. Gunser looked just as Richard remembered, the moonstones glinting on his neck, wrist, and fingers. The Lord squinted to get a better look, doing a double take when he recognized Richard. Richard smiled as he was directed to eat, silently thanking the gods for Gunser's composure. The last thing he needed was a fuss made over him. "My lord will see you when you've eaten," a servant announced. Richard nodded to the lord and eagerly dug into the meal, washing it down with the offered wine, surprised by his own appetite. Once he finished, he made his way to the lord's solar, finding Gunser waiting there alone. The smile on Gunser's face was welcoming, and Richard wondered how he would react to the news he was about to share. "I had heard you were dead, Richard," Gunser said, his tone challenging. "For a long time I was, but I have reason to wish to live again," Richard replied, noticing Gunser's gaze sharpen. "And what reason is that?" Gunser asked. "I seek to serve a true king, as we all did once," Richard said. "That we did, but those days, I fear, are long gone. We're left with fat stags and mangy cats," Gunser said contemptuously. "What if we're not, Gunser? What would you do if we had another chance?" Richard asked, and once again, Gunser's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized him. "Speak no riddles, Richard. You know where my loyalties lie. Then say it loud and proclaim it before the seven, Gunser, and I'll tell you a tale that will make you scream out in joy," he said, as Gunser opened his drawer and took out the seven-pointed star, holding the book in his hand. "I swear it by the seven, I swear it on the good book, to the father, mother, maiden, and crone, to the smith and the warrior, and may the stranger strike me down should a lie pass my lips. I am now and have always been a dragon," Gunser declared. The next morning, Richard rode out, waved off by Gunser himself. He was advised not to bother heading to Sharp Point. "If you can bring Lord Adrian to our side, then Bar Emmon will follow," Gunser said. "The Lord is not one to let in on a secret as big as this." Taking Gunser's counsel to heart, Richard decided to make for Claw Isle instead. His meeting with the Red Crab would define his success. Celtigar, after Valerion, was the largest house among the lords of the Narrow Sea. The ride took some time, and he hated being so far from the reach of his lips. The glass candle he carried in his satchel was his only real communication with the rest of the realm, and it would be days before he could use it again. When he finally reached the coast, he quickly found a stable to leave his horse until his return, and a small boat to take him to the island. He almost laughed when he arrived. The sailor who had warned him of heavy waves had been mistaken. The drowned god, it seemed, was on his king's side too. As he walked toward the keep, he wondered how much Adrian had changed since their last meeting. The Lord rarely left the island to travel to King's Landing, and for all Richard knew, he might not have done so since the rebellion itself. "Where are you heading, friend?" a voice called out. Richard turned to see a small cart behind him and shook his head, embarrassed that he hadn't heard its approach. "I travel to see Lord Celtigar," he replied. The old man motioned for him to jump on, and Richard was grateful for the ride. It was midday when he arrived at the keep, and he thanked the old man before stepping inside. Richard made his way into the hall, where Adrian was seated, going through petitions. He quickly joined the line. When the old lord finally recognized him, a moment passed before a look of acknowledgement crossed his face. He nodded to one of his men, and Richard was taken from the hall to the Lord's Solar, where he was asked to wait. "By the gods, a ghost has walked into my halls today," Adrian said when Richard entered the solar a while later. No ghost, old friend, just a man who has risen from the dead, Richard replied with a chuckle, which Adrian joined in on. And why have you risen, Richard? There's little reason to want to live in these times, Adrian remarked softly. I've come to give you the same reason I have, Adrian, the same reason you once felt the rush of blood in your heart and the excitement in your eyes. I've come because it's time to crown a new king, Richard declared, and Adrian looked at him curiously. And what beast am I helping to crown? Adrian asked. Why, a dragon, of course, Richard said with a smile. Adrian reached behind him for a bottle of wine. 2 days later, Richard sat by a tree, placing a glass candle back into his satchel and leaning it against the trunk before throwing more wood on the fire. Wrapping himself in his cloak, he rolled over to sleep, satisfied that his work in this part of the realm was done. Soon, he would travel again. Time was edging ever closer, and the image of different flags flying over the Red Keep was one he found very appealing. In White Harbor, in the year 297 AC, Margaery was deep in thought. Jon had come to her the night before they left, sharing something that amazed her. It made no sense yet felt entirely logical, and she eagerly anticipated putting it into practice at the first opportunity. Saying goodbye had been difficult, and when she realized she would be parting from Sansa for an extended period, her sadness deepened. So, she went to her grandmother, explaining her plans and the reasons behind them, expecting to be met with the usual objections. Instead, her grandmother. Margaery had agreed with her grandmother, standing united against her father. Still, she insisted on having a large guard accompany her and that her stay would not be too long. Excitement bubbled within her at the thought of heading north when her family rode home. Sansa was overjoyed to be joining them, eager to show her their home. Margaery found herself even more eager to see the places where Jon had spent part of his life and to learn about the north itself. So that's why you wish to go? Her grandmother had asked. I want to see where Jon is from, grandmother, Margaery replied. I want to understand that part of him, and I want the north to know me. So they can see their queen, her grandmother said with a smile. So they can see I'm not what they may think of me, Margaery said, determination clear in her voice. A few days out on the Western Wolf, she sat alone in her cabin, glancing at the glass candle, eager to see if what Jon had told her was true. Each passing moment made her doubt that it would work as he said it would. Then, when she heard his voice, she nearly fell from her chair. Margaery, can you hear me? Jon said, and she sensed a hint of frustration in his tone. It must have been the third or fourth time he called out. I hear you, Jon. I don't believe it, but I hear you, she said, her heart lifting. Gods, it's good to hear your voice. Are you well? He asked. I am. And you? Did you do what you wanted with your uncle? Not yet. Rhaenys needs to be here, he replied. I'm heading north, Jon, with Sansa and Robb. I wanted to see Winterfell, though I wish you were there too. Her sadness was palpable. Why didn't you tell me? I wasn't sure if I'd be allowed, and by the time I found out, you had already left. I wish I could go, truly, especially now that I know you're there. But there's so much that needs to be done, he said, and she understood that he would be there if he could. They talked until she could barely keep her eyes open, and she felt terrible when she finally drifted off, leaving his voice echoing in her mind. Jon laughed it off, telling her he loved her and promising to speak again in a few days. When Margaery arrived in White Harbor, she was amazed by the city. The scents were so different from those in the Reach, the West, and especially King's Landing. Winifred and Willa had shown her and Sansa where to buy warmer clothing, and the fur-lined coat she had made was something she never wanted to take off. They feasted in the new castle before setting out on the road to Winterfell itself. Margaery was stunned by the contrast of the lands compared to those she knew so well. You look like me, Sansa said as they sat by the fire that night. What? Margaery asked, confused. Today when we were traveling. When you saw the ice on the white knife and the snow on the trees, you looked like I did when I first saw the Reach, Sansa explained. Margaery giggled, realizing Sansa was probably right. I've never seen anything like this. It's so different, Sansa, the cold, the snow, even the colors. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful, she said, her eyes shining with wonder. Sansa smiled back. As I said, the same as me, Sansa replied, and they both laughed. The only one who seemed happier than Margaery to be in the north was Fawn. He and Grey Wind raced off whenever they had the chance, both wolves returning with blood on their snouts, relishing their time at home. Sansa, too, appeared happy to be back in the north. For a moment, Margaery worried that her friend might prefer to stay here rather than return with her, but deep down, she knew that worry was unfounded. They stopped at Castle Serwyn, only to find that the Lord had already left for the wedding. Still, they were welcomed warmly, and Margaery enjoyed a bath and a cozy room to sleep in. Robb seemed sullen, and when she asked Sansa about it, her friend was unusually evasive. Margaery wondered why. Despite her attempts to probe, Sansa remained tight-lipped, and even when she had the chance to speak with Jon about it, he offered no insight. We'll see Winterfell soon, Margaery said, trying to shake off her concerns. In a little bit, Lord Wyman has agreed to stop so you can see it from a distance, Sansa said as they rode in the carriage the next day. Thank you, Margaery replied, smiling at her friend. She knew it was Sansa who had insisted on this stop for her, just as Sansa had when she first saw Highgarden. When they finally came to a halt, it was on the other side of a hill. Margaery, Sansa, Winifred, and Willa all walked to the top together, and there it was, her first glimpse of Winterfell, the home of the Starks. Where Highgarden was beautiful, Winterfell was imposing. Its massive grey walls towered before her, and even from a distance, Margaery could see the sheer size of the keep. As they rode through Wintertown, it was Robb and Sansa who stared in wonder. It's never been like this before, they both told her. Margaery was surprised to hear some accents that were distinctly non-northern, and then she recalled Jon's suggestion to bring those suffering in Flea Bottom North for a chance at a better life. Looking back at the town as they neared Winterfell's gates, she noticed that some had indeed made the journey. Lord Stark awaited them, along with his soon-to-be wife. He seemed genuinely happy to see his children again, and Sansa and Robb greeted him warmly. A few moments later, Bran arrived, having ridden alongside his knight for most of the way. After exchanging greetings with his father and the lords, Margaery found herself standing before Lord Stark, who appeared surprised to see her. Lady Margaery, I'm honored you've come to my wedding, he said. Margaery curtsied. I'm honored to be here, Lord Stark, she replied softly. She was given a room near Sansa's, and though it was nowhere near as elaborate as her own back in Highgarden, she found it quite pretty in its own way. After bathing and changing, she looked forward to being shown around the keep and seeing the places where Jon had played as a boy. As they knocked at her door and began to explore, Margaery's friend led her to Jon's old room. Margaery frowned at the thought that this was where he had stayed. The room was much smaller and colder than hers, and although she understood it was due to the circumstances, her annoyance only grew. It heightened when Sansa mentioned that it had been their mother's insistence to keep Jon separate from their own rooms. However, her frustration eased a bit when she was taken to the glass gardens. The warmth and the fragrant smell of the vegetables were a welcome relief. But it was the sight of the winter roses that nearly brought her to tears. These are winter roses, she asked, her voice trembling slightly. Sansa nodded in response. Jon always seemed so sad every time he saw them. I didn't understand why for so long, Sansa replied, her own voice tinged with sadness. Moved by her friend's vulnerability, Margaery stepped closer and gave her a quick hug. Sansa appeared to gather her strength, and soon they were on their way to the hot pools. Just dipping her fingers in made Margaery wish to jump right in. Next, they visited the godswood, where Margaery marveled at the massive weirwood tree. She listened intently as Sansa shared how her father would come here to think and find peace of mind. As they walked back, Margaery felt an inexplicable pull toward a set of double doors. She reached for them, but Sansa gently reminded her that she would need her father's permission to enter. The crypts are for Starks alone, Sansa explained, detailing the statues within. Margaery's heart raced with the desire to see Jon's mother's statue. She longed to stand before it and express her feelings for her godmother's son. But today wasn't the day for that. As they returned to the keep, Margaery prepared herself for her first northern feast. She found herself enjoying it immensely, despite the fact that the person she wished to share it with was absent. Sansa noticed the shift in her expression and moved closer to speak with her when murmurs began to ripple through the hall. People turned toward the door as Lord Stark rose to his feet, watching as a few individuals entered the hall. "Jon," someone called out, and Margaery turned for a closer look, spotting Jon, Ser Arthur, and Ghost making their way into the room. Meanwhile, in Essos, in the year 297 AC, Dany found herself in a tense situation after an attack. The group debated their next move, and Sandor insisted they needed to return to Pentos. He believed it was clear that these men had been sent by Illyrio, and they had to deal with him before he could unleash a force they wouldn't be able to handle. Dany found herself agreeing with him. Sandor had saved them, but had her son not returned, they could have fallen here. Her son had changed. He had grown larger and seemed both happy to see her and his siblings, yet he also appeared eager to be somewhere else. After speaking with Shiera, Dany devised a plan to discover where her son truly wished to go. Instead of heading directly toward Pentos, they first traveled in various other directions. Each time, Sandor refused to go along, and nothing she, Elegon, or Regal did could persuade him to change his mind. The dragons screeched at their brother, and he roared back at them. Despite Elegon's annoyance, after a day or two, even the other two dragons became reluctant to explore a different route. Eventually, they set out toward Qohor to resupply and follow the main road back to Pentos. "We should keep at least one of them with us each day," Dany, Shiera suggested as they camped one night. "Let them hunt in pairs." "I think Regal will listen. Can you let Elegon know?" "I can, but I'm not sure if Sandorix will listen," Dany replied, a hint of worry in her voice. "I think he will." "Maybe we should tell them all at the same time, both of us," Shiera proposed, and Dany nodded in agreement. The next day, they gathered the dragons and shared their plan, and it seemed to resonate with them. The dragons began to alternate their hunting. One day, Sandorix and Regal would go out while Elegon stayed behind, and the next day, it would be Regal's turn. Elegon had experienced the same results. Both Sandor and Grey Worm reported that over 100 of the Sellswords who had attacked them were dead or no longer a threat. However, Sandor estimated that nearly 300 to 400 still remained, so they traveled cautiously, setting up even more guards than usual at night. "How much does it cost to hire that many men?" Dany asked as they broke their fast. "For a company, it could be more than 20,000 gold dragons, depending on the job." "I'd say they assumed this would be easy, so maybe around 10,000, Sandor replied. "Do you think he's hired more?" she inquired. "No, I'd say the fat fool thinks we don't stand a chance against them," Sandor said. "Men will not attack the same way again," Grey Worm added, and Dany turned to him. "Because of Sandorix?" she asked. "In the city, men try there," Grey Worm explained, and she glanced at Sandor, who nodded in agreement. The closer they got to Qohor, the more Dany reflected on what both Sandor and Grey Worm had said. It made sense that they wouldn't come at her full force, given the threat her dragons posed. Their ignorance of the dragons had made her hopeful that they would abandon their pursuit. But Shiera soon made it clear that this line of thinking was misguided. They had killed some of their men, and even without the coin, they would seek revenge for that alone. The thought made her nervous. Being responsible for her own life was daunting enough, especially with Sandor to protect her. But now Dany felt accountable for others as well: Shiera, Missy, the Unsullied, and her dragons. The fear of any of them being harmed kept her awake at night. Only sitting beside Elegon and voicing her fears aloud, while listening to her dragon's angry shrieks, offered her some comfort. "I know, I'm a dragon too," she whispered softly as she drifted off against the dragon's scales. When they finally saw the gates of the city ahead, she knew what she needed to do, and despite the arguments, she was determined to see it through. "I'll go in with Sandor and 2 Unsullied. The rest of you stay here with the dragons," Dany said firmly. Shiera was the first to voice her disagreement. "No, Dany. They're targeting you. You should stay. I'll go with some of the Unsullied." "I can go as Kaith," Shiera insisted. Missy chimed in next. "This one will go, Dany. I can speak to the merchants, and with the Unsullied, I'll be safe." Dany leaned in closer to Missy, placing her hands gently on the girl's cheeks, searching her eyes. "My sweet, brave Missy, knowing you are safe is all that matters. I need you to stay with the dragons, will you, for me?" Missy nodded, her eyes filled with worry. Sandor spoke to Grey Worm, and they climbed into the cart, the Unsullied and Dany's loyal protector scanning the surroundings for any threats. Soon, they found themselves navigating the bustling market, purchasing flour and other supplies for their journey. The attack came out of nowhere, or at least it felt that way to Dany. But the Unsullied and Sandor were prepared, and Dany quickly drew her sword as well. "I knew you'd come here," a voice called from her left. She turned to see the blue-haired man who had approached them before the attack, Darrow, or Darko, or whatever his name was. Dany's heart sank as she watched in horror as 2 Unsullied collapsed, bolts from Irish crossbows embedded in their chests. She turned to see Sandor engaged in combat with 4 men, while Darrow advanced toward her, accompanied by 2 others. Then the screams erupted, and both she and the blue-haired Sellsword turned to witness the men with the crossbows fall. Seizing the moment, Dany rushed toward the distracted Sellswords, her focus sharpening as she spotted a large, bald, dark-skinned man charging toward Sandor. His arak sliced down the nearest opponent, while his small shield smashed into another man's head. Dany reached the first of the 3 men and thrust her sword forward, catching him by surprise. The ugly man's blood spilled as she fought fiercely. She pulled her sword from the man's belly. The second attacker didn't get the chance to raise his blade, as the dark-skinned warrior was already on top of him. Dany welcomed the sound of the shield crashing into the man's face. She saw Darrow reaching for a knife on his hip, and she moved faster than she knew she could. Her slash caught him just as he drew the knife, ready to throw. "Erfk," he screamed as his hand fell to the ground, the knife still gripped in his fingers. Without waiting for him to recover, she slashed across his chest, opening a wound that stretched from shoulder to hip. His yellow shirt was now stained with a diagonal red stripe. Sandor and the dark-skinned man soon joined her as she looked down at the Sellsword. Dany spat on him before he could draw his last breath. "Those were good men you killed, free men." "Fuck you, Darrow," she said, spitting once more. Dario Naharis," the blue-haired man gasped. "Who the hell cares about a dead man's name?" Sandor replied, bringing his sword down on the man's neck. Dany turned to get a better look at the dark-skinned man. He was huge, muscular yet fat, and bald. He smiled at her, then waved to someone in the crowd. "Strong Belwas found her, told you he would," the large man said, grinning wider as a woman in red stepped forward. "Who the hell are you?" Sandor asked, glancing between Strong and the woman. "My name is Melisandre of Ashai, and your nephew sends his regards, Princess," she said. Dany felt her heart skip a beat. Casterly Rock, 297 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen found each farewell to Margaery harder than the last. Yet this time felt different, whether it was the knowledge that their next conversation would be unlike any before, or some other reason he couldn't pinpoint. What he did know was that he had one more thing to do before they left the city. Arthur, Walder, and Loras made their way to the tavern, where Arthur was set to meet a man whose reaction could go either way. As they arrived, he found himself almost wishing he had a drink, a sentiment Richard picked up on when he walked in and took a seat beside them. "Are you truly sure you want to do this here?" Richard asked, echoing the concerns voiced by Jaime, Jenna, Olenna, and Arthur, with only Walder supporting him. "He needs to know, Richard. He'll sail tomorrow and we leave today. The worst I can hope for is a punch in the head, and him talking to my uncle before he refuses to support me," Jay replied, glancing at Arthur. I know. You'd have to take his hand," Arthur said. "It's a big hand, John," Richard chimed in, prompting a laugh from Jay despite his nerves. When the Greatjon and the Small John arrived, John was relieved he hadn't brought Ghost with him, choosing instead to let the wolf spend some time with his sister before they left. Once the two Umbers realized the wolf wasn't there, they relaxed, and Jay ordered the Alesh. He waited until they finished the first round before ordering the second and inviting them to join him upstairs. "No ice up here, John?" the Greatjon asked as they settled into the room. "Not yet. The king won't pay for the ice houses, and Tyrion's been busy," John replied. "So, why did you want to speak to us?" "Is it about your father's wedding?" the Small John asked. "In a way, yes. There's something I need to tell you both, something I've kept from you. I have my reasons, and I hope you'll let me explain," he said. The Greatjon looked at him suspiciously but nodded, while the Small John leaned forward in his chair, suddenly more attentive. "Ned Stark is not my father, he's my uncle," he revealed, and the Greatjon smiled. "I fucking knew it. I knew you were Brandon's lad." "Didn't I tell you, son?" the Greatjon exclaimed, and the Small John. Jay nodded as he took another sip of ale. "I'm not Brandon's son either. My mother was Lyanna Targaryen. She and my father were married under the old gods and the new." As he spoke, shouts erupted around him. "Lies, lies. He took her, raped her." "You think I'll believe this?" the Greatjon exclaimed. Jay stood up and shouted back, "My father loved my mother. They were married, I've seen it. If you call him a rapist again to my face, then you and I will cross blades today." Just then, a punch flew toward him, and John ducked aside. Arthur instinctively reached for his sword, but Jay shook his head. "Enough," the Small John shouted. "He asked us to listen. Sit down and listen. We can fight afterward. You, Loras, get more ale. I have a feeling we're going to need it." Once the Greatjon settled back down, Jay began to share the full truth about his mother and father. He spoke of how Robert knew and kept it to himself, and the letters his mother had sent. As he mentioned Jon Arryn, he noticed the Greatjon's anger rising, and the same happened when he spoke of Hoster Tully. By the end of his tale, Jay sensed that at least the Greatjon believed him, which was all he could truly hope for. "What does this mean, John, Jay Harry's or whatever the hell your name is? You're going for the throne?" the Small John asked, and Jay caught the way the Greatjon looked at him. Jay replied. "My mother asked it of me in the letter she left. I've seen what Robert has done as king, and I know what his son would do as king. Neither of them cares about the people, not just the North, like most Southern kings, but any of the people. Even if it weren't that, justice demands it of me. Blood demands it of me. Because of these people, I lost almost my entire family. I grew up not knowing my mother or father, and the realm grew up with lies about them both." Though the Greatjon's expression remained unchanged, the Small John nodded. "You seek our house?" The Small John asked. "House Umber has always stood with House Stark, and there is Stark blood in my veins." "But not only," the Greatjon replied, staring intently at him. "No, not only. But is there not giant's blood in yours?" Jay countered, eliciting a laugh from the Small John and a smirk from the Greatjon, who quickly composed his expression. "I need to talk to Ned." I won't go against you, lad, but whether or not I can fight for you, I need to speak to Ned, the Greatjon said, standing up. The small John hesitated before following suit. I understand. I'm sorry, my lord, for not telling you sooner. It wasn't meant as a slight. I just needed to know what I wanted to do and when before I shared it with you, Jay explained. The Greatjon regarded him for a moment before walking to the door. He turned back and said, I wish you good fortune in the wars to come, Jon Snow, whether we're allies or not. As the Greatjon left, Jon breathed a sigh of relief that the conversation had gone so well. Jaime had also been pleased when he shared the news that night as they sailed. By the time they arrived back at Casterly Rock, Jon felt confident that the Greatjon would come around. Lord Wyman, Lady Meege, his uncle, someone would bring him to their side, and Jay let that thought comfort him. That night, as he cut his hand, he glanced at the jar and was happy to see it almost ready for use. Speaking to Margaery and Richard required more blood, and he needed to gather enough to help find the bastards. Jay had learned to keep a supply on hand, so he cut himself when he could, knowing he would need even more to uncover who had sent the Dark Star after his wife. The past was hard to decipher, and the magic required more blood to fuel it. But he had time and patience, and he would find out who it was. When he did, fire would be his response. He gave Gendry a few days to settle into the smithy, the lad content and eager to work. Jon was about to be given a place of his own in Lannisport, and soon he would be working far more than he had ever anticipated. For now, though, the task at hand was more specialized. Jon and Walder brought the chest to Gendry and asked him to begin the process. Where did you get all this? Gendry asked, glancing at the chest as he held up one of the ingots. A friend brought it from Essos. Are you sure you can work with it? Jon replied. It'll take more than a moon, though. This isn't a normal suit you want, Gendry said, examining the material. Jon shook his head. No, it's not. The design is special. He handed Gendry the drawing. Jon, are you sure? Gendry asked, his eyes darting between the paper and Jon. Exactly as it is. I'll have the gems dropped off in the next few days. This is your shop now, Gendry. You'll need apprentices and coin, Jon said, passing him a pouch. Gendry looked at him as if he were playing a trick and handed it back. I can't take your coin, Jon. This shop, you've given me more than enough. Think of it as a loan then. Soon you'll have plenty of work, and when you can pay me back. But for now, use it to get started and get settled, Jon insisted. Gendry nodded. Thank you. I'll see you soon. Trust me, Gendry, you'll learn to love it here. I did, Jon said as he walked out of the shop. Each night, he lay on the beach under the stars, Ghost by his side, looking up and waiting for his sister and son to return. His days were filled with sparring alongside Jaime, Arthur, Loras, and Brienne, while also teaching Tommen as much as he could. When Tyrion returned, he was upset that Ligeron wasn't there, but Jay felt happy at his uncle's good mood. They spoke about when he and Arya would marry, walking the parapets alone at night as they waited for the dragons to return. I could declare you legitimate now, uncle. Give you. Do you wish you could marry her under your own name? Jay asked. I think she deserves a prince, Jon. Given who I am and Ligeron, if people see me as anything other than an uncle fully supporting his nephew, we'd only be asking for trouble. Are you ready to be a dragon, uncle? Jay inquired. As much as you are, nephew. We are who we are, and that doesn't change. But yes, it's time I accepted my blood, Tyrion replied. Jay reached out and placed his hand on Tyrion's shoulder. You are Jaime's blood, and Jenna's, Gerion's, and Kevin's. Your joys and all your cousins. You are mine and Daenerys's, and your Joanna Lannister's. You're a dragon and a lion, Tyrion. Together, we'll embody the best of both sides of our blood. Tyrion smiled, and they both turned to see something in the sky. Looks like the other side of our blood wishes to see us, nephew, Tyrion said. They hurried down to the beach, with Jay not even noticing the two bundles left to the side. Instead, he made his way over to Rhaenys while Tyrion approached Ligeron. He felt his sister's weariness mixed with joy at being back with him. She then directed his attention to the bundles, and he called Tyrion over to see them. Are these? Tyrion asked. I think they are. They're saddles, Jay replied as he walked back to speak with his sister. I've been home, brother. You need to come with me the next time I go back, she said. It took Walder and Arthur to help them with the saddles, and Sarella spent the next couple of days examining them while Rhaenys shared stories about the journey she and Ligeron had taken. I saw father, Jay. Mother, Egg, Mother Lyanna, I saw them all. They were happy, she said softly. I wish I had been with you, that we could have seen them together, he responded. We will, Jay. But not today. Sarella spoke, and Jay felt it was more of a promise than anything else. She was captivated by the saddles, as were Arthur and Tyrion. None of them could quite understand what they were made from. It was leather, but not from any animal they recognized, and it was nearly impossible to cut. Jay discovered that only Dark Sister could manage it. When they first secured the saddles to the dragons, he anticipated some issues, but to his surprise, both Rhaenys and Ligeron seemed to enjoy having them on. It became evident just how different the two saddles were. Tyrion's was smaller, almost custom-fitted for him. Jay wondered if one of the 40 had been designed for a dwarf or perhaps even a child. His own saddle was larger, and behind the seat, a piece of leather draped over Rhaenys's scales. Jay speculated that it was meant for others to sit on. As he glanced at the back of his saddle, he soon found his answer: there was a hook for someone to hold on to. The difference in the air around them was incredible. The maneuvers the dragons could perform once Jay and Tyrion strapped themselves in were feats they would never dare attempt without the saddles. He felt a deep sense of joy, knowing that this experience only heightened the dragons' excitement in sharing it with their riders. It surprised him when Rhaenys asked them to leave the saddles on, allowing the dragons to get accustomed to them. If we feel we need to remove them later, we will, she assured. Are you sure this is what you want? Jay asked. It's what we both wish. Ligeron wants to get used to it too, he says it makes him feel closer to Tyrion, she replied. They had returned just under a moon ago when Margaery informed him that she had left Cerwyn and would reach Winterfell in a day or two. Jay could sense her unspoken wish for him to be there to show her his home. The next day, during sparring, he was so distracted that even Tommen noticed and asked if he was all right. Jay brushed it off as mere tiredness. Yet, the following morning, while sparring with Jaime, that made the choice for him. I knew I got lucky. Your shoulder is healed, then? He asked, and Jaime chuckled as they sipped their mugs of water. It is, though I think you were distracted once again, Jaime replied. A part of me wishes I were north, Jon said softly. You should have gone, Jon. There was no need for you to come back here so soon, Jaime insisted. Jon shook his head in response. There was every need. Tommen had to be settled, and Gendry too. I needed to be here for Tyrion and for the dragons when they returned. Anyone could have handled the first two, Jon. And the second only happened this past week. You could have gone north and been back in another moon's time, Jaime argued, while Arthur listened quietly. I don't have the time, my lord. We need to speak to the lords of the West. I need to make arrangements. I thought that's why you had me and Tyrion. Jaime asked. It is, but, gods, I can't allow my wants to define my actions. Jaime laughed. Jaime? You know you're doing that more and more. I prefer it, Jaime said, looking at him with a teasing smile. Prefer what? Jon asked, confusion in his voice. When you use my name. I know we have to be formal, But here, alone, you call Arthur by his. I prefer it when you use mine. I'll try to do it more. Now, about that laugh, care to explain? You thinking that you're in any way selfish? Jon, you're the least selfish person I know. You should want more, enjoy yourself more. We have things to do, but let me and Tyrion handle them. Go north. Jon glanced at Arthur, who nodded in agreement. He returned the gesture and said his goodbyes to Joy and Tommen later that day. He explained that Ser Loras and Ser Barristan would need his services until his return, and that he would be receiving reports on his behavior from them both. After speaking to Tyrion, he made his way to the beach that evening, with Arthur walking beside him and Ghost looking up at him with a forlorn expression. Rhaenys seemed. Jay was eager to see the north as well, and she was prepared for their arrival. He said his goodbyes to Jaime and the others before climbing onto the dragon's back. Once Arthur settled in behind him, they were ready to take off when Ghost dashed up Rhaenys's wing and positioned himself in front of them. Jay glanced at the wolf, who wore a pleading expression. Looks like we have another passenger, he said, laughing along with Arthur as they soared into the sky. Chapter 108, 3 Moons, Part 2. Riverrun, 297 AC. Catelyn sat in her solar, staring at the raven scroll in her hands, wondering why her life seemed destined for such misery. She had been a faithful follower of the Seven, striving to raise her children in their light, believing that this alone would earn her family the gods' favor. But as she read the raven, she realized she had been mistaken. The gods were indifferent, treating her life as if it were nothing more than a plaything for the cruel. With a frustrated sigh, she crumpled the scroll and shook her head, desperately trying to keep her thoughts from drifting back to King's Landing. It was a futile effort. The tournament had been a complete disaster. Everything she had hoped for had slipped away, one event after another unfolding against her wishes. It felt as if the Seven had forsaken her, ignoring her prayers. At first, she had thought the trip to King's Landing would fulfill her desires, but each day only pushed those hopes further out of reach. Peter had been avoiding her, and when she finally cornered him to find out why, his excuse of being busy rang hollow. Lisa snide remarks about how Peter always made time for her and Robin did little to ease her discomfort. Something felt off about Lisa, something she hadn't noticed before. Their childhood rivalry seemed to have morphed into something more unsettling on Lisa's part, leaving Catelyn feeling uneasy. Her sister appeared to go out of her way to ignore her, especially after Catelyn had seen Peter speaking with Lisa one day. Peter dismissed her concerns, claiming it was just like their childhood. But Catelyn couldn't recall Lisa ever acting in such a way back then. It wasn't until the day of the melee that she managed to speak with Peter alone about her concerns. Once again, their conversation only left her feeling more bewildered. I've written to the High Septon and I spoke, and he agreed that Ned and I can annul our marriage, she said, her voice steady. Peter smiled in response. That's great news, Cat. I'm so pleased for you, he replied. Which leaves me free to marry someone else, she said softly, looking directly at him. Is that your wish, Cat? To marry again? Wouldn't it be best to wait a while, he asked, concern evident in his tone. I don't mean immediately, Peter. But if the right man were to suggest it, then perhaps, she said, trying her best to sound coy. I'm sure there will be no shortage of suitors for your hand, Cat, Peter said before glancing over her shoulder. Ah, my man, I must speak to him. I hope we can talk later. By the time she settled into her seat and watched the bastard win the melee, seeing him take a step closer to winning a bet with the king, her anger had grown. For once, it wasn't just Jon Snow who fueled her frustration. Peter had also earned some of it for ignoring the hints she'd dropped. Looking around at her children in the crowd only added to her annoyance. Bran had come to see her with her uncle, but so far, Robb and Sansa had not appeared. Thankfully, that night at the feast, she finally got to speak with them both, and her heart soared to see their happiness, to witness them standing out among the great and the good of the realm. Though she wasn't entirely pleased about the match Robb seemed to embrace, she felt happy for her son and decided to hold her tongue, for now. With Sansa, however, she couldn't restrain herself, much to her daughter's annoyance. "You cannot dance so openly with your half-brother, Sansa." "Not here, not in this place," she said, trying to keep a smile on her face as she spoke. "I'll dance with whomever I choose, mother. What does it matter if I dance with Jon? Everyone knows he's my brother, and he's an anointed knight too," Sansa replied defiantly. "Here, a girl's reputation can be sullied by dancing with a base-born brother or not," she said, catching herself before she revealed his true nature. "Jon is my brother, mother. I'll dance with him here or anywhere else I choose," Sansa declared. "You can't, Sansa. What will the prince think of you dancing with that boy, with?" "Say it, mother. I can see you wish to." "Just say the word," Sansa challenged. Catelyn was taken aback by the fierce look on her daughter's face. "Sansa, you must listen," she urged, but Sansa was already gone before she could explain. Even Peter, who sensed her distress and asked what had happened, couldn't reach her daughter. Catelyn spent the rest of the night glowering as she watched Sansa take comfort in flaunting herself while dancing with the bastard. The next morning, she finally had a chance to speak with Peter again, and this time she was more direct. The answer, or lack of one, once again soured her mood. "Cat, you flatter me." "I had no idea you felt this way," Peter said with a teasing smile. "You must have had some idea, Peter." "We've always been close," she replied, returning his smile. "I may have hoped, Cat, but you catch me at a most inopportune time. Something like this requires much thought, and for now, my work takes precedence," he explained. Catelyn shook her head, disbelief washing over her. Was he really turning her down? "Peter." "Oh, Cat, forgive me. I didn't mean to sound uninterested," perished the thought. "We must look at this from many standpoints. Can we discuss this another time, in another place? Can I come to Riverrun so we can talk about it more seriously?" he asked, his eyes pleading. "Of course, but is it something you truly want?" she asked nervously. "It is something I've dreamed about, Cat," he replied. When he leaned in, she allowed him to kiss her cheek. Dinner that night was a family affair, though it was just her and Jon. Aaron, Lisa, and her brother were all present, but Lisa seemed even more irritated with her for some reason. Still, she felt grateful for the early night and the anticipation of Bran arriving with her uncle the next morning while she broke her fast. The thought of her son being squired to her uncle, rather than the bastard, filled her with relief. She had just finished telling Bran to thank Peter for that opportunity, something her uncle appeared to be annoyed about when her children arrived. At first, Sansa and Robb's simultaneous arrival threw her off so much that she couldn't speak. However, it soon became clear that things had gone better than she had hoped. As Cat listened, she noticed her children finally seemed to grasp all the warnings she had given them. But as soon as she felt that relief, it gave way to something darker by the time they left. Sansa was a lost cause. She realized now that the bastard had his hooks too deep into her. If it weren't for the guards arriving to take Sansa and Robb away, Cat was certain she would have revealed everything. It wouldn't have mattered that she was doing this for their own good. Her children weren't ready to face the full truth, not yet. "That's terrible, Cat." "An attack on Lady Margaery, here in King's Landing," Edmure said as they walked to the jousting grounds. "It is, but perhaps it's a sign from the Seven about the company she keeps," she replied. Edmure looked at her and nodded in agreement before heading off to prepare for the day's joust. The joust itself had been a disaster, but the next one was even worse. Edmure fell to a mere boy once again, and she could see the amused looks from the crowd. The bastard kept winning, and with each ride, he edged closer to not only winning his wager but also winning over the crowd, which only made her day worse. When he made it to the final four, she was shocked. and even more so when she heard the king cheering for him. He was sure he would fall to the bold, and when that didn't happen, he was convinced he'd fall to Jaime Lannister. Yet, the bastard prevailed, and she watched in disgust as he crowned Margaery Tyrell. Her mind spun for the rest of the day, trying to make sense of it all. Would the Tyrells truly allow their daughter to wed a bastard? Surely not. Wasn't it the prince they had set their sights on? Nothing seemed to add up, and watching them at the feast that night only deepened her confusion. They danced once, as was customary, but then the bastard spent more time dancing with Sansa than with Margaery. Seeing him name the prince as his squire the next day was almost the worst thing that happened to her, at least until her confrontation with Lysa. Over the years, Cat had endured some strange conversations with her sister. Lysa's peculiarities had always been a part of her. But this time felt different, and it genuinely scared Cat. "Ah, my dear sister, I wondered when you'd reappear," Lysa said, an odd smile on her face. "I just saw you in the throne room, Lysa." "It's not like I was going anywhere," Cat replied. "Indeed, you're going nowhere," Lysa laughed. "Lysa?" Cat asked, glancing at her sister, whose eyes glared with such hatred that Cat was taken aback. "You really should have treated that boy better, Cat. He's risen so high and has the favor of great houses and the king." "Even Peter finds him interesting," Lysa said, and Cat felt her annoyance flare. "He's a bastard, he deserves nothing," Cat shot back angrily. "Perhaps, and yet he's achieved so much while you've fallen," Lysa smirked. "He's risen falsely. People will see that, and he'll be cast down to where he belongs," Cat insisted. "Or he'll rise higher and do the casting," Lysa said, laughing again. "What was it he said?" "You lack imagination." "It seems Jon Snow and I agree on something, sister." "What?" "That little run-in you had with him put you in. Your place didn't, did it? You should pay attention, Cat. You've always wanted what wasn't yours to have," Lysa said, watching her sister with a piercing gaze. Cat looked at her, bewildered. "What are you saying?" Cat replied, her confusion evident. "Peter would never marry you, Cat. You have nothing to offer him, no house, no future, no children, nothing," Lysa stated, moving closer. "You should be wary, sister. Reach too high, and what was it Jon Snow said? Your family is in a position it doesn't deserve. Be careful, or you may find yourself in a position that you deserve to be in." Riverrun. Cat woke up, trying to shake the memories from her mind. Nothing she had hoped to accomplish had come to pass, and Lysa's words began to resonate deeply. She looked down at the raven scroll once more, and the reality of her sister's message hit home too clearly. She cursed bastards under her breath. Opening the scroll, she read the words that revealed the folly of her hopes. "By the order of his grace, King Robert Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Undulls, Rhoynar, and First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm, we hereby declare that Joffrey Waters, Myrcella Waters, and Tommen Waters are bastards and not of the king's line. They are stripped of all claim or rank. Furthermore, they and their mother have been charged and convicted of treason." It was signed by Jon Arryn, Hand of the King, Winterfell, 297 AC. Ned had felt disappointment when Jon wrote to say he couldn't attend, though he understood the reasons behind it. He was glad that the rest of his children would be there. Yet, as the day progressed, his mood shifted from happiness to surprise, then to worry. First, seeing Lady Margaery surprised him, but he was glad she had come. As Jon's future wife and queen, it would be good for her to see the north. But then he caught sight of Greatjon's face, and he knew something had happened while the man was in King's Landing. Neither Robb nor Sansa had said anything yet about it. Ned could only suspect that it had something to do with Jon, a thought Wyman confirmed during their conversation a little later. He agreed with the Lord of White Harbor that the Greatjon needed to be informed, though his only concern was that it might create tension during the wedding. However, it wasn't that which troubled him most. it was Sansa's visit that weighed heavily on his mind. His daughter had just shown Lady Margaery around Winterfell, and before preparing for the evening's feast, she knocked on the door of his solar. "Father, we need to speak," she said as she took a seat. Ned marveled at how much his little girl had changed. Gone was the slightly nervous child who longed to be a proper lady. In her place sat a poised young woman, her height and demeanor revealing a maturity beyond her years. He found himself staring at her until she cleared her throat, pulling him from his reverie. He smiled when she looked at him, her expression curious. "I'm sorry, Sansa. It's just that you've grown so much," he replied. "Highgarden has been good for me, father." "I've learned a lot," Sansa said, and he nodded in agreement. "You wished to see me?" he asked. "I did. I know what mother did." "I know the truth," she said, and he closed his eyes, letting out a soft sigh. "I had hoped you'd never find out," he admitted. "Jon knows too, though not the full truth. You need to tell him, Arya, Bran, and me. You need to speak to us all and share the complete story," she insisted. "Arya and Bran are too young, Sansa. They cannot. They need to know, father. We all do. We need to hear it from your own lips, to understand the truth," she urged. He looked down at the table, then back up at her, his mind racing to find another way to handle this. Yet deep down, he knew there wasn't one. She was right, and given what was about to unfold, he could no longer keep it from them. Ned thought that perhaps it was for the best if his children found out the truth now. "I'll speak to them after the wedding," he said, surprised when Sansa shook her head. "It needs to be before it, father." "Trust me on this," she replied, her voice almost pleading. "We'll do it once your sister has arrived and settled in," he assured her, glad to see her smile in response. "It's for the best, father. There's something else. Margaery wishes to see the crypts, to see Aunt Lyanna's statue. I'll bring her down." "I should speak to her properly anyway," he said, and Sansa got up from her chair, walking around to him and hugging him tightly as he sat. "I love you, father," she whispered softly in his ear, and he patted her back gently. "I love you too, sweetling." That night at the feast, Ned felt distracted, his mind filled with thoughts of the conversations to come. The one with the Greatjon suddenly seemed less daunting than the one he would have with his children. He had barely spoken to his soon-to-be good father, and even though Elle was talking to her brother, he could see her watching him too. His smiles didn't seem to ease her concerns, and if it hadn't been for the commotion at the door, he would have gone over to her. "Jon," he called out, louder than he intended when he saw Jon, Ser Arthur, and Ghost walk into the hall. "Forgive my late attendance, Lord Stark. I hope I haven't missed the wedding," Jon said with a smile. No, you haven't." "Sit, eat, we'll talk later," Ned replied, his mood lifting as he watched Jon take a seat with his brothers and sister, pleased to see how happy they and Lady Margaery were to see him. After escorting Elle back to her room at the end of the feast, he made his way to his own and found Jon waiting for him, Arthur by his side. As he looked around, he noticed no sign of Ghost or Lya. "The wolves?" he asked. "They're getting reacquainted. When Arya arrives, it'll be the first time the pack has been together since Highgarden, except for Frost and Dusk," Jon said as he opened the door. "Cregan should have come," he added. "It's not the time for that truth yet, Uncle," Jon replied once they were in the room. Taking a seat, Ned looked at Jon, trying to decide which question to ask first. But Jon spoke up, and Ned couldn't help but wonder if his nephew had always been this confident and poised. Each time he saw Jon since his departure, that confidence had become more apparent, but now it seemed even stronger. "I flew here on Renix. My sister wanted to see the north and is resting deep in the wolfswood," Jon explained. Ned tried to suppress the image of a dragon asleep in the woods and what chaos it might cause if it were seen. "I'm glad you came for the wedding," Ned said, perhaps too quickly. Jon noticed his concern. uncle? Sansa, Jon? Ned asked, and Jon nodded. I didn't want her to know, uncle. I would have kept it from her for as long as I could. But she's far too smart, and Lady Catelyn all but confirmed it. Apparently, I'm still a target, or at least that's what Sansa believes. Jon said with a soft smile. She intends to try again? Ned asked, shocked. That's a story for another time, uncle. Sansa knows. I take it she hasn't told Robb yet? No, she wants me to tell them all. Once Arya arrives, I'm to speak to them and explain the truth about me and their mother. You want me there? Jon asked, and Ned nodded, grateful that he had suggested it. Jon, the great Jon. I had to tell him. It's almost time, uncle. In 6 moons, we'll have no choice but to move or we'll be moved against. Even 6 moons is a lot to hope for. The dragons are too big, uncle. Word has already begun to spread, and eventually, it'll be the crown that moves against us. How did he take it? Ned inquired. As well as can be expected. He didn't declare for me, but he said he won't fight. He's against me and wishes to speak with you, Jon said. I've no doubt he does. Do you think it will really be that soon? Ned asked. I do. I've asked Lord Jaime to bring in the Lords of the West, Sir Richard is speaking to the other Lords of the Narrow Sea, and Lady Olenna is informing Lord Mace and the Lords of the Reach. I told Lord Tarly myself, Jon replied. And? Ned inquired, curiosity piqued. Randall was always a loyal man, uncle. He still is. Jon's words brought a small grin to Ned's face. Randall Tarly was the one man who had bested Robert during the rebellion, a good lord to have on their side. Are you ready? Ned asked. As ready as I'll ever be. But there's something else, uncle, something you need to know. Jon's expression turned serious. I'm married. Margaery and I wed under the old gods in Highgarden's godswood. When? During the tourney? Ned shook his head in disbelief. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but it was just for us. I know we have to marry under the 7 too, but I wanted to do it under my gods, for us, Jon explained. Ned stood and walked over to him. Congratulations, Jon. But while you're here, you'll sleep in your own room, he said with a chuckle. I'll see you on the morrow. That night, Jon slept far more peacefully than he had anticipated. The next morning, after breaking his fast, Ned watched as Jon, Robb, Sansa, Margaery, Winifred, and Willa left the hall together. With the children spending time together, he was free to attend to other matters. Looking around the room, he spotted the Greatjon staring at him. He walked over and invited him to join him in his solar. The large Umber Lord was eager to speak, and to Ned's surprise, his son joined them as well. He motioned for Wyman to come along too. Soon, they were seated, and Ned poured ale over ice, handing mugs to each of them. Greatjon took a deep swallow and let out a sigh. I really missed this in the south. The king won't even pay for an ice house. Can you believe that, Ned? He laughed heartily. Some people just don't know what they're missing, Jon replied, taking a drink of his own. He then turned to the 3 men. Jon's arrival was a surprise, but I'm glad he came. Jaehaerys, the small Jon said, and Wyman nodded. The king, Wyman added. But is he really the king? Greatjon asked. I told the lad I wouldn't go against him. I won't fight against the North, but I fought against his grandfather. I thought I was fighting against his father too. Am I now to fight with him, Ned? Is that what you're asking of me? War is coming, Jon. Whether it's against Robert or that cruel son of his, war is coming. You think I haven't thought about what it means to fight against a man I once considered a brother by choice? Once, the small Jon asked. Once, but no more. The truth is we were played, John, by maesters and ambitious men. It cost me most of my family and my nephew even more. Robert knew the truth, John. He kept it from us. Had he revealed it, many lives could have been saved. I wouldn't have lost 5 of the best men I've ever known at that damn tower in Dorne. My sister might be alive today, and that lad could have grown up knowing a mother's love. How can you be sure, Ned? Are you certain he knew? Lyanna wrote a letter. We found reports in the maester's journals. Whaleys worked against my father, and he wasn't alone. Theobald and others worked against us. Do you want to know what happened to them, John? Wyman asked. What? Greatjon inquired. He put them all in the ground, each and every one of them. 14 maesters he saw dead, John, because they took his family from him. Isn't that what? What would you do? See the men who cost you your family dead? Wyman asked. Aye, the Greatjon replied with a smile, taking another swallow of his drink. Aye, it is. He has the West, John, the Reach to Dorne, and he has me, Wyman, and Meege. I believe the others will come as well. Will you? Will you come when our king calls? Ned said. I've always come when called by a Stark, as has my family. The lad was right, there's Stark blood in his veins. The king from the north, the Greatjon declared, raising his mug. The king from the north, Wyman echoed, and Ned joined in as they drank their ale. In Winterfell, 297 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen had spoken only briefly to Margaery and Sansa the night before. Both had chastised him for not informing them of his arrival, though their reprimands were half-hearted at best. Margaery seemed just happy to see him. After leaving her to her room and promising to spend the next day with her, Jay spoke to his uncle before retiring to bed, tired and worn out from the ride and the conversation. The next morning, he broke his fast and asked Margaery what she wished to do for the day. He was surprised when she expressed a desire to visit Wintertown and the September there. Winifred and Willa both agreed it was a great idea, and while Sansa didn't seem as enthusiastic, she too appeared eager for a day of adventure. We could just go to the September here, Jay suggested as they walked from the keep. There is no longer a September here, John. Father had it turned into a food store. Septon Chale has a September in Wintertown where the people who came north can pray, Robb explained. John was surprised by this revelation, but he felt it was for the best. Nan had been right, this was not a place for the new gods. The ride to Wintertown was short, and they must have made an imposing sight, Robb, John, Sansa, Margaery, Winifred, and Willa, accompanied by Stark guards. Manderly men, men of the Reach, and Arthur entered the bustling town alongside 3 dire wolves. John was taken aback by the transformation since his last visit. The town was thriving now, nearly 3 times its former size, and everywhere he looked, people filled the streets. As he walked through the crowd, he noticed the variety of voices around him. Some were from further north, while others had accents so distinctly from the south that they stood out immediately. What truly surprised him, filling him with hope, was the sight of the children. He could easily identify the northern ones. The cold seemed to have little effect on them, unlike their southern counterparts. But it was their appearance that struck him the most, how healthy, nourished, and happy they looked. Are these children from Flea Bottom? Margaery whispered in his ear. Aye, he replied, earning a bright smile from her. They look so. She struggled to find the right word. Happy, he suggested. Aye, happy, she agreed. We did this, John. You and I, we helped make this happen. He was pleased to see the proud and determined look on her face. When we take the throne, I don't want them to have to move to find this kind of happiness. Promise me we'll make the rest of the realm like this for them, she said softly as the others walked on ahead. I promise, my queen, he responded, receiving a gentle kiss on the cheek in return. As they approached the September, Jon noticed it was larger and more crowded than the one in Winterfell. The Septon even appeared happier than Jon had ever remembered him being. However, the service soon came to an abrupt halt when some attendees spotted Ghost and recognized both him and Margaery. "The White Wolf," one voice called out. "Ser Jon," another exclaimed. "Look, it's Ser Jon and Lady Margaery," shouted a third. By the time they managed to escape the crowd of people asking questions and expressing their gratitude, Jon couldn't help but smile as Margaery blushed adorably when a little girl asked if Ser Jon was her husband. It was time to head back to the keep. The ride back was filled with a sense of accomplishment and renewed hope for the future. Winterfell was a place where Jon and Margaery often found themselves deep in conversation. Margaery asked about the crypts, and Jon promised to take her there once they returned. After stabling the horses, they hurried off to the glass gardens, and he kept his word. With Ghost standing guard, Jon, Margaery, and Arthur ventured into the crypts. Margaery's guard stepped aside only when Ghost let out a low snarl. Jon noticed the chill in the air the moment they entered, so he removed his cloak and wrapped it around Margaery. "This is my uncle Brandon and my grandfather Rickard," he said as they approached the first two statues. "And this is my mother, Lyanna Targaryen," he added softly when they reached the third. He stepped forward and placed a blue winter rose in her stone hands, the vibrant color a stark contrast against the gray stone. "Mother, this is Margaery, my wife," he said gently. "It's so good to finally meet you." "Harris has told me so much about you," Margaery replied, and Jon felt a lump form in his throat at the sound of his true name. "I wish you could have been there, Mother, to see us wed. But I know you were watching, and I felt you looking down on me," Jon said, his voice trembling. "I love your son so very much, Princess Lyanna. I swear by the old gods and the new to make him as happy as he makes me. Thank you for bringing him into this world, for giving me and the realm the chance to know him, and for allowing me to love a good man," Margaery said. At her words, Jon lost his battle against tears, holding his wife close as they flowed freely. They stood there for a while, lost in the moment. When Jon finally led Margaery out of the crypt, he discovered that the Mormonts had arrived. He felt foolish for not being there to welcome them, especially when he saw his sister striding toward him with an angry expression. Though Arya's glare was fierce, Jon couldn't help but stifle a chuckle at her attire. "You didn't meet us. Am I not important enough for you?" Arya asked, her tone sharp. Arya stood there, hands on her hips, her expression a mix of anger and determination. Jay took a moment to take in her appearance. She wore leather breeches and a tunic, topped with a small bearskin cloak. A knife and sword were strapped to either side, ready for action. Margaery, hiding her face against Jay's shoulder, let out a giggle. He turned to look at her and rolled his eyes, which only made Margaery laugh even more. "Who are you?" he asked, and Margaery's laughter grew even louder. "Not funny, Jon," Arya shot back, irritation in her voice. "You're right. Maybe this is funnier," he replied, moving quickly to grab her and lift her up. Arya squirmed, pushing and kicking as he began to tickle her and plant kisses on her cheek. "Get off! Get off, you fool!" Arya exclaimed, though her laughter and weak attempts to push him away revealed just how much she was enjoying it. "Gods, what have you done with my little wolf? Look at you, you're not so little anymore, are you?" "A fierce she-wolf now," he said, feeling her chest puff out with pride as he set her back on the ground. And I could take you in a spar." "I don't care what tournaments you've won," Arya replied, still smiling. "We shall have to test that out then, won't we? Come on, let's get you settled and ready for the evening meal. We'll spar tomorrow before the wedding," he said. Arya glanced at him to see if he was joking, then nodded and walked off with them. The meal was lively, filled with stories. Arya and Lyanna Mormont shared tales of their adventures on Bear Island, and then they asked Jay if it was true that he had really beaten the bold and Jaime Lannister. Bran chimed in, saying he had seen it happen. After they finished their meal and Jay walked Margaery to her room, he felt the weight of memories from the crypts wash over him again. He had planned to return to the images behind the door to show them to Margaery, but he had been swept away by the emotions of reconnecting with his mother once more. "Jon, are you upset?" Margaery asked. "No, I was just thinking how happy I am that you got to see her, Marge." "To see her for yourself," he replied, pulling her into a hug. Me too." "I'll see you on the morrow, Jon," she said, and they lingered in each other's embrace, each night making it harder for him to let go. Jay made his way back to the crypts before heading to his room. He opened the door and glanced at the images once more, cursing the missed opportunity to bring his granduncle down here. Eamon had left before he arrived, and Jay felt a strong urge to visit him at the wall before heading back west. The next morning, he sparred with Arya and was amazed by her progress. Meej and her daughters had taught her some impressive new tricks. While he didn't hold back entirely, he was pleased to see how well she kept up. Once they finished, she asked him about the letter he had mentioned, and he promised to explain before she left, though he worried about her reaction. As he considered this, he noticed Robb and Sansa standing with Bran, motioning for them to join. The five of them walked together to the godswood, where his uncle was waiting for them. Winterfell, 297 AC. Sansa watched the simplicity of the moment as Elle stood before the weirwood, the words of the ceremony echoing in the air. Tears filled her eyes as she saw how happy both Elle and her father looked when he placed the cloak around her. She noticed Margaery and Jon struggling to focus on the wedding, their eyes constantly drawn to each other. Nearby, Robb and Winifred were doing the same. As Sansa looked around at the joyful faces, she found her sisters and brothers. They seemed far happier than they had been earlier that day, and that was what she had hoped for, that this wedding would bring them all a little closer together. "Father," she said as they arrived, her father turning to her and Robb while Jon moved to the weirwood tree and knelt to pray. "Robb knows some of this, and Sansa knows the truth of it, but what I'm about to tell you all is known only to Jon and me," her father explained. "This is about Mother?" Robb asked, glancing between her and their father. "It is, Robb." "Maybe we should all sit," she suggested. They settled down, and Jon stood back up, leaning against the tree. "You all know how your mother felt about Jon, and what she thought of him, though you may not realize how deep her feelings ran. It wasn't just that she disliked him or didn't want him here. Even after he left for the West, she couldn't let go of her hatred for him," their father continued. "Hate?" Arya asked, confusion in her voice. "Yes, I initially believed it was just dislike. I thought that what Jon represented meant she could never love him, but it soon became clear that her feelings were much stronger. Each time we heard news of Jon, you remember how she reacted. When he returned here, it only got worse," he said, and Sansa noticed Robb looking shamefully at the ground. "You all know I was attacked in the Riverlands, don't you?" Jon interjected. "Yes," Arya replied, her anger evident. Her sister had only learned the full extent of that incident much later. "I found out who was responsible for that attack, with Lord Jaime's and Lady Olenna's help," Jon said, pausing for a moment. "They were sellswords hired from Essos, and they were hired by Edmure Tully." "Our uncle?" "Why?" Bran asked, puzzled. "You know why, stupid. It's because Jon beat him in King's Landing, wasn't it, Jon?" Arya accused. "I had hoped so," Jon replied, looking away. "It turns out that it wasn't just Edmure who wanted Jon dead, he was acting on your mother's wishes," their father revealed. Robb stood up, and Arya glared at their father. "Why would she?" Bran asked, shaking his head in disbelief. "I told you she hated Jon, Bran. It was more than that, she feared him too, feared he wished to take Winterfell from your brother," their father said. "But he'd never," Bran replied, and Sansa caught a glimpse of a small smile on Jon's face, though it faded quickly. "No, he wouldn't. But your mother believed that he would." She was convinced, and the news of the fostering didn't make it feel any less true. She didn't want Robb going to White Harbor, or Sansa to Highgarden, and she was against you going to Bear Island, Arya, their father continued, glancing at her sister. What about me? Bran asked. I wished you to be my squire, Bran, but your mother wouldn't allow it. She wanted you to squire for Ser Brynden, a true and noble knight, and one worthy of you, Jon said, a sad smile on his face. Sansa noticed Bran looking at him. You would have taken me to squire, even over Prince Tommen? Bran asked, and their father turned to Jon, surprised by the revelation. You are my brother. I'd pick you over any prince, Jon replied, and Sansa smiled at the look of joy on Bran's face. When Mother came to visit me in Highgarden, we received the news of Jon's death in the west. At first, she was comforting, but as I slept that night, I saw her through Fawn's eyes. She was happy he was dead, joyful even. Then she wished the wolves away, just as she did with Jon, Sansa shared, prompting gasps from the others. The man that was hired turned to our side, but the plan to kill me was well known to us, as were those behind it, Jon said. Our mother? Robb whispered. Aye, son. While there were other reasons your mother and I parted, I won't lie and say this didn't play a part. But we felt it was time you knew the truth, their father said gently. What do you plan to do with my mother, Jon? Robb asked, his voice almost nervous. She is your mother, Robb. Do you think I would see her harmed? Do you think I would wish that on my brothers and sisters? Jon replied, his voice firm. No, Robb said. I don't know what to do, but I would never want to see her hurt, despite everything, Jon said. Sansa stepped forward, embracing him before turning to her family. What is the saying father taught us all? She asked. Arya stood up to respond. When the snows fall and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies but the pack survives, Arya recited. Mother has made a move against the pack and shown she's not one of us. Summer is the time for squabbles. In winter, we must protect one another, keep each other warm, and share our strengths. Winter is coming, Sansa said, and each of them nodded in agreement. As Elle rose, wrapped in their father's cloak, Sansa felt an urge to howl. The pack had lost a matriarch and gained another, and Elle was more of a wolf than their mother had ever been. She walked arm in arm with Jon and Margaery, feeling lighter than she had since arriving. Entering the great hall, she found herself eager for the feast to come, and she enjoyed the night immensely. The next morning, Arya came to speak with her, and Sansa was surprised by how quiet her sister was. Then she realized why. Jon had shared his truth with her, and Arya, just like before, was confused about what it meant for them. Inviting her into her room, Sansa sat Arya down beside her on the bed and allowed her little sister to vent her feelings. Arya felt betrayed, confused, and most of all, worried. Did this mean Jon wasn't their brother? That he wasn't part of their pack? Do you think of Jon as our brother? Sansa asked. Arya replied without hesitation. I felt the same, Arya. When he told me, the only reason he confided in me before you was because we were closer together. Highgarden was easier to reach than Bear Island, Sansa explained, though she knew that was only partly true. There were other reasons he had chosen to tell her first. Really? Arya asked, intrigued. Really? Had you been in Highgarden? Me in Bear Island would mean you going to your room today, she said, causing Arya to giggle. You'd hate Bear Island, Arya replied, still laughing. And you would hate Highgarden, she countered, and their laughter grew even louder. Jon knew that, didn't he? What we both wished for? Arya asked when their laughter subsided. Our brother loves us, Arya. He knows what would make us happy. Do you think he'd like it if you were sad because you thought he thought less of you? She inquired gently. Arya shook her head. No. Exactly. So why don't you go to him before he leaves and let him know you don't think less of him either? Arya nodded, then hugged her sister tightly before quickly letting go. "Thank you, sister," Arya said as she walked out of the room. Jon passed by and thanked her too before he left, having heard from Arya that his name didn't matter, he was a wolf as well. Although she felt sad to see her brother go, she was also glad in a way. As much as she enjoyed being back in Winterfell, she longed to be elsewhere. She wanted to walk among the flowers, listen to Willis speak, breathe in the sweet scents, and dream of a life that could be. In King's Landing, 297 AC, Jon Arryn had been surprised when Illyrio returned quietly. The man hadn't even gone to the Red Keep, instead, he went straight to his manse. Even sending Peter to speak with him hadn't changed Illyrio's mind, and Jon began to worry that whatever had happened to his nephew was much worse than he had hoped. Thankfully, just a few days later, he learned that the Magister had come to see him. "Illyrio, it's good to see you, my friend. I hope this means your nephew's injuries weren't as severe as you'd feared," Jon said as Illyrio took a seat. "We were most fortunate. Though the injuries were serious, he survives. My nephew is a strong lad, Jon, the last reminder of my dear wife." Illyrio smiled as he took his seat. "I had hoped you'd come to see me when you arrived," he said. Jon, eager to understand the Magister's hesitation, responded, "You must forgive me, Jon. I wanted to settle a few more things in my manse. I intend to spend far longer here this time than usual." "I'm pleased to hear it. I'm sure there's much work we can do together." "To that end," Jon began, but Illyrio interrupted. "Actually, Jon, I need to speak to the king. A grave matter has come to my attention, and one his grace must be made aware of." Jon looked at Illyrio, trying to decipher what he meant. "Perhaps I can be of help, Illyrio," he suggested, noticing the Magister's reluctance to share more. "I'm sure you wish to be present, my friend, but I think this is something we must discuss with his grace rather than between ourselves." Despite his annoyance, Jon arranged for them to have lunch with the king. As they walked, he and Illyrio discussed the events of the realm since Jon had left. Illyrio inquired about the lions and the tourney, while Jon made his feelings about them, and Jon Snow, more and more clear. To make matters worse, Jon said, frustration evident in his voice, not only did he win his wagers, but the king allowed him to take his son to squire as well. "Prince Joffrey?" Illyrio asked. "If only." "No, we're stuck with Joffrey here since Stannis refused to take him back to Dragonstone. Prince Tommen has already gone west." "He's already left?" Illyrio asked, surprised. Jon nodded. But the prince and princess are still here?" Illyrio pressed. "They are," Jon confirmed. "Good. I'm sure the king will be quite happy about that," Illyrio remarked, but Jon found it strange that anyone would think Robert would be pleased. When the time for lunch arrived, Jon made his way to the king's chambers, only to find Robert in a terrible mood. The reason for it eluded him, and he realized. Jon didn't care much at the time, but later he wondered if he should have paid more attention. They sat down to eat, and Robert seemed to retreat further into himself as Illyrio spoke. Then, out of nowhere, it happened, catching Jon completely by surprise. "As you may be aware, my king, given the investments I've made in the realm, I ensured I knew as much as possible about the royal family to be certain I could count on their support," Illyrio said, noticing Robert's discomfort. "Of course, Magister," Robert replied. "Most of what I discovered were basic facts, which only reinforced my belief that the realm has the right king in you, a man I can not only trust but count on, your grace," Illyrio continued. Jon almost rolled his eyes at the flattery. "I thank you for saying that, Illyrio. I've come to think the same of you," Robert said. "Then perhaps you'll forgive me for what I did next, my king. I felt it necessary to ensure that your reign could never be threatened or harmed. I had my men look into your family, your grace," Illyrio confessed. "You did what?" Robert shouted. "To ensure your reign, my king, I needed to be certain that the rest of the royal family were completely loyal to you, that they could be relied upon as much as you are, Illyrio explained apologetically. I'm sure you found that they could, Robert said as he poured himself another drink. I wish that were so, Your Grace, but I'm sorry to say that I bring disturbing news, Illyrio replied, and Jon leaned closer to the table as Robert did. Fucking Stannis, I knew that brother of mine wanted more, Robert muttered. Stannis is ever loyal, Robert. You know the truth of this, Jon said, looking at Illyrio. Lord Jon is correct, both your brothers are ever loyal, my king. The same, however, cannot be said for your wife, Illyrio said, and Robert stood, gripping the table tightly as he glared at Illyrio. What the hell did you just say? To me? Robert shouted, his voice echoing in the room. Forgive me, my king. I wouldn't dare tell you this if I didn't fear for your life and legacy, Illyrio replied. Robert turned his gaze from the Magister to Jon, who wore an expression of absolute confusion. Explain yourself, Magister, Robert said, taking a seat. I've uncovered information that your wife has been unfaithful, my king, information that your children are not of your blood, Illyrio stated. Robert's reaction was immediate and explosive. I'll kill you for saying such a thing. Jon moved faster than Illyrio's man or Ser Preston, placing himself between Robert and the Magister. Robert nearly brushed him aside but paused when he recognized Jon. Out of my way, Jon. No, Robert. Sit. Listen. Illyrio has been nothing but a friend to us. Let him speak. If he tells a lie, then I'll take his head myself, Jon said, glaring at the Magister, who remained unfazed. You speak, Robert commanded, pointing at Illyrio as he took his seat. Many years ago, you had a different master of whisperers, Lord Varys, I believe, Illyrio began. Robert replied, still silent. Unbeknownst to me, I too had dealings with that man. It was I who supplied his little birds, though I knew not where they went, to whom, or why at the time. You cut their tongues out? Robert asked, disgust creeping into his voice. I did not. Were it not for the man I sent to investigate your family, I wouldn't have known the truth either. But during his investigations, my man came across some of the handlers of these birds, and during our talks, Illyrio said, pausing to take a sip of his wine, certain truths were revealed. One of them is this. He handed them a letter. Jon opened it, recognizing Varys's writing immediately. The eunuch's words matched perfectly with other notes he remembered. Another child born to the queen, and another child not from the king's line, 3 in all, and none of them stags. I've checked his other bastards, and each of them has blue eyes and dark hair. Yet his trueborn. All lions, no, the truth is clear. The seed is strong, Jon read aloud. Bastards, what does he mean? Robert asked, confusion etched on his face. Maya, Edric, the girl in the stone September, and the others, Robert. All of them are clearly yours, Jon explained, watching as Robert looked at him as if he were speaking a foreign language. How many? Robert pressed. 5, 10, and 1 on the way. What was the girl's name, the one in Chataya's? Jon replied. The silly girl. She should have gotten rid of it, Robert said, shaking his head. All of them, they all look the same. Black hair and blue eyes, Jon confirmed, his worry evident. There is one more thing, Your Grace, Illyrio interjected, and Jon felt his heart race, dreading what other revelations might come that day. What? Robert asked, his tone tense. I believe your wife is having an affair with her Kingsguard, and together they plot your death, Illyrio stated. Robert's rage was palpable. There were few times he truly surrendered to the fury within him. During a melee, it came close, and on the battlefield, it would often push him to the edge. When he faced the dragon spawn at the Trident, he had reveled in that rage, allowing it to fuel him when he took the life of the man who stole his love. But in this room, with Illyrio's words echoing in his mind, that Cersei wished him dead, that the prince who would inherit the throne after him was not his son, he had nearly succumbed entirely to his anger. Yet, despite what the Magister said, it was just a letter from a dead man and a few words. His heart may have whispered that it was true, but Robert needed more. So later that night, he sat quietly at the table, watching his family as they ate. The rage threatened to erupt once more. Joffrey not being his son was a relief in a way. Gods, he had tortured himself with that thought. Earlier that morning, Robert had been reminded once again of the wrongness of the little brat. Tommen, though not present, occupied his thoughts. The boy had been a bright spot in Robert's life over the past few moons as he tried to emulate the son he believed should be his. Myrcella was sweet and caring, and he usually enjoyed her company. Yet tonight, all he could see in her eyes, her mother's eyes, was betrayal. "I'm going on a hunt tomorrow. Joffrey, you'll be joining me," he announced. The boy looked to his mother, who dared to oppose him. "Surely, my love, Joffrey is too young for a hunt," Cersei said, smiling at him. Robert felt a surge of irritation and wanted to wipe that smile off her face. "Far better he learn to hunt than some of the other nonsense he gets up to," he replied with a chuckle. "Robert, please, there are ladies present," Cersei insisted. "Who in their lives won't hear worse than nonsense?" "Joffrey will come with me, and will return next week," he said, catching the glare in her eyes as his anger began to simmer again. He made a big show of preparing for the hunt the next day, ensuring it was as grand as possible so everyone would know he had left. Joffrey rode disinterestedly beside him as they departed the city. Ser Preston and Ser Mandon were summoned, and Robert laid out their orders. Both knights hesitated, looking at him uncertainly. "Did I not make myself clear? Grab the little brat and put a hood over his ugly head. We ride for King's Landing, and when those cloaks come off, no one is to know it's us," Robert commanded. The knights nodded and complied. As they rode, Joffrey's whining and moaning became unbearable. Robert cursed being surrounded by fools. How difficult could it be to gag someone? As they approached the gate, his patience wore thin. He delivered a swift backhanded slap to the boy, silencing him. If it cost him a tooth or two, that was just a bonus. Robert's men stood at the gates, and the ride to the Red Keep was uneventful. "Take that man to the black cells. You two, come with me," he instructed Ser Mandon and Ser Preston as he made his way to his wife's chambers. "Stop her," he ordered one of the guards when he spotted a girl rushing towards the room. He wouldn't allow anyone to alert his wife to his return. Seeing the door unguarded, he braced himself for what lay ahead. He couldn't have timed it better. Half expecting them to be asleep, he was instead greeted by the sight of Cersei moaning as she rode Massey's cock. "I'm home, my love," he said, laughing as she screamed, his hands tangling in her hair as he dragged her from the bed. "Arrest that man, and make sure you don't damage his cock. I'll be taking that from him before the night is done," he ordered, pulling Cersei by the hair across the floor. "Let me go. Let me go," Cersei screamed. Robert complied with her request, yanking her up by the hair before shoving her hard against the table. "You're a traitor, and I'll find out who you've been letting between your legs before this night is over," he growled, just as the sounds of fighting erupted outside. "What the hell is going on?" he shouted. "Lannister guards, trying to fight their way in," Ser Mandon replied. "Kill every last one of them. If you see a man in red, he dies tonight." "Now, my sweet wife, where were we?" Robert said, grabbing Cersei by the hair and throwing her against another piece of furniture. As dawn began to break, he felt his rage begin to subside. Cersei was barely recognizable, yet she had told him nothing. He realized then what he would have to do to make her speak. Cover her with a sheet and take her to the black cells. "It's time she saw her children," he commanded, hearing a moan come from the bundle in the corner. "Come, my love. I'm sure they'll want to see their mother one last time," he said, laughing as he picked up the sheet. In the dim light of King's Landing, 297 AC, Sir Richard Horpe sat with a bottle of wine, finishing it off. Suddenly, the commotion around him stirred a sense of worry. Had it been earlier in the night, he would have roused the princess by now. But moments later, urgency surged within him, and he hurried to check the door behind him. He had received word from a Lannister man that he needed to get the princess from the Red Keep, and he required no further instructions. "Come, princess, please, we must make haste," he said, drawing his sword as he glanced back at the door. Myrcella hurriedly dressed, and by the time they reached the corridor, guards were advancing toward them. Ser Preston led half a dozen men, while 2 Lannister guards ignored any attempts at communication and launched an attack against Richard's brother and his men. Ser Richard hesitated for a moment, but then he spotted Captain Vyler and Ser Aerys approaching from the opposite direction. "Richard, we must leave, now," Ser Aerys urged. Richard cast one last glance at Ser Preston before following Aerys' lead. They moved swiftly through the hall, and as Vyler turned and nodded, he headed back the other way. Aerys gestured for Richard to follow him, and despite his confusion, Richard complied. Eventually, feeling the need to understand the unfolding chaos, he stopped and asked, "Aerys? I don't know what's happening, Richard. The king has put Joffrey in the black cells and attacked his wife. Men were sent to take the princess, and there are battles erupting all over the keep, Lannister guards fighting Baratheons and Narins," Aerys explained. "A coup?" Richard inquired. "No, the Lannisters are not at fault here, Richard," Aerys replied, leaning closer to whisper in his ear. "I think, for some reason, the king wants the princess dead. We must go." Richard nodded in agreement, urgency pushing them forward. Richard began to move again. "Sir Richard, please, what's going on?" Myrcella asked as they turned another corridor and saw one of her servants lying dead on the floor. "I don't know for certain, princess." "We must go, and we must go now," he replied, and she nodded, wiping the tears from her eyes. They almost made it without incident. The horses were already saddled, and the 3 Lannister men were ready and waiting for them. But then, his brothers arrived, and Richard watched helplessly as the Lannisters were cut down in front of them. "Hand over the lion bitch, Horpe, by order of your king," Ser Mandon said. Richard glanced at Aerys, who shook his head, then looked at Myrcella, who grabbed his hand and moved behind him. "Move aside, Ser Mandon. Let calmer heads prevail this night," Richard urged, but the knight didn't listen, and his men advanced. "Go, Richard, take her and go," Ser Aerys said as he stepped away. "No, Aerys. We go together," Richard insisted. "Move, Richard. Take her now and see her safe." "I'll buy you what time I can," Aerys urged, raising his sword. Richard nodded to his brother before they moved away from each other. "For the princess," Aerys shouted as he swung at the men in front of him. Richard didn't hesitate any longer. The horses were out of reach, so he turned back toward the Red Keep. But Myrcella grabbed his hand and pulled him in the opposite direction. Soon, they found themselves in tunnels, and then he spotted daylight ahead. The beach was a welcome sight. However, as he looked around, there were no boats or ships in sight, and he realized they would have to head back into the city itself. "Princess, I need you to wear your hood up," he instructed. She nodded and did as he said while he tore off his cloak and dirted his armor with sand. They moved through the streets, but every route they took was covered with gold cloaks. The city gates were barred, and he was at a loss for what to do. Finally, he spotted a tavern. He hoped that a room and some food would at least give him time to plan their escape. "A room and 2 bowls of stew," he said, tossing the coin onto the table. "We're full," the man replied, sliding the coin back toward him. "They can have mine," a girl chimed in. Richard turned to her, and if it hadn't been for Myrcella looking utterly exhausted, he might have walked away. But the princess needed to rest, and he knew he couldn't leave just yet. They were sitting in the room, having just finished their meal, when a knock came at the door. Richard quickly told Myrcella to hide and drew his dagger and sword. He opened the door to find a man standing there, one he recognized from a few previous encounters, though he struggled to recall where he had seen him. "I'm a friend of the Bolds, and I'm here to help," Sir Richard Lonmouth said. Richard regarded him with skepticism. "I can help you get to Casterly Rock, Sir Richard. I swear it on the old gods and the new." Hours later, they sailed from the city, the ship heading in the wrong direction. Yet, he was just grateful they had managed to leave. Myrcella lay asleep in the bed, her short hair and boy's clothes making her look anything but the princess she truly was. Richard sat with his back to the door, sword resting on his lap, ready in case they were being deceived. In King's Landing, 297 AC, Cersei could barely see through her swollen eyes, the bruising making it hard to focus. Yet, she felt no physical pain. Her heart was broken, and even the knowledge that they hadn't found Myrcella and that Tommen was far away couldn't lessen the anguish she felt inside. Perhaps today would be the day, but she found she didn't care. She had died in this cell days ago when she witnessed what he had done. All her life, she had known she had married a brute, a monster, but nothing had prepared her for the horror of what he had made her watch, what he had forced her to see. Each time she closed her eyes, the look on his face haunted her, and the screams echoed endlessly. "Here's your son, not mine. Look at your golden lion," Robert said, and she squinted, struggling to make out the shape tied to the wall. "Joff," she managed to say, her words coming out mangled as her swollen lips could barely form them at all. "Mother, please, tell them to stop. Tell them to stop." Joffrey cried, and she tried to focus, tried to see. "Robbed," she cried when she saw the flaming poker and heard the flesh sizzle. "What? Tell me, Cersei, tell me the truth. Who is the father? Whose children are these?" Robert demanded, pressing the poker against Joffrey's chest once more. The screams pierced the air, and then there was nothing but laughter, followed by more screams. How long it went on, she couldn't tell. When it finally stopped, it could have been hours or just minutes, but soon the laughter and the taunts began again. "Tell me, or I'll make sure he suffers every single minute for the rest of his pitiful life." "Robbed. See," she shouted, though her voice barely registered. "Chmeh. Help us." She cried, but no sound came out. She felt the cold water thrown over her, and with it, her focus sharpened a little. Then the beating began. This time, the blows weren't aimed at her, but she felt each one just the same. "Tell me," Robert said as he struck her son. "Mother, please. Tell me. Mother, make it stop. Please, make it stop." Joffrey cried. She tried to move toward him but found she could not. "Tell me." When silence fell, she welcomed it, until she heard the laughter and taunts return. "My son, my pathetic son. No son of mine would die from a beating, weak, pitiful lion cub," she heard Robert say, followed by the sound of him spitting. She couldn't tell if it was aimed at her or Joffrey. A woman dressed her in something, but whether it was her finest gown or rags, she couldn't discern. Cersei squinted against the harsh light, welcoming it after the oppressive darkness of her cell and the tormenting nightmares that haunted her. She felt herself being bundled into a cart, and she knew that, under normal circumstances, the impact of the hardwood would have caused her pain. Yet, she felt nothing, just as she had since leaving the cell she shared with Joffrey. Physically, they could no longer hurt her, but mentally, she wondered if she was already broken. Her spirit felt extinguished, and all she wished for was to witness Robert's downfall. She was certain it would come, though she had no expectation of being alive to see it. As they traveled, she understood the grim reality of their destination. The odds were against her seeing another dawn. Robert thrived on these brutal games, and she had been brought to watch Ser Aerys, Captain Vyler, and many others meet their end. Each day felt like it could be her last. Just yesterday, it had been Ser Justin's turn. She believed he welcomed death, especially after what Robert had done to him before he lost his head. The humiliation of being unmanned was one thing, but setting dogs upon him had nearly killed him before they finally ended his suffering. As she looked out at the crowd, she sensed that today was her day. When her name was called, she walked proudly to the block. After all, she was a lioness. Cersei Lannister, by the order of His Grace King Robert Baratheon, the first of his name, King of the Undulls, Royner, and First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm. For the charges of adultery and treason, you are hereby sentenced to death. Do you have any last words? Jon Arryn shouted. This man, this king, beat a defenseless boy to death. He killed servants and guards who did nothing but their duty and ordered the death of my children. The realm rose to remove a monster once before, it will do so again. Robert Baratheon, a dragon spawn just like his kinsman, she declared, then knelt down. She caught sight of Myrcella in the crowd, her daughter's green eyes sparkling as she held her own babe. Looking to the other side, she saw. Cersei Lannister watched her son in his golden armor, a shining knight among the chaos. Her children, her little lions, filled her with pride even as she faced her grim fate. Jaime, she whispered softly, just as the sword fell. In King's Landing, 297 AC, chaos reigned. Littlefinger observed the madness around him. The king's reckless actions would inevitably lead to war, and Peter was beginning to question whether he was on the right side. Not that he cared about allegiances, he was increasingly convinced that he might end up on the losing side of this conflict. That was why the invitation to dine with Illyrio had been a welcome reprieve. Perhaps the Magister could provide a voice of reason in a world that seemed to have lost its sanity. Given the recent events, it was probably for the best that he didn't hold on to any illusions of clarity. Robert's rage, as it had come to be known, had claimed nearly 100 lives. The Lannister guards assigned to Cersei had all been killed, as had the servants, anyone Robert could blame for keeping secrets from him. Traitor's Walk was a grim display, adorned with so many heads that it felt like a crowd was watching every step you took past the pikes. Then there was Robert's demand to scour the realm for Princess Myrcella and his raven insisting the Lannisters hand over Prince Tommen. It was sheer madness. As Peter entered the manse, he continued his recent routine of calculating the odds, and he didn't like what he found. The Magister is expecting me, he told the two guards, who nodded and allowed him inside. The Lannisters would, if they hadn't already, call their banners. If Robert had approached this more wisely and less bloodthirstily, that would have been their only concern. But Ned Stark had almost come to blows with Robert once over the bodies of innocent children. He wouldn't fight for him this time, though he might at least stay out of the war. As for Olenna, they truly had nothing to offer. Illyrio paused, considering his words carefully. What I offer you now is not a simple arrangement, unless, well, I doubt you would entertain that thought. Although Robert might relish the idea of claiming a golden rose's untouched flower, the Reach could indeed align with the Lannisters, especially if they aimed to crown Tommen. Of all the foolish ideas Robert has had, sending him with Jon Snow is perhaps the worst. He continued, the Vale, the Riverlands, the Stormlands, would the rest rally behind him? I can't be sure. And with the pinnacle ships and the wealth the Lannisters possess, even without the Reach, the odds are stacked against us. Ah, Peter, it's good to see you. Please, take a seat, my friend. Have you eaten? Illyrio said warmly. Peter shook his head. Parlsa, some food for my guest, Illyrio instructed. As Peter settled into his seat, he found himself surprisingly enjoying the wine and food. His appetite at the Red Keep had been dampened by the grim reality that just outside the windows, ravens feasted on the flesh of people he once knew. While he ate, he glanced at the Magister, pondering why he had been summoned. He believed it best to let others reveal their motives rather than pry. Do you believe we'll be at war soon, Peter? Illyrio asked. I would say it's certain, Magister, Peter replied, swallowing the last bite before continuing. A war we may very well lose. Illyrio turned to him, concern etched on his face. His Grace is well accustomed to battle, Magister. I'm confident he'll be successful, Peter asserted. Illyrio shook his head. Like you, I'm a man who understands numbers, Peter. If things unfold as I fear, the king is outmatched. Even if fortune smiles upon us, we still lack the numbers we need. As we stand? Peter echoed, intrigued by Illyrio's words. Indeed. As I've mentioned to Lord John before, I have an agreement with the Golden Company, Peter, one I believe could be beneficial in this situation. Illyrio said, a knowing glint in his eyes. Peter regarded him with a smirk. You believe we could get? Do you think we can persuade them to fight on our side? He asked. I believe so, Illyrio replied. This war ends with the fall of House Lannister, which means their lands and gold will be up for grabs. The Golden Company may fight for gold, but they are exiles. They will return with an offer of land. The Golden Company's reputation is unmatched, he continued. A fully formed company of men who fight for a living. How many are there? All in all, there are 20,000 men and over 24 elephants. They can be here within 2 moons if His Grace wills it. All they need is a place to land, Illyrio explained. As he strolled back to the Red Keep, he felt much more confident in his position, heading straight to the Tower of the Hand to speak with Jon. He had given his approval to Illyrio to set things in motion, arranging for the landing in Duskendale. Once seated across from Jon, he could see how haggard the man looked, the weight of a potentially losing war pressing down on him. The Lannisters have called their banners. When Robert heard, he called our own. I've sent word to the Vale, Storm's End, and Dragonstone, Jon said. The Reach, North, Riverlands, he asked, and Jon nodded. Aye, though Ned won't come. Not if he hears what Robert did. I fear the best we can hope for with Olenna is that the withered old woman bides her time to see who's winning. So, we're outmatched? He asked. Without the Reach's ships, yes. We may have just as many men, but they have the coin, Peter. If we don't win soon, they can outlast us, Jon replied. To that end, I've just come from Illyrio's manse. He's offered us the Golden Company, Peter said with a smile. You jest? Jon responded, and Peter noted this was the first time he had looked vibrant since entering the room. No, he's invested heavily with us, my lord. He believes, and I think he's right, we can only end this by bringing down the Lannisters, which would give us access to their gold and lands, Peter explained, and Jon. Jon nodded. They want both? He asked. According to Illyrio, they prefer lands, Peter replied. Jon smiled at this. Tell him to send for them. Get them here as soon as he can. We're going to need them. He reached for the wine. I've already done so, Peter said. Jon laughed. We may just come out of this well after all. He poured the wine, and the mood around the Red Keep lifted. It improved even more when he spoke to the king, suggesting that now, with the need for a new wife and heirs, it would be wise to consider the available ladies for the future. He left with a smile, envisioning the king's eager thoughts of Margaery Tyrell, while Peter contemplated whether he should expedite that possibility. However, his thoughts soon shifted. Jon Arryn had asked him to look into Robert's bastards, just in case they were needed, but Peter couldn't find a single one. As news from the north and the Reach failed to arrive, anxiety crept in. It seemed certain that things were heading in a direction he dreaded. Still, Illyrio had informed him that word had been sent and the Golden Company was on its way, which offered him a glimmer of hope. Yet, as he walked back to his brothel after a long day, something compelled him to look up. He spotted a raven flying toward the Red Keep. Turning to walk away, a shiver ran down his spine, and an old adage echoed in his mind, dark wings, dark words. Meanwhile, at Casterly Rock in 297 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen could sense something was amiss as he landed. When Sarella and Loras met him, his intuition was confirmed. He said his goodbyes to Rhaenys, asking her to speak to Ligeron for him, and he, Arthur, and Ghost moved quickly up the beach. Looking at his friend's face, he could see that something terrible had happened, though he didn't yet know what it was. It appeared Loras hoped he would learn it elsewhere. Loras? Jon asked, his voice tinged with concern. I can't, Jon. Come, Lord Jaime's been hoping you would return soon, Loras replied, gesturing toward Arthur, who motioned toward the door leading to the vaults. Jon found it strange that the vaults were deserted. Brienne and Cregan were somewhere above, and he glanced at Loras again, who simply shook his head. As they approached the family wing, Jon noticed the guards were more alert than usual. He was led to Jaime's solar. Inside, Jaime, Kevan, and Jenna were gathered around, while Jerian and Tyrion studied a map spread out on the table. Jaime? Jon called, and all eyes turned to him. Jon, thank the gods, Jenna exclaimed, relief flooding her voice. What's going on? Jon asked, concern etched across his face. Tyrion handed him a raven scroll, and as Jon read it, confusion settled in. What is this? He questioned, looking up at Jenna. I don't know. At first, I thought they knew about you, but there's no mention of you here. The only thing anyone can agree on is that they've learned about Cersei, Jenna explained, her brow furrowed with worry. How? Jon pressed. I don't know, Jon, Jenna admitted, her voice filled with fear and frustration. He stepped closer and wrapped his arms around her, doing his best to offer reassurance, though he felt uncertain himself. I can't use the glass candles until tomorrow, but maybe I can warg into something and see what in the seven hells is happening, he suggested. Do it, Jon. Find my niece and my grandniece and nephew. Make sure they're unharmed, Kevan urged, and Jay nodded as he settled into a chair. It took Jon some time to locate the bird, and as he flew over the castle, he saw nothing unusual at first. He delved deeper until he found the mouse. It felt like an eternity before he reached the royal apartments, and his worry intensified. Blood still stained the floors, and there was no sign of Lannister guards. He ventured into the Queen's chambers and found them empty, more blood marking the floor. Joffrey's rooms were just as bare. Jon rushed toward the King's chambers, but found them empty as well. Straining to listen, he caught snippets of conversation that made little sense. It was in the Tower of the Hand that he finally discovered what he was searching for. He warged from a mouse to a rat, determined to explore the black cells. What he encountered there forced him out of the rat form, leaving him emptying his stomach onto the floor. Jon? Jaime asked, concern etched on his face. Jon tried to avoid eye contact, struggling to compose himself before responding. Jon? Tyrion's voice came from closer by. I don't know what happened. I can't find Myrcella anywhere, Jon admitted, reaching out to wipe his mouth before taking a mug of water from Loras. Cersei? Joffrey? Jaime pressed. Joffrey is dead. They have Cersei in the cell with him. They haven't moved his body, Jon replied, just as Jenna's scream echoed in the air. Cersei, she's alive? Jaime asked, disbelief creeping into his voice. She is, Jon confirmed, withholding the details of her condition, how beaten and bloody she was. Get Jardine. Tell him to bring lots of scrolls, Jaime instructed. You're calling the banners? Arthur interjected. We have no choice, Arthur. The war is here, Jaime replied, and Arthur nodded in agreement. That night, Jaime spent hours drafting the ravens. When Jay inquired about the Lords of the West, Jaime confessed he hadn't had the chance to inform them yet. It seemed they would need to address that when they arrived. The next day, Jaime, Tyrion, Kevan, Jerian, and Jon checked the glass candle, and the full extent of the situation became alarmingly clear. They witnessed the sheer carnage Robert had inflicted. All of them, why? Kevin asked, disbelief ringing in his voice. He's a monster, uncle, and this is why he needs to be put down, Tyrion stated, while Jaime remained silent. I'll let Jenna know about Myrcella. We can collect her from the Valerians, Jerian said, and Jon. Tyrion nodded and walked over to try to comfort Jaime, but his efforts were met with little success. Meanwhile, Kevin left to make arrangements for Lannisport's security. After asking his uncle to speak to the dragons, Jon sat down beside Jaime. They remained silent for a while. She was my other half, you know. We came into this world together. I was holding her foot, according to our old maester. I loved her once, Jon, not as a brother loves a sister, but as a man loves a woman. I loved her, or at least I thought I did, Jaime said, struggling to hold back tears. We'll save her, Jaime. Together, we'll save her, Jon replied, but Jaime shook his head. The time for saving her is long since past. Promise me something, Jon, Jaime said, looking earnestly at him. Anything, Jon responded. That fire and blood you're bringing to Robert, save some of it for my sister. Avenge her as much as you avenge your family. Jaime's eyes were filled with fire as he spoke. You are my family, and she is yours. I promise you, he'll remember her name before he breathes his last, Jon assured him. Jaime touched Jon on the shoulder before walking out of the room. The next day, he rode to Lannisport and entered Gendry's smithy. The lad was hard at work on the armor and assured Jaime it would be ready by the end of the week. Jaime inspected it and found it exactly as he had envisioned. After riding back to the rock, he prepared for the hardest task ahead, speaking to Tommen and revealing the truth, not just about himself, but about what had happened to their family as well. Sir Jon, I didn't know you'd returned, Tommen said, surprised, as he and Barristan finished their sparring session. I got in late last night. How has your training been going? Jon asked. Tommen took a stance and began to move. Very well, Sir Jon. Perhaps you and Sir Barristan would join me? There's something I need to discuss. I have to tell you both, Jon said, glancing at Tommen, who nodded as he walked toward the vaults. Barristan looked at him nervously. Tommen, something has happened in King's Landing. Something terrible, Jon said when they reached his rooms. Sir Jon? Barristan asked, concern etched on his face. The king has done something. I don't know how to explain it other than to say that what I'm about to tell you may hurt. I'm sorry, Tommen, truly I am. Sella, has something happened to Sella? Tommen asked, worry creeping into his voice. No, Myrcella is well, and you'll see her soon enough, Jon reassured him, noticing the relieved breath Barristan let out. It's your brother, Tommen. I'm afraid he's been killed, Jon said, surprised that, although upset, the prince didn't seem overly distressed. Mother, is my mother hurt, Sir Jon? Tommen asked, his voice trembling. No, but I fear she will be, Jon replied gently. When Tommen began to cry, he held him close, allowing the boy to weep against him, hidden from the eyes of others. Feeling he couldn't share any more that night, Jon let Jenna take Tommen to his bed. He explained to her how much he had told the young king, and Jenna promised to explain the rest to Tommen in the morning. This left Jon alone with Sir Barristan. He informed the knight that Myrcella and Sir Richard had already left for Driftmark and that one of the Pinnacle ships would collect them and bring them back. What of Sir Aerys? Barristan asked. A prisoner, Sir, Jon replied. The war is upon us then? Barristan asked, his expression serious. It is. Are you ready for it, Sir Barristan? I have need of a bold man by my side, Jon said, looking earnestly at the knight. It will be my honor to fight beside you, my king, Sir Barristan said, a fierce determination in his voice. Then come. There's someone else I need by my side, Jon said, and Barristan followed as he called for Walder, Jors, and Arthur to join them on the beach. Standing there, looking out at the moonlit sky, he watched as the dragon soared above, both eager and ready for what was to come. Despite everything, Jon found that he felt the same way. Loras arrived, a smile brightening his face as he greeted his friend. He then turned to Barristan and nodded. Ser Loras Tyrell, Jay began, would ask you to don the white cloak and join my 7. Become a member of a group of men who stand for honor and dignity. Shield my back and be my sword, to protect those I care for, from this day until your last. What say you, Ser Loras? Will you swear the oaths with these fine men? Will you be king's guard to a king? I will, your grace, Loras replied, taking a knee. From this day until my last, my sword is yours, my fealty is yours, and my life is in service of yours. I vow that you shall always have a place by my hearth, with meat and meat at my table, and I pledge to ask no service of you that might bring you into dishonor. I swear it by the old gods and the new. Arise, Ser Loras Tyrell. Arise as one of the 7, Jay said, smiling as Loras stood up. He embraced Loras and then let him spend time with his new brothers. Jay walked toward the cave to spend time with his sister and son. A few days later, while speaking to Richard, he learned about Cersei and her final words. They began to make their preparations in earnest. The armor was collected, and Dark Sister gleamed, ready to be wielded at last. He spoke to Tommen and was stunned to find out that Jenna had shared the full truth with him. The boy asked if this meant he couldn't be his squire anymore. Jay questioned him, aren't you upset that you're no longer a prince? I never liked being a prince, Tommen replied. I like being a squire, though. Then you are my squire still, Ser Tommen, Jay said, ruffling his hair. But I'm not a Ser, Tommen protested. Not yet, Jay replied. But neither was I, and you still thought of me as such. So if I believe the same, then isn't it true that you will be a knight too? Tommen looked to Barristan, who nodded in encouragement. Do you really think I can be a knight? Tommen asked, hope shining in his eyes. I believe you'll make the finest knight of all of us, Tommen, Barristan replied, pleased by the smile that spread across the boy's face. As the lords arrived, Tommen steeled himself for what he needed to do. He made his way to Jardine, handing him the Raven's scrolls. Do you want these all sent, your grace? Jardine inquired. All of them, but these 2 first, Tommen said, pointing to the scrolls intended for Robert and Jon Arryn. I'll do so immediately, your grace, Jardine assured him. Tommen nodded and turned to walk to the great hall. Once inside, he stood before the Lord of the West and spoke his truth. Then he made his way to the godswood. There, he spotted Tyrion, dressed as a dragon should be, with his kingsguard in their gleaming white cloaks and shiny armor. He looked at his hand and the father he had chosen. Tommen smiled at Jaime as he glanced down at the crown before turning to pray. His eyes fell on the heads on the spikes once more, just as they had every night since it had happened. A monster sat upon the throne, and it was up to him to bring that monster to heel, to justice, to make him pay for the crimes of today and those of years past. Jon Snow couldn't do it, nor Ser Jon, not the prince that was promised or the White Wolf, nor the Psalm of Ice and Fire. No, to kill a monster, it took a king. As he stepped into the godswood, he understood what he had truly done that day. He heard the words in his mind, at first a whisper, and then he began to make them out, recalling them as his granduncle's. But as he listened closely, he realized it was more than one voice speaking. It was his father and his mother, it was Elia and Aegon, they all spoke the same thing. Kill the boy, Jaehaerys. Kill the boy and let the king be born. Chapter 109, The Rise of the Dragon. Oldtown, 297 AC. Margaery had truly enjoyed her time in the north, especially now that Jon was there with her. Standing together in the crypts, speaking to his mother, and admiring the winter roses, one of which she had pressed into a handkerchief, were memories she would cherish forever. Although she felt sadness at the thought of Jon leaving in her own departure, she was also excited to return home. Their journey was unique this time, as they headed to Bear Island and planned to take a ship from there instead of White Harbor. Sansa had to say goodbye to her brother sooner than expected, and Margaery made sure to tell both Willa and Winifred just how much she would miss them. The travel itself was different too. The Mormonts moved faster and were a bit rougher around the edges compared to the Manderleys. However, this change also allowed Margaery the chance to reconnect with her aunt, and they spent several days on Bear Island. Gerald was now running around, and Margaery was almost taken aback by how much he had grown since she last saw him. Her aunt was delighted to have her back, but when the ship finally arrived to take them to Oldtown, Margaery felt a twinge of reluctance to leave. "We could ask them to stop in Lannisport, surprise Jon," Sansa suggested one evening as they stood on the deck. "I think we've surprised each other enough already." "I would like to, but perhaps it's for the best if we head home," Margaery replied. Sansa nodded in agreement. Her friend longed to see Highgarden again just as much as she did. Their time in Oldtown was brief, yet Margaery was called to meet with her grandfather and uncles. Baelor, Garth, Gunthor, and Humphrey were all waiting for her when she arrived at her grandfather's solar. A wave of nerves washed over her, and she suddenly realized something must have happened. Her uncle Baelor had traveled with her grandmother, and she wondered if they knew. She found out the answer a moment later. "It's good to see you well, granddaughter. I wish we were speaking under different circumstances. Less important matters, but Baelor brings news from your grandmother that we must discuss," her grandfather said, looking at her with curiosity. "Of course, grandfather," she replied with a smile. "Ser Jon Snow, Margaery, he's not who we've all believed him to be. In fact, he is someone we hope he is." "Can you confirm his name for me?" her grandfather asked. Margaery took a deep breath. For a moment, she considered withholding the truth, but she knew she had to speak. "Jaehaerys Targaryen, grandfather. He's the trueborn son of Rhaegar and Lyanna Targaryen, and he is the man I am to marry," she said, her smile unwavering. "You are?" Baelor asked, his voice filled with delight. "Jon and I love one another, uncle. I loved him before I knew who he truly was. While the agreement was made without our knowledge, we wish to wed, and we will," she explained, watching as her grandfather's smile grew. "I am most pleased to hear it, granddaughter. I am even more delighted now that I can see your own happiness with this arrangement," her grandfather replied. "I am happy, grandfather. Jon is a good man, and he will make a great king," she said proudly. "And you will make a great queen, niece." "Congratulations," her uncle Gunthor added, and one by one, they shared their words of support. As Margaery was heading to her room, her grandfather stopped by, her aunt walking beside him. Malora looked every bit like the name she had sometimes heard people use for her, the Mad Maid. With her straggly hair and tattered clothing, Margaery felt she fit that description. Yet when Malora spoke, there was no hint of madness in her words. "I've seen you wear a crown, niece. I've seen you ride beside your husband on a dragon. Have I dreamed these things? Do dragons fly once more?" Malora asked, her voice tinged with doubt. "You have not, aunt. Jon has brought the dragons back." "I've seen and touched one myself," Margaery replied. Malora seemed to relax, though not as much as her grandfather. "For too long, I've felt the voices in my head were signs of losing my mind." "Thank you, niece," Malora said as she began to walk away. "Aunt, grandfather, can you come in for a moment? I need to speak to you both," Margaery called after them. Her grandfather obliged, and Malora appeared happy to walk alongside him. Once inside, they sat down, and Margaery moved to where she kept the glass candle. She had anticipated this night would be a private conversation with Jon, but something about her aunt's words and the expression on her face compelled her to share this moment with them. When she placed the glass candle on the table between them, she noticed both of them looking at it with interest. "Don't be alarmed by what you hear," she said, and they sat in anticipation until Jon's voice softly spoke from the candle. "Margaery," he called gently. "Jon, I'm here. I'm not alone. My grandfather and aunt are with me." "Jon, I need you to do something for me," she replied, glancing at her grandfather, who shifted his gaze between her and her aunt. "Anything, just name it," Jon responded, and she caught her grandfather smiling. "Jon, my aunt hears voices and sees things that upset her. She isn't sure where they come from or what they mean," Margaery explained. When her grandfather opened his mouth to speak, she shook her head, smiling as she mouthed, "Trust me." "She's a green seer?" Jon asked, and both her grandfather and aunt exchanged looks. "Jon, you know of this?" her aunt inquired, and Margaery felt a rush of happiness when she heard Jon mention her aunt's name. "Lady Malora, I too am a green seer, and I understand how it feels, the thoughts that make you question if they are yours, someone else's, or even real," Jon said. "You can help, Jon?" her grandfather asked, hope lacing his voice. "There are some books you may be able to get from the Citadel, my lord. Some I have in my possession, if they don't help fully, then when I can, I'll come to speak to you both," Jon said, handing them the names of the books. After her grandfather and aunt left, Margaery spent some more time with Jon before saying her goodbyes. She then made her way to her aunt's rooms at the top of the tower. Inside, she found her aunt lying in bed, while her grandfather sat nearby, looking much more cheerful. "That was the king?" her grandfather asked. I've known him as Jon for so long that I can't wrap my head around his other name, though I know I'll have to," she replied with a smile. "Thank him for me if you see him before I do, and for Malora too," her grandfather said. Margaery looked at her aunt, who was sleeping peacefully. It's rare she lays down herself, too afraid of what the night might bring. "So to see her like this fills my heart with joy, granddaughter," he added. The next morning, as they broke their fast, the ravens arrived, and Margaery could hardly believe the news. Cersei was dead, Joffrey was dead, and Tommen and Myrcella had been named traitors. Once again, she was called to join her grandfather, and once again, she found her uncles waiting for her when she arrived. "Tommen is squire to the king, is he not?" her grandfather asked her uncle as she took a seat. "He is, father," Baelor replied. "Margaery, will the king give up Tommen?" her grandfather inquired. She shook her head firmly. "No, never," she said, watching her grandfather nod at her uncle. "I'll be coming with you to Highgarden, Margaery, as will your uncle Gunthor. We will not be going alone. Your grandmother told us the king wished to wait 6 moons for a war, but the war is upon us now, and the banners will soon be called. This morning, father sent word to call ours, and together we ride," Uncle Baelor announced. Margaery felt a wave of nerves wash over her, knowing the truth in their words. Before she had the chance to respond, her grandfather stood up and urged his sons to do the same, motioning for her to stay in her seat. "We ride to crown a king and queen, Jaehaerys and Margaery, the king and queen of the 7 kingdoms," he declared. Jaehaerys and Margaery, her uncles echoed, and she felt her heart race at the sound of their words. Winterfell, 297 AC. Ned Stark had hoped for more time with his new wife, even knowing Jon's thoughts on the matter. He had not attended the meeting in the Godswood but had heard about it from Wyman and Jon afterward. While Ned felt a twinge of annoyance that they had held a meeting without him, he was also proud that Jon had felt comfortable enough to take the lead. But it was the knowledge that Jon wished him time with Elle that had ultimately settled in his heart. After absorbing what had been discussed, he welcomed the time it would afford him, a time that was now slipping away. The first raven had shocked him, while the second had been more expected, prompting him to send out his own message. Word had spread quickly, and the banners had been called. Ned settled back, preparing to share the truth with those who were still in the dark. Galbart and Ricard would complain, Roose would take issue, and Robert would rant and rave, he knew that much. But it was the reactions of others that concerned him, the Wolves, the Flints, the mountain clans, and some of the smaller houses. The arrival of those who already knew only confirmed that, once the news of Robert's actions spread, they had anticipated the consequences. Jon would not let this stand, and the war they had thought was moons away had come upon them in an instant. He glanced down at the raven Jon had sent throughout the realm and wondered if it bore the same message Robert had received. How had Robert reacted? What about Jon Arryn? And now, how would others respond? "They are ready, my love," Elle said, drawing him from his thoughts. He walked over and kissed her softly on the lips, her eyes reflecting her fears. "I wish we had more time," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "Come back to me, my love. Come back when this is over." "Done, and we'll have the rest of our lives," she said. Ned nodded in agreement. The ale flowed freely, and the great hall was bustling with life. He scanned the room, spotting the Greatjon and Meege, along with Yora. Wyman and Wylis caught his eye, and he felt a wave of relief that the Lord had come himself. He would need Wyman's counsel before the night was over. In a corner, Roose sat with the Riswells and the Dustins, his son and heir by his side. Ned smiled at the sight of the mountain clans and acknowledged Big Bucket with a nod. Seeing Donnell Flint, Brandon Norrie, and Torrin Little with their son stirred a mix of pride and sadness within him, knowing these men were soon to learn a hidden truth. Beside him sat Robb, along with Medger, who had only recently learned the truth from his good father. The acceptance of that truth brought Ned a sense of relief. As he lowered his mug, he knew it was time to address the gathering. "My lords, my ladies of the north," he began, his voice steady. "It fills me with pride as a Stark to see so many of you answer the call, and it brings me sadness that I've had to send one at all." The room fell silent. "Ned calls, and the wool comes," Hugo shouted, his voice booming. We're here. Now who the hell are we to fight?" Another voice rang out, and Ned couldn't help but smirk at the bravado, even as he prepared to deliver grim news. "Some of you may have received the ravens and heard what has taken place in King's Landing. For those who have not, I will speak plainly. The king has executed his wife for adultery. He murdered her son with his bare hands." He noticed the shock ripple through the crowd at the mention of murder. "Ned?" A voice called out, but he shook his head and pressed on. "He's ordered that Myrcella and Tommen are to lose their heads, and he has put to the sword every man and woman who served in the Queen's Guard and household. 2 of his own King's Guard lost their heads, one for adultery and one for fulfilling his oaths and protecting his charge. Now, Ned called for the North to go to war against the West, to take up arms against House Lannister." He scanned the room, noticing that even those who were unaware of the truth began exchanging glances. Yet, his focus settled on Roose, the Leech Lord, who sat quietly in the corner. "My lords," he began, "even if it weren't for all that House Lannister and the West have done to the North, I still would not be able to answer this call. 14 years ago, I stood in a hall when Robert was presented with the bodies of babes. In front of me and many others, he claimed to see only dragon spawn. It was that moment, along with what I later discovered in a tower in Dorne, that forced my hand and led me to the decisions I made." He looked out once more and noticed Barbary shifting forward in her seat, joined by several others in the room. "My lords, Jon Snow is not my son. He is my nephew, the trueborn son of Prince Rhaegar and Princess Lyanna Targaryen, and the rightful king of the 7 kingdoms." A cacophony of voices erupted. "Rape!" Someone shouted. "Kidnap!" Another cried. "Lies!" Echoed through the hall. Ned slammed his hand on the table, but it was Lya's howling that finally quieted the room. As the crowd settled, he prepared to reveal the truth he had kept hidden from so many. He noticed the Blackfish sitting at the back of the room, staring intently at him. "After witnessing what Robert allowed in traveling to find my sister, after fighting a war and facing 3 of the finest knights to ever grace this land, I found myself with a sister whose time was running out. She begged me to look after her son and made me promise to the old gods to keep the boy safe and to tell him the truth one day. By the gods, I swear, had Jaime Lannister not intervened, I might have failed that boy. I tell you all freely here in this room that I was on the verge of failing him. I had failed him. You're saying the rebellion was a lie? Margaery shouted at him. No, Ned replied, I'm saying there was more to it, much more. There were things I didn't know then and things that, if not for my nephew, none of us would know now. Rhaegar never kidnapped my sister. They married under the old gods and the new, and in a letter to Robert, he informed him of that marriage. Did he share this letter with any of you? With me? Or did he let us believe the lie? All for what? To get my sister back or to claim a throne he didn't deserve? Yet you kept this from us, Rickard Karstark said loudly. I kept it from you. My first obligation was to my sister's son and then to my king. Ned paused, glancing around the room. From the moment he went to the west, my nephew has worked to help the north, working to put coin in all of your pockets. The Reach, the West, houses that were loyal to both his families. He's worked to ensure we've all had it better than we ever did under any king before him. All of you passed through Wintertown. You think that was my idea? That the people who came north in search of a better life did so because of me? No, my nephew did that. My king did that. His voice swelled with pride. You're asking us to rise against your foster brother, your foster father, for a damn dragon, Galbart said, though his tone held less anger. Ned prepared to respond, but Howland stood up to speak. For Lyanna's boy, for a son of the north who, even though he left, never forgot the north during all his time away. What has Robert Baratheon ever done for you, Rickard? Or for you, Roose? That work you've done on your keep, Galbart, the work you're so proud of, where did the coin come from? I fought against the dragons because Ned said so, because of what they'd done to the... Brandon, tell me now, Ned, am I to fight with you today? Torrhen Little asked, glancing at the other mountain clan leaders who turned their attention to Ned. Why should we fight for any of them? If the stag has kept this from us, then to hell with him. But you've kept it from us too, Ned. Your nephew has dragon blood, and we all remember what happened the last time a dragon sat on the throne. I may believe you about Lyanna and Rhaegar, but that doesn't change the fact that a dragon killed our liege and his heir. That's why I rose, so why should I rise again? Roderick Ryswell challenged, and Ned noticed some lords nodding in agreement. Ned watched as Lord Jorah Mormont stood up, his bearskin cloak draped over his shoulders. He looked to the high table and nodded at Ned. This time we rise not just for a dragon, but for a wolf as well, Jorah declared, scanning the room. Aye, we can curse a lad for one side of his blood, but do we forget the other? Was it not that lad who brought direwolves back to the north? Is his own direwolf not a gift from the old gods? Ned tried to suppress a smile as Jorah took his seat, and the Greatjon rose to speak. I care not who sits the throne. We've seen it before, stag or dragon, they cared not for me or mine. They know nothing of the north, of the lands we live in. The wolfswood means nothing to them, hell, even their gods are wrong, the Greatjon said, eliciting laughter from the crowd. But a king with Stark blood in his veins, a king who cares enough to give away his own damn coin so children don't go hungry. A king who kneels and prays to the old gods and walks around with a wolf so quietly, I damn near jump out of my skin every time it's near. His words prompted even louder laughter. That's something I've never had in my life, something none of us has ever had, a king from the north. No sooner had the Greatjon sat down than Wyman rose, the Lord of White Harbor, a voice Ned was glad to hear from. I've never. None of us have ever met a lad like him, and you all know it. Many of you have said as much to me or to others at some point. Whether it's the wolf by his side, as the Greatjon says, or the work he's done that has benefited us all, as Ned pointed out, Is there a man or woman in this room who doesn't think Jon Snow is a lad they'd like to call their own son? Wyman asked. As Ned surveyed the room, he noticed some smiles. War is upon us, my lords. If Robert wins and the North does not fight by his side, do you really think he'll let us sit in peace? And if Jon Snow wins, mark my words, my lords, he will win, do you think he'll forget that we didn't rise? Wyman continued. Ned glanced around, noticing the hushed whispers, the lords conferring with their heirs and their most loyal men. That boy is of the North, my lords, and the North remembers, Wyman asserted. He caught snippets of the whispers that followed, lords silently mouthing the words. But before anyone else could speak, Meej stood up. I love the Lady Lyanna, she was my friend, and like all of you, I mourned her loss. I blamed the dragons and Rhaegar, though I knew she never cared for Robert. Like most of the men in this room, I marched to find her and avenge Rickard and Brandon. Each night, we witnessed it. He loved no one but himself, Meej declared. The expressions on the lords' faces were something Ned would remember for a long time. Aye, but we marched for a lie, Meej, Roose said softly. A lie none of us knew at the time, Roose, Meej replied, and Roose nodded in agreement. My family has benefited greatly from knowing Lyanna's boy. My daughter's marriage has tied me to the Lannisters, so my choice is clear. Bear Island rises, my lords. We rise, and we march, with Lyanna's boy, the king from the north. As Wyman finished, he looked out to see the Greatjon standing, followed by Barbary Dustin, Rickard, Galbart, and Robett rising as well. As Roderick stood beside Medger, he watched Big Bucket and the others rise as well. Robb got to his feet, and Ned reached down to pick up his mug of ale, noticing others following suit. Jaehaerys Targaryen, the king from the north, he proclaimed loudly. The chant echoed back, the king from the north. As he sat down, he felt a wave of relief that he had rallied them to rise, along with a swell of pride knowing they stood for her son. Riverrun, 297 AC. Cat remembered the moment Edmure read The Raven from King's Landing. He had been as shocked as she was. Discovering that the queen had betrayed her husband was something they never could have anticipated, especially since it meant all 3 children were in question. The implication sent a chill through them. War was looming on the horizon. The queen would likely lose her head, and even if that didn't provoke the Lannisters into action, the words inscribed on the scroll would. Treason? Edmure asked, his confusion mirrored in Cat's expression. I don't understand. The queen, yes, but the children? They may be bastards, but does that warrant their execution? Other Ides, seated with them in her solar, replied, they are pretending to be what they are not, claiming to be princes and princesses, believing they have a right to something that isn't theirs. Since learning the truth of their birth, Cat's feelings toward the children had shifted. Did this not highlight the duplicitous nature of bastards? Did it not prove that they would always seek to take what they had no right to? A shudder ran through her as she recalled wishing her daughter were married to the prince, and even more so when she remembered Bran's betrothal to the princess. At least she found comfort in knowing that those possibilities could never come to pass now. We may need to call the banners, my lord, Otherite suggested. If the king calls for us, then we will respond. Until then, we do nothing, Edmure stated firmly. This will mean war, Edmure. We can be certain of that. The Lannisters will not relinquish their kin, we have both seen how far they will go. Care for bastards, she said, watching her brother nod in agreement. Aye, but I won't call my banners until I'm asked. Maybe there won't be a war. Perhaps they'll realize the odds they face are too great. The Vale, the Stormlands, the Reach, the Riverlands, the North, there may not be a war at all, Edmure replied with a smile. She shook her head at her brother's naivete. She didn't believe Ned would rise against the West, and given how close the bastard was to the Reach, they might not take action either. With both of them sitting out of the conflict, the situation would change drastically. While she wasn't well versed in military matters, she was her father's daughter, and he had always explained things to her, along with her uncle. War might start as a just cause, but it quickly became about the benefits of sending men to fight, what gains could be made. That night, she lay in bed, and the dreams came, terrible dreams. Dreams of Riverrun in flames, Edmure's head on a spike. She dreamt of being dragged out, manhandled to the block, while faces looked on as a man in shiny armor approached her, a thin sword in his hand. She knew who it was. She woke before Jon Snow could bring down the sword. After getting a drink of water, she paced her room. A dream. It's just a dream, she whispered, but the thoughts wouldn't leave her. She dressed and walked from her room, soon finding herself on the parapets, looking down at the Tumblestone and the Red Fork. Her mind was troubled as she contemplated the war ahead. Edmure could hope it wouldn't come, but war was inevitable. They needed Riverrun to be ready, and so she resolved to start working the next day, hoping she'd at least have time to prepare properly. "My lady, Lord Edmure is looking for you." "There's been a raven from the hand of the king," Pearl said, waking her the next day. "My dress," she replied. The girl quickly grabbed her dress and helped Cat into it, her annoyance growing as she realized she had slept late despite the mountain of tasks awaiting her. As she made her way to her brother's solar, she noticed the heightened activity around her. Guards were more alert, and men were rushing back and forth. Among them, she spotted Ser Desmond, who seemed to be hurrying to carry out some urgent order. At that moment, her worst fears began to materialize. Hurrying, she found Edmure, other rides, and Ser Robin Ryger gathered around a map on her brother's desk. Edmure was clad in armor that briefly reminded her of their father in this very same room. However, unlike their father, Edmure lacked the same commanding presence, and her uncle was not by his side. "Cat, from Lord John," Edmure said, handing her the raven scroll. Other rides passed it to her, and she took it, already anticipating its contents. "Lord Tully, by order of his grace, Robert Baratheon, the first of his name, King of the Undulls, Royner, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm. You are hereby called to arms. Call your banners, my lord, for the king has need of them. We march to war. Lord John Arryn, Hand of the King." Cat returned the scroll to other rides and stood silently as Edmure began giving orders to Ser Robin. Although she disagreed with him, she knew this was not the moment to voice her concerns. After Ser Robin left, Cat turned to other rides. "Please provide a full accounting of our stores and have Ser Desmond come to meet me to discuss the keep's defenses." Edmure's expression shifted to one of irritation. "I'm lord here, Cat. I am capable of seeing to Riverrun," he said petulantly. She recognized the need to tread carefully. "Of course you are, brother. But you're also Lord Paramount of the Trident, and His Grace will be looking to you on the battlefield. You must focus on the war, brother. Organizing the lords of the Riverlands to prepare for battle is of the utmost importance. I'd take what I could take off your shoulders. I'll leave you to focus on the most important work while I handle the mundane," she said, trying not to shake her head as he puffed up with pride. "Forgive me, Cat. Thank you. I'd be lost here without you," he replied, and while she knew he was trying to placate her, she also recognized the truth in his words. "Have you sent the ravens?" she asked, noticing the smile on his face. "Other Ride sent them this morning." "This is what we've been waiting for, Cat," Edmure said. She frowned but quickly schooled her features. "Edmure? The bastard, Cat. He's on the wrong side of this. The might of the realm is marching for him, and I'll see him dead," Edmure declared. Despite her worries, a smile began to form on her lips. The thought was one she found most pleasing. After checking with other rides, she discovered they had enough food in their stores for almost 2 years, and she felt a swell of pride at having rectified that mistake. She and the steward spoke to Ser Desmond, who assured them that the defenses were sound, bringing her some comfort. Little did she know it would be the last piece of comfort she'd feel for quite some time. The first sign that all was not well came when houses Ryger, Vance, and Piper arrived, and it soon became clear that things in King's Landing were far worse than she had imagined. She listened in shock as Ser Mark and Ser Hugo recounted tales of Robert's rage, the slaughter of entire households, the brutal beating of the prince, and Cersei's final words. The horror of it all made her stomach churn. If that had been all, she might have felt only concern. But the absence of any major houses worried her even more. Ser Mark and Ser Hugo, along with Edmure, were sure that raising more men took time. Yet Cat thought that surely they would have sent word by now. At the very least, they would have let them know they were on their way. When word finally did come, it was even worse than she had feared. House Mallister and House Blackwood had not raised arms. Edmure was furious. Edmure wanted to ride out and confront them, threatening to strip them of their titles for the embarrassment they had caused. Cat found the fear behind their inaction far more troubling than any shame it might bring. "A raven, my lord." "Most strange," Otheride said, rushing into the solar with a panicked expression. "From whom, Otherides?" Cat asked. "It bears the seal of House Targaryen, my lady," the steward replied. She glanced at the parchment, spotting the three-headed dragon emblem, and felt a shiver run down her spine, which she quickly shook off. She watched as Edmure broke the seal and began to read. His eyes widened, and then his face went pale. "Edmure, what is it?" Cat asked, as the scroll slipped from his fingers and fell onto the table. Cat moved swiftly to pick it up, and as she read the words, her heart nearly stopped. "To House Tully, almost 300 years ago, my family raised yours, made you what you are, and asked for nothing but your loyalty in return. In our hour of need, you went back on the oaths you swore. For gain and advancement, you turned your back on my house. I hold your house as responsible as the stags and the falcons for the loss of my family, Lord Tully. It was because of your actions that I was forced to hide and forsake my family name. Yet even here, you sought to become an oathbreaker once more and sent men to bring me down. A dragon never forgets, Lord Tully. It never forgives, and the time for retribution is at hand. No longer will I go by the name I was forced to hide under, no longer will my house lurk in the shadows. Now those who wronged me will seek to hide, but know this, my lord, I see you. I've always seen you, from the moment I unhorsed you in King's Landing to the next time I look into your eyes. House Tully has only survived because of a dragon's will, and this dragon wills it no more. Jon Snow is dead, Lord Tully, and he was the one person who kept you alive. My name is Jaehaerys Targaryen, and when I'm finished, all debts will be paid. House Tully will pay theirs in fire and blood. Jaehaerys Targaryen, the true king." She woke up convinced it had all been a terrible dream, but then she saw the maester and Otherides. She looked at her brother, and he appeared to have aged many years. He didn't even ask if she was well or how she felt. There was no sign of concern, no indication that he cared. "What have we done?" he said, and she could hear the fear in his voice. She recognized it because her own voice would sound the same. The fear in her heart threatened to overwhelm her, and as she sat there, she began to cry. Through her tears, she finally understood. The dream she had was not a dream at all, it was a vision, one she wasn't sure she could escape. Riverrun, Edmure, herself, all of them covered in fire and blood. In King's Landing, 297 AC, Jon Arryn looked over the ravens and felt a sense of relief to see them. Edmure had called his banners, and Stannis and Renly were doing the same. The Knights of the Vale had begun to assemble as well. For the past few days, Robert had even stopped drinking and had started to cut down on his eating. The fact that he was unable to lift his hammer had been an eye-opener for the king, and they needed to have a lighter one made. At least it had an effect. Now he spent time in the yard every day. Jon had so much work to do, and it troubled him that, because of the war, he couldn't focus on what needed to be accomplished. They had to appoint more guards to the King's Guard, and Jon had sent another raven to the Lannisters, this time for Ser Barristan's eyes. He knew they wouldn't give up the prince, and he couldn't ask Ser Barristan to bring him back. However, he could order the Lord Commander to return, as they had a need for him. Strange things were happening in the city, and a part of him wondered if the Lannisters were preparing for something. Jon had been preparing for this war for some time. Lomas seemed to agree, as the Master of Whisperers informed him that the Lannister manse had emptied and the buildings they had once occupied were now deserted. There wasn't a single ship in the docks, either, and he cursed Robert for that. If Robert had controlled his anger, they could have seized one or more of those ships for themselves. "Lord Baelish, my lord," a servant announced, and Peter walked in, taking a seat opposite Jon. "Peter, tell me you found them?" Jon asked, his voice filled with hope. "No, my lord. Of all the names you gave me, not one is in the city." "They've all just vanished," Peter replied, his frustration evident. "This is most odd. Who in the Seven Kingdoms would want to make off with the king's bastards?" Jon muttered, more to himself than seeking an answer. "I do not know, perhaps we should ask Lomas, my lord?" Peter suggested. Come on. We have a meeting to attend." Jon stood, and they made their way to the small council chambers. Inside, only Gorman was present, and Jon shook his head, questioning why he had even called this meeting. Renly and Stannis were both away rallying their banners. He should have just summoned the Grand Maester to his solar. He had actually thought he might until Robert entered the room. The king walked in alongside Lomas, and Jon felt a wave of relief wash over him as he saw a smile on Robert's face, something that had been sorely lacking in recent weeks. "Ned's called the banners, Jon," Robert announced, and Jon glanced at Lomas, who nodded in agreement. "I had thought," Jon began, but Robert's good mood was too buoyant to let him finish. "I told you, he's my brother, Jon. My brother by choice. I told you he wouldn't sit this out." Robert exclaimed, and Jon felt a sense of relief. Their odds had just improved significantly. "This is great news, Your Grace. Lord Edmure has sent a raven saying he too has called his men. Stannis and Renly have done the same, and Jon has said the Knights of the Vale are ready to ride," Jon reported, watching Robert's expression shift with each piece of news. The king's eyes lit up. "The Tyrells?" he asked. "No word, my lord. The ravens have been sent, but I've received no response," Gorman replied. "I heard a whisper about Oldtown, my king, but I haven't been able to confirm that Lord Leighton raised his banner," Lomas added. "What is that fat fool thinking, Jon?" Robert questioned, and Peter answered for him. "I believe Lord Mace is doing what he does best, Your Grace," Peter said. "What? Eating and looking ridiculous?" Robert laughed heartily. "Listening to Lady Olenna, I think Peter means," he continued, and the smile faded from Robert's face. "I don't need the Reach. The Stormlands, the Vale, the Riverlands, and now with the North, Illyrio said his men are on the way too, aren't they?" Robert insisted. "They are, my lord. The Golden Company should arrive within a moon or two," Gorman confirmed. So the old witch may think she'll get a queen for her support. I won't give it to her. Had she come in person, then I might consider it. The girl is a beauty after all," Robert said, trying not to show his expression. "But to hell with them. Send ravens to their bannermen directly. Call them to arms." "Your Grace, surely there is another way," Gorman suggested. "I forgot they were your kin." "Fine, send a raven yourself, Grandmaster. Tell the old witch what you heard here. Inform her of my displeasure and warn her what will happen if she dallies any longer," Robert commanded, and the Grandmaster was up and out of the room in the blink of an eye. "Never thought he could move so fast, Your Grace," Peter remarked, and Robert chuckled. "However, it may be that a match is for the best, my king. The Reach is gold and forces. We all know what Olenna truly wants, and you can offer it to her." You should do it before someone else does. Don't tell me what I should do, Robert said loudly. I didn't mean it like that, my king. I was suggesting. Peter started. Peter is right, Your Grace. We should make. Who else is suitable as your bride? We need heirs, Robert. As it stands, Stannis is next in line, he said, watching the grimace on the king's face. It was clear his words had struck a chord. Very well, Baelish. Go do the damn deal, Robert replied, rising to his feet. Robert, I need Peter here, Jon interjected, his voice tinged with urgency. You don't get it both ways, Jon. If you want this match, then send him to make it happen, the king said, leaving the room. Jon realized he had no choice. Over the next few days, he met with Peter frequently, even sharing a meal with him, Lisa, and their son the night before he departed for the Reach. Lisa was visibly upset to see him go, and he felt the same, but both were relieved when he promised to return swiftly. With Peter gone, Jon found himself meeting with Illyrio more often. The Magister had settled in King's Landing, keeping Jon informed about the movements of the Golden Company. He was impressed by the sheer number of men Illyrio was transporting from Essos, and he was grateful that Illyrio was covering the costs. Still, Jon knew that in terms of land and coin, they would end up shouldering most of the expenses later on. Jon was feeling relaxed when the Ravens arrived. Stannis was having trouble with the Lords of the Narrow Sea, which wasn't a surprise, but Renly's news about the Lord of the Stormlands rising was much better. When the acolyte appeared at his door, Jon sensed the boy's nervousness. The lad's hands trembled as he handed over the scroll. Jon could hardly believe his eyes when he saw the seal. His own hands shook as he broke it. Lord Jon Arryn. Hand to the usurper. The time has come, my lord, to pay the debt you owe my family, a debt payable only with blood. Something you should know all about, Lord Arryn, as the blood of my family is on your hands. I hold you and the usurper you serve fully responsible. Truth can only remain hidden for so long, my lord. Eventually, it must be brought to light, and now it's time for you to learn my truth. To learn your realm. You didn't seek to remove a tyrant from the throne or to deliver justice for the fallen. No, your aim was to replace one puppet with another in the place of the rightful king. My father, my brother, they will both be with me as I come for you, my lord. They will witness me strike you and your puppet king down. For Elia, for Rhaenys, for Aegon, for Ricard, for Brandon, and for my mother and father. For 14 years, I've kept my truth hidden, allowing you to hide yours as well. As high as honor are merely the words of your house, while mine seem far more fitting. Jon Snow is no longer my name, my lord. The name I was forced to bear is a badge of shame I will carry no longer. I am Jaehaerys Targaryen, the trueborn son of Lyanna and Rhaegar Targaryen. I am coming for you, Lord Arryn, for your house and for your puppet king. I am coming. Winter is coming. Winter is coming with fire and blood. Jaehaerys Targaryen. Jon Arryn had rarely run, but in that moment, he dashed from the room to the maester's tower, only to find Gorman wasn't there. He realized he wasn't the only one to receive such a letter. By the time he reached Maegor's, he was out of breath, drenched in sweat, his heart racing. Still, he heard the shouts and the sound of things breaking. He rushed toward the king's chambers and saw the girls fleeing, one with a busted lip and the other looking utterly terrified. As he approached the door, he heard a scream. Robert's voice had never been so loud. Dragon spawn. The realm reacts. In the Riverlands, Tytos Blackwood received a raven from Edmure. He and his sons discussed it but chose to ignore it for the time being. Then the word came from King's Landing, and he felt justified in his decision. He didn't want war, not with the Lannisters. Not only did he have one of his lads fostered there, but Edmure leading them into battle would spell their doom. Discovering the true nature of the king's actions filled him with disgust. The queen had committed adultery, and she would have to pay for it, that much he understood. But the desire for vengeance against the children was something else entirely. The thought of beating one of them to death with his bare hands in front of the boy's mother was horrific. To kill the entire household and display their heads for all to see? No, that was too much. He was sitting in the hall when Lucas burst in, having ridden hard to Seaguard while Hoster had gone to Stonehenge. The news that Jonos hadn't risen nearly pushed him to act, but he wanted to gather more information first. Brynden motioned for his brother to come over, and they sat together while Lucas gulped down some water and nibbled on a piece of bread and cheese. He was proud of his son's determination. "Well?" Brynden asked. "The Malisters aren't making any moves, father." "None," Lucas replied. Brynden nodded. "Then it seems we were right not to act." "Aye, but I'm not sure we can sit this out once the king rides," he said, worry creeping into his voice. "Perhaps we should," Lucas began, but the maester burst in, looking agitated, cutting off his son's thought. "My lord, a raven," the maester said, and when Brynden saw the seal, he understood why the man appeared so frantic. "Is that?" Brynden asked, recognizing the three-headed dragon. "Aye," he confirmed, excitement building as he opened the letter. "To House Blackwood. My family shares blood with yours, my lord, blood I respect, blood I cherish. For 14 years, amidst the many lies spread about my mother and father, another lie slipped by unnoticed, one that perhaps saved my life. From the moment I discovered the truth, I have prepared for this day, prepared to reclaim what was taken from my family and to see justice served to those who played their part. We are kin, my lord, and regardless of your response, I will remember that above all else. I seek loyal men, loyal lords. I seek my family to reclaim what is rightfully mine. For years, I have hidden under a false name, but no more. My uncle named me Jon Snow for my protection. My mother and father named me Jaehaerys Targaryen after the kings who came before me. I ask you to name me kin and fight by my side. Jaehaerys Targaryen." Tytos smiled as he read the message, then passed it to Brynden and Lucas, who shared in his reaction. Hoster was the last to read it, and he looked up, a question on his lips. "What will we do, father?" Hoster asked as Tytos rose to his feet. "We gather our men and we fight for our kin, for our king, for the dragons," Tytos declared loudly. Meanwhile, Jason Mallister found it easy to ignore the raven from Edmure. The man had constantly belittled him, and Jason cared little for the reasons behind the call to arms. He had no intention of rising for Edmure. But when he stumbled upon the first accounts of what had transpired in King's Landing, he felt a sense of unease. Soon, he and Patrek found themselves embroiled in a heated argument about whether to refuse a king or to oppose a house that had once done them good. The letter that arrived, revealing the full truth of the events in King's Landing, forced them to confront their dilemma. For days, they debated whether to remain neutral or to side with the Lannisters. The only thing holding them back was the daunting odds they faced, and Jason began to think that aligning himself with the king might be the only way to survive. The thought made him feel sick to his core, and Patrek felt it even more deeply. "You can't be serious, father. After what he's done, it's an affront to the mother to kill a child in such a way," Patrek said. "Aye, it is. And would that the Seven would strike the man down for it. But we both know that's not how the world works. Robert has the North, the Vale, the Stormlands, and most of the other houses will rise for him, likely even the Reach," Tytos replied. "The North won't rise against the Lannisters, father. They'd benefit too much from the alliance, and Ser Jon is there," Patrek countered. His son raised a valid point. Even if Jon were not a hostage, he would fight on the Lannister side. Would Tytos truly go to war against his own son, even for Robert Baratheon? "And the Reach?" he asked, considering the implications. "They're just as close, father," Patrek said. "If the Lannisters seek to crown Tommen, wouldn't Olenna go for it?" Patrek said, and Jason couldn't help but agree, even though it didn't ease his anxiety. Then what are we to do? Either way, we're doomed, Patrek, he replied just as a knock echoed through the room. The maester entered, holding a scroll in his hand. Maester? Jason asked, curiosity piqued. It's quite odd, my lord. A raven has delivered a scroll from House Targaryen, the maester explained. Jason shook his head in disbelief as he examined the seal, then broke it open. Father? Patrek asked, leaning closer. The message read, To all the loyal houses that once supported my family, I call you to arms. For 14 years, a liar has occupied the throne, a usurper, a monster, whose true nature you've come to know. This is a man who laughed at the bodies of babes and their mothers, who fought based on a lie he was fully aware of. My mother was never kidnapped. Those of you who knew my father have always known this truth. They were wed under the old gods and the new. Yet, despite this knowledge, the usurper chose to lie, and my family suffered for it. They endured such horrors that my uncle, the king's closest friend and brother by choice, could not accept it. Fearing for my safety, he created his own lie. Thus, the trueborn son of Rhaegar and Lyanna Targaryen became a bastard known as Jon Snow. Today, my lords, that bastard has died. The bastard is gone, and my father's son now takes his place. I call upon you once more to raise your arms, to remove this monster from his throne, and to renew your fealty to my house. Jaehaerys Targaryen. As Jason finished reading, he glanced at Patrek, who wore a broad smile, one that Jason mirrored. The game had shifted, and the odds felt more favorable now. But beneath that excitement, Jason felt something deeper, a sense of relief that he could finally act according to his heart, in alignment with his faith. Come on, Patrek. It seems we are to help crown the one true king, he said as he stood up. Stormlands. Beric Dondarrion. The raven had come, and that night, he found himself sitting at dinner with Thuras and Ned, fully aware of what he must do, and he didn't like it one bit. The tension between him and Thuras was nothing new, especially lately. His friend had been vocal about the king and his family, and while Beric agreed with him, the king was still his ruler, and his brother was his liege lord. Honor has to count for something, he thought. It was while they were gathering the men at Blackhaven that the letter arrived. When Thuras showed it to him, his first instinct was to dismiss it as a lie. No man could do what it claimed, but word soon came from other sources, confirming its truth. What the king had done was terrible, an affront to the gods. Beric tried to keep this from Ned, but Ned found out regardless. Yet is it not dishonorable to follow such a man? Ned asked as they shared their dinner. I swore an oath to his house, to the man himself. Would it be honorable for me to break such an oath? Beric replied, looking to Ned, who turned to Thuras, who remained silent. I vow that you shall always have a place by my hearth, and meat at my table. I pledge to ask no service of you that might bring you into dishonor. I swear it by the old gods and the new, Ned said, and Beric nearly choked on his wine. Ned. He managed, shaking his head. No service that might bring you into dishonor, my lord, Ned replied before getting up and walking to his room. Beric noticed Thuras smiling, but he found himself at a loss for words. The next morning was even worse. Ned was sullen and unresponsive during breakfast. During their sparring session, the boy seemed angry, and Beric wanted to talk to him, to express how he felt. Yet he couldn't bring himself to do it, allowing Ned to leave without a word. That evening at dinner, Beric discovered the truth, and it weighed heavily on him. It's a conversation I never expected to have, Thuras said. Ned, I think it's time you told Beric about your uncle. Thuras, Ned replied, shaking his head. Then I will, for it's time he learned the truth. Come, Beric, we need to talk, Thuras said. The story Thuras shared was incredible, about a hidden prince, no, a king, and the greatest knight the realm had ever known, alive and well. When he spoke of dragons, Beric had braced himself for laughter, but none came. The realization that the boy was moving to claim his throne felt inevitable. Later, when Beric finally had a moment to speak with Ned before he turned in for the night, he found himself pacing instead of sleeping. A good night, to be like my uncle, that's all I ever wished for. When I learned he was alive and who he served, he didn't need to swear me to secrecy, my lord, I did so without being asked. I cannot fight against my family, and I will not fight against the king he serves, Ned said, looking at Beric with pleading eyes. Ned, Beric started, but Ned interrupted. I'll gather my things, my lord. I must return to Starfall. Doing the right thing was often simple if you were lucky, but life rarely worked that way. After a night of hardly any sleep, the morning proved just as taxing. A raven arrived, calling them to arms. This one bore a three-headed dragon seal, and Beric felt lost. I'll be leaving with Ned, old friend. I wish you good fortune in the wars to come, Thuras said, expressing his own need to stick to his oaths. Thuras. Beric began, but his friend had already left the room. Beric stood by the window, watching as his men prepared for battle, and as Thuras and Ned made their own arrangements. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small picture of his betrothed, Illyria, looking back at him. He knew what must be done. Racing down the stairs, he caught up with them just before they left through the gate, his breath taking a moment to return as he called out. We ride to the king, the true king, he said, and the smiles on his squires and his friends' faces made his own appear. Selwyn Tarth waited each day for the raven, for the letter to come, for any sign to guide him in what to do. His liege lord had called, and he knew he should rise, so he did. Despite it being against a house he had no quarrel with and for a reason he didn't agree with, that wasn't his primary concern. His daughter was warding at Casterly Rock, and he feared she could be used as a hostage to force him to lay down his arms. With more news coming from King's Landing and little from Casterly Rock, he found himself increasingly uncertain about raising arms. The events that had unfolded were horrific and bore too many signs of the Mad King for his liking. So, Selwyn instructed his men to take their time and delay their departure until finally the ravens arrived. My lord, his maester said, handing him 2 raven scrolls. One bore his own seal, the sun's and crescent moon, the other displayed the seal of House Targaryen, which gave him pause. Breaking the seal and hoping to find his daughter's own words, he was relieved to see her handwriting. Even happier was he to notice she had not used the code they had agreed upon years ago. Though not a wealthy house, she was his only child and his heir, and he had made her aware of the risks of ransom. He had asked her to mark her words with her name signed as just a letter. If she did so, he would know she had written under duress. Seeing her name written clearly, Selwyn breathed a sigh of relief. Father, I am safe and well and am where I wish to be. I ask you to consider the offer in the other scroll, but I want you to know that I am in no danger, and my safety should not be your concern. Your loving daughter, Brienne. He quickly opened the second scroll. Lord Selwyn, I beg your forgiveness for the lie I had to tell you. I did so because my life would be in danger if it had come out before. I was ready. I want you to know that regardless of your response, Brienne is my friend. I guarantee her safety and freedom, I swear this on the old gods and the new. My name is not Jon Snow, and I am not a bastard, my lord. I am the true-born son of Rhaegar and Lyanna Targaryen, and soon the truth of what happened during the rebellion will be revealed. Once again, a monster sits on the throne, my lord, and once again he must be removed. Even if that were not the case, I have my own reasons for wanting it done. I give you leave to join your liege if you feel it is the right thing to do. I welcome you to join me if that is your choice, and should you wish to play no part, I will accept that, my lord. You have my word that I will not seek retribution against you, nor against Brienne, no matter what choice you make. I wish you good fortune, my lord. J. Harry's Targaryen. He looked at the scroll and then at his daughter's letter, remembering how she had looked when she received the raven inviting her to Casterly Rock, and how she had been treated since arriving there. He had been promised that she would be treated fairly and that no one would ever look down on her. Now, the same boy who had assured him of her safety had made those promises. Looking out at his men, he wondered what the right choice was, something he still hadn't managed to decide days later. In King's Landing, 297 AC, Robert Baratheon was beginning to feel the difference. Though he was still out of breath and unable to last as long, he was improving. After placing his hammer down, he grabbed a jug of water and drank straight from it before walking back to begin once more. As two guards approached him, it took some time, but he dispatched them both. It had been a source of everlasting shame that he had not been able to lift his hammer, let alone swing it, something he had never thought possible. He was the demon of the trident, yet he could not lift the very weapon that had won him his crown. So he had started with smaller, lighter hammers and had found that Robert faced another challenge. It had been far too long since he had fought, and he realized he was no longer in the shape he once was. Men he would have easily laughed at were now faster and more agile than him. First, the drink had gone, followed by the food, leaving Robert to subsist on much sparser fare than he was accustomed to. Determined to improve, he began training more rigorously. Before long, he found himself able to beat the guards, even the weaker ones. He gradually moved up to a heavier hammer. The fact that he was also performing better in other areas was an added bonus. Robert discovered he was lasting longer and enjoying himself more, appreciating the women he spent time with and noticing the differences among them. "My king," the small council meeting, Lomas announced. Robert handed off the hammer with a nod as they walked together. He felt a surge of joy at the news that Ned had answered the call, looking forward to rubbing it in Jon's face. However, the meeting itself proved as frustrating as ever, with the Tyrells once again pushing his buttons. If the girl weren't so strikingly beautiful, he might have denied them outright. But Jon was right, he needed an heir, and better to have a pretty young wife than any other option. He continued his morning sparring sessions and soon found he could mount his horse without assistance, which relieved him. He didn't want his bannermen to see him needing help. He ordered armor from the Qohor and requested a hammer be crafted to resemble his own as closely as possible. In the evenings, he dedicated himself to studying maps, even foregoing time with the whores in order to do so. "My king, do you wish me to?" a girl asked as she moved to go under the table. "No, grab some wine and you and your friend go play." "I'll be in presently," he replied, his eyes fixed on the map. When the Reach came on board, he planned to send their forces west, asking Stannis and Renly to join them. He would march north to meet up with Jon and Edmure's men before finally meeting Ned. As his fingers traced the outline of Riverrun, he felt it was the best course of action, though for a moment, he couldn't shake his worry about Ned. Robert smiled to himself, thinking that soon it wouldn't just be his brother by choice laying down with a new wife. He traced the map, his finger gliding over Golden Tooth, Ashmark, the Crag, Lannisport, and finally Casterly Rock itself. His army would march from east to west, while Stannis and the Tyrells approached from the south. The Lannisters would be in trouble, and that thought made him smile as he turned his gaze toward Duskendale. The Golden Company would be at his back, and while he trusted Illyrio, he knew he couldn't rely on his army just yet. They would have to march with him. As he moved away from the map, his smile faded when he realized where he was vulnerable, the sea, where the Lannisters held the advantage. He needed the Redwyne fleet and pondered whether he should send Stannis to secure their support. Feeling the weight of his thoughts, he sat down and began reworking his plans once more. Tired, he walked into his bedchamber, where the girls were sitting up, waiting for him. As he took in their naked forms, he felt desire stir within him. "My king looks so worried." "Perhaps we can make it better," one of the girls said, her brown eyes and hair momentarily reminding him of Lyanna. But as she dropped to her knees, it was Margaery Tyrell he envisioned when he closed his eyes. "Come, my golden rose, please your king," he said, lifting her and playfully tossing her onto the bed, her laughter ringing in the air. The next morning, after the girls had left and he had broken his fast, Robert began preparing for the day ahead. Each day, he felt himself growing stronger, and he knew he could no longer hold back. The time was coming for him to make his move. He called for Gorman and instructed him to send a raven to Stannis and Renly. His brothers needed to play their parts. Renly would rule while he led the Stormlords, and Stannis would join forces with the Redwyne fleet to neutralize the Lannisters as a threat. He also sent a raven to Ned, asking the Manderleys to bring their ships to bear. Then, he met with Illyrio to discuss his plans for the Golden Company. By the time, after finishing his meal, Robert made his way back to his room, reflecting on how he hadn't worked this hard since his coronation. Preparing for war felt entirely different from sitting on the throne. He relished it, enjoyed it, and looked forward to it, much unlike the burdens of ruling. "My king, shall we begin?" the blonde woman asked, a smile creeping across his face as he felt eager to release his frustrations on her. "We shall," he replied, his eyes landing on the second girl. But before he could move, a loud pounding echoed from his door. "Your Grace, Your Grace!" Gorman exclaimed, nearly bursting into the room. The panic on the man's face ignited Robert's anger. "The damn Tyrells," he thought, grabbing Gorman by the chain. "What has that wretch done?" he shouted, his temper flaring as he caught sight of the raven in Gorman's hand. "A raven, Your Grace." A raven bearing House Targaryen sigil. Robert almost tore it from Gorman's grasp, his eyes scanning the words with growing fury. Each line forced him to struggle against his rising wrath. "To the usurper, the kinslayer, the false king, Robert Baratheon, the shame of his house. Your reign is soon to end, usurper. The justice you've managed to avoid is now seeking you out. The mistake you made was leaving me alive, and now this dragon rises to come for you. The lies you spread about my father will not be forgiven, nor will the lies you spoke about my mother be believed any longer. For the family you stole from me, for the throne you occupy that was never yours, for the life that should have been mine, my brothers, my sisters, and for my mother and father. Today, you killed the boy, usurper. Jon Snow exists no more. In his place, I stand as my father's vengeance, as my mother's justice. Rhaegar's son, Lyanna's son, and to you, I make this vow, night gathers, and now my march begins. It shall not end until your death. I shall take a wife, hold all lands, and father many children," he declared. "I shall wear my ancestors' crown and reclaim my family's glory. I will live and die where I was born, on Aegon's throne. I am the sword in the darkness, the watcher from the shadows. I am the fire that burns the unjust, the light that reveals the truth, the horn that awakens the loyal men, and the shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge this on my life and my honor, for this night and all the nights to come. Sleep well, usurper, while you can. But be wary, for the night is dark and full of terrors, and when morning comes, the fall of the stag begins. Jaehaerys Targaryen, the true king." The shout sent the girls scurrying as fast as they could, but they couldn't escape his rage. Robert lashed out at the shapes in front of him, trying to grab the nearest one. The room faded to red, and suddenly, he was no longer there. Instead, he found himself watching her cry as the harp played, listening to her say she loved another. He was sitting in the crowd as she was crowned, in the tent as he read the letter. He swung his hammer, but the man before him was gone, replaced by someone far too fast. The rubies on the armor gleamed just like his, but the dark hair and gray eyes belonged to another. He saw himself in the stands as a young boy won a duel, cheering loudly as the floppy fish fell to the ground, holding his breath. "My boy, our boy," he thought. "He should have been mine, my son." Memories flooded back as the melee was won, the joust concluded, and the fight against the Kingslayer had cost him dearly. "My boy, our son," he thought as he screamed upon seeing the boy with his mother and father, her dark hair and smiling face, his silver hair, and black and red clothing. The boy was small, swinging between their arms. Dragon spawn. He shouted, and for all he knew, the entire realm heard his voice as he raged through the night. Chapter 110, The Dragon Rises. Casterly Rock, 297 AC. Jenna sat in her room, preparing herself for the conversation that lay ahead. She contemplated whether there was any other way to approach this moment. When Jon had expressed his desire to be there with her, she had nearly embraced the boy. He had so much on his plate, countless preparations to make, yet he was willing to devote as much time as necessary to support her. She knew Tommen would appreciate Jon's presence. Her nephew saw in Jon the kind of person he aspired to be. It was ironic, she thought, considering that at one point, Tommen might have been destined for the throne himself. For Jenna, however, she understood that this conversation would be far different from the last. Telling a boy he was no longer a prince and revealing that his father wasn't truly his father was one thing, but breaking the news that his mother was dead felt infinitely more daunting. Tommen hadn't truly mourned Joffrey or the life he once believed he was living. In some ways, her nephew had accepted this new reality, but she knew that if she asked her sons whether they would prefer to be a prince or a knight, Walder and Tywin would likely choose the same path as Tommen. She briefly closed her eyes when a knock sounded at the door, then rose to answer it. There stood Jon and Tommen. "Aunt Jenna, Ser Jon says you wish to speak to me," Tommen announced. "King Jaehaerys, Tommen," Jenna corrected gently, watching as the boy blushed and stumbled over the title. Jon placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I'm Ser Tommen's knight, and he is my squire," Jon said, eliciting a smile from Tommen, though Jenna's smile didn't quite match his sincerity. "Come in and take a seat, Tommen," she instructed, nodding as Jon entered and sat down beside the young boy. Tommen looked between her and Jon, who inched closer to him. "Tommen, we've sent a ship to bring Myrcella back. She'll be here within the week," Jon informed him. Although Jenna had agreed to this plan, she now questioned whether it was the right approach. Jenna had saved the hardest part for last. "She hasn't been hurt, has she?" Tommen asked softly. "No, Tommen, she hasn't, but your mother." Jenna began, but the words caught in her throat. Tears filled her eyes, and she couldn't continue. "Aunt Jenna?" Tommen's voice broke through her distress. Thank the gods he was there, but she felt a twinge of shame as his arms wrapped around her, trying to offer comfort. "Tommen, come sit with me," Jon said gently, sensing her struggle to compose herself. "But..." Tommen started, and Jenna nodded to him as she walked away to fetch a handkerchief, knowing it would be a futile effort since she would soon be crying again. "Tommen," Jon said, his tone more insistent. Tommen obeyed, moving to sit beside Jon. As Jenna returned, wiping her eyes, she noticed how closely Jon sat to her nephew, concern etched on his face. "Tommen, we received some terrible news from King's Landing, news I wish I could keep from you, news about your mother," Jon said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Ser Jon, did he hurt her?" Tommen asked, worry creeping into his tone. "Tommen, your mother she is." "Tommen, she's dead," Jon managed to say. Jenna was grateful he had the strength to deliver such devastating news. "No, she can't be." "He wouldn't." "Ser Jon, please." Tommen's voice broke, and before she could react, Jon pulled him close. Jenna watched as her nephew sobbed against Jon's chest. Time seemed to blur as they remained that way. Eventually, Tommen cried himself into exhaustion and fell asleep in Jon's arms. Jenna observed as Jon lifted him effortlessly and moved toward the door, her nephew cradled against him. Jon looked back at her and whispered that he would return later to talk. Then he left the room. Once they were gone, Jenna approached her table, poured herself a glass of wine, and downed it in one gulp. She refilled the glass and savored the next sip, letting the warmth settle in as she tried to gather her thoughts. Jenna had resolved to get very drunk that night, hoping to dull the pain and heartache that weighed heavily in her chest. She mourned her niece, the girl Cersei once was, the girl she sometimes saw in Joy's features, though not in temperament. Still, she felt it was important to remember Joanna's daughter, not what Cersei had become, not Tywin's child. Just the thought of her brother made her grip the glass tightly in anger. He had transformed Cersei into the woman she had been, and she cursed him for it. She mourned the lost possibilities that had once lain before her niece, the roads not taken, and tried to push aside the memories of the path she herself had chosen. Kevan mourned, as did Jaime and Tyrion, each in their own way. She couldn't quite tell about Geryon. Yet all of them shared a sense of loss for the children, Myrcella and Tommen, her niece and nephew, grandniece and grandnephew by blood, but to her, they were simply her niece and nephew. Just as she thought of Martin, Willem, Lance, and Janei, and the way she thought of Joy. As she sat there drinking, the door suddenly opened. She turned to shout at Emmon to leave her alone, but instead, she heard Jon's voice. "Lady Jenna," he said softly. She realized he must have knocked, recalling a sound she had thought was only in her head. "Tommen?" she asked, worry creeping into her voice. "He's asleep." "I left Ghost with him," Jon replied. "How is he, Jon?" "Tired, hurt, angry." "He's as he should be, Jenna." "I'll speak to him tomorrow, talk to him about my mother," Jon said. "Jon, you don't have to." "No, I do." "Tyrion too. He needs to be around people who've gone through it." "Do you know if Davin is coming with him when Geryon returns?" "I think so. Geryon said he wanted him here for when Myrcella arrives, that they need to know the truth," she said, finally setting her glass down, having had enough. "I think we need to tell him, Jenna. Tommen needs to know that his father is alive and that he's coming. He needs something, he needs to know he's not alone." "He's not alone," she said, her voice tinged with anger. "I know that. Gods, I didn't mean. It's just that I was older than he is now when Jaime told me the truth about who I was. The first thought I had wasn't that I was a prince, a king, or even that my uncle had lied to me. No, the first thought I had was that I was alone. My mother was gone, my father too. It's not the same, Jenna, knowing you have a family. I knew I had one, all of you made that clear." Jon smiled at her, and she felt a warmth in his gaze. "But you missed your parents?" she asked, and he nodded. "We'll tell him tomorrow," she said. He walked over and gave her a hug. When he glanced at the wine glass, she noticed him frown. Had it been any other time, she might have felt affronted, but now she simply kissed his cheek and wished him good night. "Jon, don't bring him with you," she said softly. "I'll leave it up to him, Jenna. He needs to make the choice. He'll be as safe with us as he would be here." "I meant his father, Jon. Don't bring Davin with you, no matter what he says." I won't." In King's Landing, 297 AC, Richard felt a sense of purpose. From the moment he had established this venture, this network, he knew it was all leading to this point. Gathering information was crucial, and his influence had spread far and wide, far beyond even the spider's web. Now, however, it was time to disseminate information rather than gather it, and Richard found himself looking forward to this new phase. It all began in Flea Bottom with the tale of the Hidden Prince, the son of the dragon, who was returning to reclaim his father's throne from the usurping stag and the duplicitous falcon. It was a story of how he had hidden at first, but now he was emerging from the shadows because he saw how the people, his people, had suffered. Richard couldn't sit idly by while children were left cold and hungry, their mothers suffering just to put food on the table. His thoughts had evolved into a fierce determination. He was coming for the murdering stag, the monster on the throne. Robert's rage could only be answered by a dragon's justice. The bards and minstrels sang the songs and told the tale, and Richard's voice was behind every one of them. "For years we suffered here while those on the throne feasted and squandered gold. They cared not whether there was food on my table, nor yours, nor for our babes. But the hidden dragon cared. He cared so much that he could hide no longer. From the shadows and into the light, Jon Snow came, the White Wolf, the hidden dragon, Rhaegar's son, the true king. The crowd erupted. The White Wolf. The hidden dragon. Richard smiled as his words wove their magic, then melted back into the shadows. He had more to accomplish, and time was of the essence. He knew that in the Vale, the Stormlands, the Reach, the North, the Riverlands, the Crownlands, and even in Dorne, the tales were being spun. It was time to bring more stories into the light. Letters would be delivered to every keep in Westeros, sharing a truth that had been hidden for years. While the king sent out his own version of the truth, Richard's was different, the truth of a lying stag and a falcon who dared to fly too high. The tales he spun spoke of rebellion, not for just cause, but for personal gain, not for lost love, but for jealousy and spite. He knew some would ignore them, some would deny them, and others would believe them wholeheartedly. But if even one house or one force refused to answer Robert's call, then it would all have been worth it. Make sure the townspeople hear this too, he instructed. The hidden dragon isn't the only song I want sung. Ensure they also sing of the greedy falcon and the rutting stag. Richard smiled as his man took the letters and made his way from the house. My orders, sire, the bard asked, eager for direction. Richard's smile widened, hopeful they would have the opportunity to carry out this mission. I've set up a few of my lips near the fat man's manse. Go meet with them and see if there's a chance. Don't risk yourself, but if the opportunity arises, take it. Mark nodded. I'll take my bow. You never know. That night, Richard spoke with the king. Jay once again questioned whether it was time for Richard to leave the city. No, my king, Richard replied. I have more work to do here. My lips are safe, Lomas follows the crumbs I leave for him, and those crumbs alone. To the brothel? Jay asked. Aye, Richard said, smiling as he glanced at the glass candle. He should be arriving there by the week's end. What will he find? Jay inquired. The truth. The question is, what will he do with it? Richard replied, and there was a brief pause. He began to worry that the connection had been severed. You think he might not tell him? Jay asked. I believe he will, my king. But even if he doesn't, the song will be sung, the mockingbird who fooled a falcon. Richard laughed. Littlefinger? Jay asked a moment later. They sent him to the Reach, my king. Our small-winged friend is seeking a betrothal. Richard chuckled as he heard Jay scoff. I wish him good fortune. I'll let Lady Olenna know, Jay said. Be safe, Sir Richard. Keep your lips safe, for our work doesn't end when I take the throne, and I would have you with me. You too, my king. Try not to risk too much, Richard replied. Though he welcomed the laughter in return, it didn't ease his worry. They were so close, and everything rested on the shoulders of a young boy. If anything happened to him, all would be lost. Comforting as it was to have 5 men guarding his back, along with a large white wolf, it was the dragon that Richard truly feared for. Richard hoped the king would spend most of his time with him. The Martells might have managed to take out a dragon by sheer luck, but Robert and Jon Arryn wouldn't be so fortunate. Jay wasn't the only dragon hidden from them. Sir Richard, he's gone in, Davos said, keeping an eye on the brothel where Richard lay on the bed in the room they rented. How long ago? Richard asked. Only a moment, sir. I called you as soon as I saw him. Hungry? Davos offered. Richard welcomed the hot soup, dipping his bread into it while gazing out the window. Just him? He inquired. Aye, the man thinks himself you, sir, Davos chuckled, and Richard rolled his eyes. He actually quite liked Lomas. The man was competent enough, a decent fellow serving a terrible king in hand. It was a situation Richard and many of his friends had faced before. True, he had told himself he served Rhaegar, but Aerys had sat the throne. Shaking that thought from his mind for now, he focused on his soup, smiling when, after a couple of hours, Lomas emerged from the brothel, ashen-faced. "Let the games begin," Richard said as he stood up. He had more work to do and a king to see crowned. Meanwhile, in Dorne, 297 AC, Oberyn Martell could barely let the raven scroll out of his hands since he received it, finding himself reading it over and over again. "To my family, the time has come to finally retake that which was stolen from us, my brother, my sister, and their mother. Our family should sit the throne by right, and though I can never hope to replace my brother or sister in your hearts, I can make them proud of me and take their place on the throne. I can do what Elia wished, what she hoped, and see that the rest of those responsible pay for what they took from us. My brother and sister are with me, Rhaenys readies to fly, and Aegon I carry deep in my heart. Elia is with me. Woman who called me her son, a chance stolen from me to ever meet her. I ask you to stand with me, to rise together and see our family restored. Soon, we will be even more closely tied. Through Arianne and Tyrion, House Martell and House Targaryen are united once more. Though we share blood, I already feel a strong bond with my kin. I am not just my father's house or my mother's. As Elia named me, I am a son of Dorne. Let us be unbowed, unbent, unbroken together, and let those who have caused us so much pain witness the true strength of Dorne. I am Jaehaerys Targaryen, son of Dorne." When he had shared this declaration with his family, they had been as pleased as he was. Illyria, despite her worries about the impending war, was proud to see Jae embrace his identity. It took time to call the banners, and during that period, Doran had been more distant than ever. His decision to stay at the Water Gardens instead of coming to Sunspear forced Oberyn to ride out and speak with his brother. But before he had the chance, Arianne and Illyria requested to speak with him. He made his way to Arianne's private solar, finding her there with Ser Daemon and his paramour. Daemon had taken time to adjust to Arianne's impending marriage to Tyrion Lannister, a union that had been challenging for him to accept, especially knowing his niece loved the man. Yet, he had defended Tyrion when others sought to disparage him and had intervened when Tyrion's man almost killed Dredalt. "Niece, my love," Oberyn said, kissing Arianne first, then Illyria on the cheek. "Uncle, please sit. I find myself in need of counsel," Arianne replied, her expression revealing her distress. "Ari?" Oberyn asked, concern creeping into his voice as she shook her head. "The Dark Star, my prince," Ser Daemon interjected when no one else spoke. "Who cares about a dead man?" He chuckled. "But why is he dead, Oberyn?" Illyria asked. "Because he messed with my nephew and met the White Wolf," he replied, laughing a little more as he reached for the bowl of grapes. "Uncle, this story makes no sense, and you know it," Arianne said. He did know, and had it not been for the preparations he needed to make, he would have probably looked into it more. The Dark Star was a contemptible man, untrustworthy, and often acted in ways that defied logic. Yet, attacking Margaery Tyrell was especially perplexing. Even understanding the Dark Star's nature, the reasons behind that attack eluded him. What he had uncovered was that the Dark Star had traveled to King's Landing to compete in the melee that Jae had won. The next day, he had attempted to attack Margaery, only to be confronted by Jae and Ghost. That had marked the end of Ser Gerald Dane. Arianne had concocted a wild conspiracy theory that he had dismissed, only for Illyria to not only agree but present it in a way that made some sense. In fact, had it been any man other than the Dark Star, Oberyn might have given it some thought despite its ludicrous nature. But since it was Ser Gerald, everything fell apart. Doran would never seek to use that man, even if he were complicit as they suggested. "I will not listen to another word against my brother, Ari," he said, realizing what was about to come. "Uncle," Arianne pleaded. "No, you weren't there when I handed him Elia's letter. You didn't see him react as a brother should. The questions he asked me, the reasons he gave for why we'd support Jae, those were true. So no, I will not entertain your wild speculations, he said, preparing to stand. Sit, my love. There is more you must hear, Illyria insisted. He looked at Illyria, then at Daemon, and finally at Arianne, his expression shifting as he considered their words. Oberyn noticed a look on his niece's face that he had never seen before, one that left him uncertain. He took his seat, and for a few moments, silence enveloped the room until Illyria finally broke it. Did you know the Darkstar went to the Water Gardens? She asked. Oberyn shook his head, knowing his brother would never allow such a man there. Jane told me, Arianne chimed in. She and the Darkstar had been involved for about a moon when he received an invitation to the Water Gardens. She said she saw it herself before he burned it. Lady Bright is a fool. The fact that she was involved with the Darkstar is evidence enough of that, he remarked, noticing Arianne nodding in agreement, though he hadn't meant the comment to be directed at her. She may be, uncle, but she's not a liar, Arianne replied. She shared this with me one night over drinks. She mourned him a little. So he went to the Water Gardens. That doesn't mean anything, Oberyn said dismissively. No, on its own, it doesn't, Illyria said, glancing at Arianne. When I told father that I wished to visit Jay, to see him and Rhaenys, he welcomed the idea but also suggested I seduce him, to try to make him fall for me. He asked you this? Oberyn questioned, surprised. No, uncle, not in so many words. You know how father is. He made it clear, though. I didn't care much, as I wanted to see Tyrion again, but... Arianne left the rest unsaid. So what? You think Doran tried to have Margaery Tyrell killed and used the Darkstar to do it? Oberyn laughed. Of all the ridiculous things. Why isn't he here, uncle? Why isn't my father here to speak to the bannermen, to call them to arms? Yes, I know you'll lead our armies and I'll rule here, but for this? You don't find it strange that father wouldn't want to be here for this? Arianne pressed. Enough. Not everything is a conspiracy, Oberyn replied firmly. Ari, gods, you really think, enough, I say, he said, brushing off Illyria's arm as he walked out of the room. That night, he found no comfort in Illyria's embrace, nor could he find sleep. Even with his eyes closed, his mind was consumed with thoughts of his brother, Elia, and Jay. The next day, he rode hard to the Water Gardens. The banners had been called, and soon the lords would make their choice. He knew they would follow him. As he approached the Water Gardens, he took a deep breath and rode in slowly, dismounting to find his brother sitting by the pool. Oberyn? Doran said, surprised to see him. Brother, Oberyn replied, taking a seat beside him. What brings you here, Oberyn? I've come for you, brother. The lords are arriving, and they need to see their prince. Our nephew has called for us, and I want you to send Dorne to war, he said, smiling at his brother. I am unwell, Oberyn. I cannot make the journey, Doran replied. Surely for this, brother. For Elia, for Aegon, for Rhaenys, Oberyn urged, his eyes focused on Doran. Not even for them, Oberyn. It pains me deeply that I cannot, truly, but no, not even for them, Doran said. Oberyn nodded, still smiling. I understand, brother. I'll ensure they leave knowing your heart, he said, patting Doran on the shoulder before turning to walk out of the room. That night, the meeting was loud and boisterous. Despite a couple of lords inquiring about Doran's absence, the consensus was reached quickly and easily. They would ride and fight for a son of Dorne, for the man who had helped avenge Elia, Rhaenys, and Aegon. They would see the stag brought low. As they left to call their men, Oberyn found his mind troubled once more. He didn't drink or celebrate with the others. Instead, he sat quietly, playing Syvas with his daughter, Nymeria. Oberyn made moves that even surprised himself. Truthfully, he was barely focused on the game, his mind wandering as he stared at the board. After losing for the second time, Nymeria called him out on his distraction, and Oberyn declined to play a third game. He summoned Arianne and Illyrio to join him and walked to the solar. "Uncle?" Arianne asked. "I do not know if what you say is true." "By the gods, I hope it's not, but we must prepare as if it is," Oberyn replied. "Oberyn?" Illyrio inquired. "Our children need to be taken from the water gardens. I want a force loyal only to us nearby, in case we need to act," he explained. "You mean to remove my father?" Arianne asked, concern creeping into her voice. "I pray I won't need to, but he lied to me today, lied about Elle. I find myself questioning just how supportive of Jay he truly is. There's a reason he didn't wish to be here, and I can't fathom it. Games like this are not where my talents lie. We should be prepared to remove him if necessary, to place him under house arrest and cut off all contact with the world if it comes to that." "I hope it does not come to that," Oberyn said firmly. "You think he did it, don't you?" Arianne asked. "I hope for his sake he did not. I'm a viper, and I would make anyone who dared to harm my love suffer greatly. Imagine what a dragon would do, Ari." The next morning, he boarded the ship to Will with his daughters. Illyrio took their youngest to Hellholt while Arianne had Ser Demon gather men they could trust. Oberyn had asked the knight to stay, and though he reluctantly agreed, he wished to stand by Oberyn's side in the coming war. However, he believed it was best for him to stay with Arianne, not that she would be in any danger, but so she would have men loyal to her, not to Doran, close by. As he watched Sunspear fade from view, he walked to his cabin and began reviewing battle plans. The Stormlands was Robert's greatest strength, along with the Vale. Yet they would never expect Dorne to attack. Oberyn felt confident that their spears would bring significant trouble to their enemies. As he studied the map, he wondered which of the Marcher lords might switch their allegiance, if any. Perhaps House Selmy or House Dondarrion, if Jay's information was accurate. He knew the fight itself might not come for some time. Lying in bed, he tried to push thoughts of Doran from his mind, but his thoughts stubbornly returned to him. If he was right, he needed to speak to Jay before the truth came to light. But if he was wrong, he risked creating a problem that didn't exist. The decision wouldn't resolve itself tonight, so he attempted to sleep, but images of Elle haunted his dreams, reminding him that he knew the truth and what needed to be done. King's Landing, 297 AC. Jon Arryn had felt like the last 2 days stretched on for years as the implications of the truth began to settle in. They had gone from a strong position with a good chance of victory to a precarious one, all because of a single raven scroll. He had even sent riders after Peter, hoping to catch him on the road before he reached the Reach. Now, that path was closed off, and traveling there was dangerous. Jon needed Peter back. Robert had raged, breaking things in his fury. He'd reached for wine only to hurl it against the wall, crying and blubbering like a newborn. Yet the next morning brought a shock. Seeing Robert in the yard, swinging the hammer with a force Jon hadn't witnessed in years, was a welcome sight. They needed that rage if they were to keep their heads. Jon hadn't yet been able to meet with Illyrio. The complexities of their situation had consumed all his time. For the past 2 nights, he'd pored over maps and calculated figures, finally using his mind to strategize by morning. He called Gorman in after drafting the Raven scrolls and instructed him to ensure they were sent to everyone. Everyone, Jon emphasized, knowing the gravity of their situation. "My lord?" "Everyone," he replied, almost shouting. "Let the realm know the truth about this bastard, and let Ned Stark's name be spoken for what he truly was, a usurping traitor who sought to place a bastard on the throne. A man with no honor, willing to exploit even the rape and murder of his sister to further his ambitions. Lies, all of it." He knew the words in the dragon's scroll were true. He had spent as much time wrestling with them in his mind as he had trying to devise a plan to keep his head. From the moment Ned had brought him into the Red Keep, how had he not seen it? Ned Stark fathering a bastard, gods, what fools they had all been. Why Jaime Lannister had taken him as a squire and why he had been able to accomplish so much now made sense. There were dragon supporters hidden in the shadows, no doubt helping him. Even his animosity toward Edmure and the words exchanged before their duel suddenly clicked for Jon. The realization that he had been played by a mere boy annoyed him, until he recognized the truth. It wasn't the boy who had manipulated him, it was those who held the strings. The Lannisters and that withered old crone had found their own puppet king, and he envied their choice. Yet soon, like him, they would discover that puppets can be difficult to control. He sighed as he glanced at the map once more, then left the room, relieved to be heading to a council meeting. He wondered if Robert would attend. "His Grace," he asked Ser Mandon when he saw him. "Inside, my lord," Mandon replied. Jon walked in to find Lomas and Robert sitting around an excessively large table, with Gorman no longer welcome at these gatherings. "Your Grace," he said with a bow. "Piss on that, Jon." "Sit and tell me the worst," Robert demanded. "The Reach, Robert." "We won't bring them on board now," Jon said. "I've offered to make the girl a bloody queen, Jon." Robert shouted. "A girl who already spends far too much time with." He paused, unsure which name would provoke Robert the least. "The fucking dragon spawn? You're telling me they've been in on this together?" Robert's face turned red. "I believe so, Robert. They were always close. It's the only thing that makes sense, that they promised her a throne long ago. I'll grind them into the ground, every last fucking rose, and then I'll piss all over their fucking bodies," Robert declared. "The North, Robert," Jon interjected, noticing the look on Robert's face, one he knew would be difficult for his former foster son to bear. "I'll see him dead, Jon. Mark my words, I'll see Ned Stark in the ground before I leave this world. I thought him a brother, a fucking traitor, just as bad as his whore of a sister," Robert said, his anger quieter now but still simmering. "Your Grace, we have the North, the Reach, and the West against us. If these reports from your brother are true, then the Lords of the Narrow Sea haven't answered his call." "I'm also hearing troubling whispers from the Riverlands," Lomas cautioned. "What about the Riverlands?" Robert asked, concern creeping into his voice. "Some houses haven't risen, my lord, some of the larger ones. I've even heard of houses displaying the dragon banner," Lomas replied. "I told you we should have driven them into the ground, all of them. Every single house that rose for those bastards should have been removed. You preached leniency. Look where it's gotten us, Jon. I won't be lenient any longer. By the time I'm done, the reigns of Castamere will be a children's song," Robert said as he stood to leave. "My lord, there is one more thing, something most troubling," Lomas added, halting Robert's rant. "Well, out with it then," Robert urged. "I've been hearing whispers about the Master of Coin, disturbing whispers that at first I dismissed as malicious gossip. But I can no longer ignore them. I've been looking into him, my Peter is a good man and true." "You have no right to look into him, Lomas," Robert said angrily. "My lord, my purview is anything that affects the crown, and this affects the crown. It makes Lord Baelish untrustworthy, my lord. It calls into question everything he may do," Lomas replied. "What the hell did Littlefinger do?" Robert asked, his tone a mix of anger and curiosity. "He's been sleeping with Lady Lisa, your grace. He claims the babe is his own," Lomas explained. "Lies, absolute lies. I would have noticed if my wife was." Robert began, but then laughed. Just like I did. Face it, Jon, you never cared for her. How much time did you actually spend with her?" Robert smirked. "This is a lie, there's no truth to this," Jon insisted, shaking his head. "There are letters, my lord, and, well, there's a song being sung in taverns," Lomas revealed. Robert turned to the Master of Whisperers. "A song?" The mockingbird who fooled a falcon, Lomas said. I'll gut them both of them. Robert shouted, storming from the room. He found Lisa in their chambers, breastfeeding Robert. In that moment, he knew this was not his son, it couldn't be. The fact that Lisa didn't notice his anger only confirmed what he had suspected. She didn't care for him, and it seemed she never had. Guards, arrest her, he shouted. His men rushed in, grabbing Lisa and dragging the baby from her arms. John. Peter, I know about you and Peter, he yelled, and the look in her eyes confirmed the truth. John, please. Robin. She pleaded. Throw the two of them in the cells, and make sure to put them in different ones, he ordered, taking a grim satisfaction in hearing his wife's screams as they were pulled from the room. He walked over to pour himself a drink, hoping the men he sent to find Peter would succeed. He had now discovered one man he wished to confront. Stannis stood on Dragonstone in 297 AC, feeling the weight of the moment. He had waited as long as he could, but his bannermen had not arrived. When the ravens came, he recognized the seal and understood the gravity of the situation. Dragonstone was no longer safe for him and his family. He called Davos in to strategize their next steps, organizing his guard and preparing the fury. Stannis walked the keep, ensuring that everything he valued was packed and ready for departure. He tried to push aside the shame of leaving Dragonstone in such a manner, joining his brother in a battle he feared they would not win, motivated by reasons he did not agree with. Yet, as always, duty came first. The fleet would sail to King's Landing, ready to serve the king's wishes. He wished he could send his family to Storm's End instead. You are sure, my lord? I could take them to Storm's End if you wish, Davos offered. No, Ser Davos. I need to see them safe myself, and I must go to King's Landing. The Fury will set out with the household and the mummers while Celis, Shireen, and I will travel on the Black Betha with you. You really think the lords of the Narrow Sea will try to take you? Davos asked, concern evident in his voice. A dragon comes for us all, Davos. Those who follow will seek to fly too, Stannis replied. Davos nodded and left him to his thoughts, aware of the approaching danger and knowing Robert would need him, just as he would have needed the men he was forced to leave behind. Stannis vowed he would not be besieged again. He was his brother's heir, with no place to hide. Robert had ensured that, and Stannis knew that when this war was over, he would either be alive or he and his entire family would be no more. Standing in the chamber of the painted table, he gazed down at the map, envisioning the battles that lay ahead, the Reach, the West, the North, the Lords of the Narrow Sea, and the Loyalist houses. Robert's rage, combined with the looming threats, placed them at a significant disadvantage. However, Stannis understood one crucial truth: it wasn't merely men who would win this war, but commanders. He had faced greater odds before and emerged victorious. The Iron Fleet had once ruled the seas, yet he had bested them, not through sheer numbers, but through the indomitable will to see it done. May my will not fail me in the days to come, he murmured as he tipped the stag figurine onto its side. Dragonstone would once again belong to the dragons. That night, he dined and surprisingly found enjoyment in his meal. Shireen was bubbling with excitement about leaving, despite her love for Dragonstone. She was thrilled to be traveling to King's Landing, especially aboard Davos's ship. Stannis felt a twinge of shame. It would be the first time he was taking her to the capital, the first time he had brought her anywhere, to be honest. Yet, seeing her so delighted warmed his heart, and he reached out to touch her hand, attempting a smile for both her and Celis. We leave under cover of night, before dawn, he announced. Celis and Shireen nodded in agreement. To King's Landing, father? Shireen asked eagerly. Aye, to King's Landing, he confirmed. That night, the Fury and the rest of their ships departed early. Stannis, Shireen, and Celis were smuggled into a small hut where they waited. 3 knocks came at the door, and he opened it to find Ser Davos standing there. They hurried to the beach, and the rowboat swiftly took them to the Black Betha. Even faster than the Fury, the Black Betha set sail, and by the time they awoke, Dragonstone was far behind them. "My lord," Davos said, handing him the Myrish eye. Stannis peered through it, spotting ships near Driftmark, and realized he had managed to leave just in time. "A Lannister ship?" he asked, passing the far eye back to Davos. "Aye, it seems you were right, my lord," Davos replied, though Stannis found no comfort in it. "Aye," he said, turning away. For the next few days, he immersed himself in maps and notes, plotting their course and preparing for what lay ahead. Stannis stood there, grappling with the figures in his mind, wondering if any of it truly mattered. At best, they were down 2-1, at worst, the thought was too grim to entertain. Their only chance lay in forcing the attack where they wanted it, but he wasn't sure if that was even feasible. As they spotted King's Landing in the distance, he felt a mix of relief and dread. He welcomed the sight, though he dreaded the inevitable confrontation with his brother. This encounter wouldn't unfold as Robert imagined. Stannis had his own thoughts prepared for him. Upon arriving at the Red Keep, he made sure Celis and Shireen were settled before seeking out Robert. To his surprise, he found his brother waiting with Jon Arryn, Lomas, and Renly. "Ran away, did you, brother?" "That's not like you," Robert mocked. "I figured it would be better to be by your side for the war to come than stuck besieged in my keep," Stannis replied. "They rose against you?" Jon asked, his meaning clear. "They were about to," Stannis said, turning to Robert. "Gods, what were you thinking?" "All of them, Robert." "Have you heard what they're calling it?" Robert's rage. "You've turned half the realm against us, and that doesn't even count the ones the dragon has on his side." "Forget them all. They think that was rage?" "They'll soon see real rage," Robert shot back. "What are our plans?" Stannis pressed. "You're to go to Storm's End. Renly has called the banners, and they rally. Ser Eldon holds command for now, but they need a Baratheon to lead them, and that will be you, brother," Robert said. "What of you?" Stannis asked Renly, his tone sharp. "I'm to rule, brother." "I'll hold King's Landing in our brother's name," Renly said with a smile. "Robert?" "I march. Jon and I march. Jon heads to meet the Knights of the Vale, and I'll take the Crownland banners to Duskendale," Robert explained, leaving Stannis confused. "Duskendale? The Golden Company is set to land there. You think the dragon spawn is the only one with surprises up his sleeve?" Robert laughed. "The seas, Robert?" Stannis asked, surprised when Robert didn't respond. "Stop laughing," Stannis said, turning to the Falcon Lord. "We've sent an offer to the Greyjoys, reef to your heart's content, for the royal fleet is stood down." Jon replied, and Stannis shook his head, looking at his brother with disgust. That night, they sat down to eat as a family, or as close to a family as they ever were. Robert was charming, managing to make Shireen laugh, while Renly sat across the table with that annoying smirk plastered on his face. Stannis noticed that his brother didn't drink and ate sparingly. As he observed him more closely, he realized that Robert had lost some weight. He seemed firmer, a fact that became even more apparent during sparring the next day. "He's been doing this a lot?" Stannis asked Lomas. "Each day, my lord." "Each day," Lomas replied. The following day, he and most of the fleet set out for Storm's End, with Shireen and Celis by his side. His daughter had hoped to see more of the city, but Stannis wouldn't leave her in Renly's care. Storm's End had withstood dragons once before, and Renly claimed the stores could last 2 years. Surely, he thought, it would all be over by then. Yet, as they sailed and he looked at his daughter, he couldn't shake the feeling that once again he was on the wrong side, worrying whether this time he would pay the price. In King's Landing, 297 AC, Illyrio experienced rare moments of panic throughout his life. When Sarah fell ill, he had panicked, and though there was nothing he could have done to save her, he blamed himself for not being clear about his wishes regarding her care. When Varys's reports had suddenly stopped coming, he had felt a brief panic, but quickly managed to regain his composure. However, the letter from Jon Cunnington about Aegon had perhaps been the worst news he had ever received, until now. How had this happened? How had he not been aware? Had Varys kept this from him? How? Questions raced through his mind, one rising just as another faded, each leaving behind either no answers or more confusion. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously off. He had met the boy, and in terms of looks, he was as far from a Targaryen as possible, though not in blood, a voice in his head whispered, which he tried to ignore. To say this complicated his plans was an understatement. As the panic faded, it was quickly replaced by anger. But soon, that too subsided, leaving only worry in its wake. It was clear he didn't know what to do, he had no idea what his next move should be. So, he did what he usually did when he felt overwhelmed: he ate. He gorged himself on a variety of dishes, trying to drown out his troubled thoughts. Just as he was about to lose himself in the chaos of his mind, a servant interrupted him. "Magister, another note from Lord Arryn," the servant said. "Fine, tell a Fodor I wish to see him," he replied, quickly dressing as he read the note. It was yet another request for a meeting, and he knew he needed to respond soon. "You wished to see me, Magister?" a Fodor asked as he took a seat. "I did. I have a job for you. I need you to take ship to Bravos and pay a visit to the House of Black and White," he instructed, watching as a Fodor's face paled. "Magister?" A Fodor hesitated. "Hand them this note." "You can offer them 2 million if that's what it takes," he said, and a Fodor nodded. He wondered if that amount would be enough. To kill a man, perhaps, but to kill a dragon? That was uncertain. The House of Black and White was notoriously particular about the jobs they accepted, and their prices reflected that. The Golden Company couldn't be turned back, he realized, no matter how much he wished he could stop them. The war was coming, and although it would be far different from what he had envisioned, the outcome was all that truly mattered. Later that day, he met with Jon Arryn and the king. While their presence annoyed him, it also presented an opportunity, so he decided to roll with it. Even as he accepted the lies they fed him about the odds they would face, Robert insisted the North would never rise against them. He couldn't shake the unease settling in his gut. Would they really come on board? Jon wondered aloud. Did they truly think him so foolish? Hadn't he seen the boy with the rose? Hadn't he crowned her queen once before? As for the North, Illyrio had devoted his entire life to making his son king, pouring all his fortune into seeing Aegon crowned. Varys had been his closest friend, yet Illyrio would have plunged a knife into his chest if it meant securing Aegon's birthright. The North would rise for Jon Snow, for Jaehaerys Targaryen, he thought, spitting in contempt. "Magister, are you sure about this?" his steward asked, preparing his belongings. "I am. We must travel with the king," he replied. "As you say, Magister. Everything will be ready within a day." "Good." He walked to the window, gazing over the gardens of the manse once more. He had intended to use this place as his base until Aegon took the throne, to sit here and wait for his son's arrival. But the world Aegon was coming to had changed so dramatically that he had no choice but to alter his plans. The Golden Company's orders, the king wishing to see them, the truth of who the king actually had on his side, it was all too pressing. He needed to be there to do what must be done himself, and a shudder ran down his spine at the thought. Illyrio had meticulously planned this war, intending to place his black dragon on the throne, believing he had dealt with the red ones. Yet, he soon discovered he wasn't the only one with a hidden dragon ready to be revealed. As he looked out at the world beyond the window, worry crept in. Aegon's story had always been their strongest asset, who he was, who they claimed him to be. A great story can move the world, and they had the best of all. Now, however, their tales seemed like a poor imitation of another. The fact that Jon Snow was already known to the people of Westeros, that he had made a name for himself, only added to their troubles. If he managed to. Illyrio felt the weight of the houses he feared he had already tied to his plans, and now they felt even more precarious. Who would rally to their side? No one while Jon Snow lived, and that left him with no choice. Jon had to die. Whether at the hands of Robert Baratheon on the battlefield, which seemed unlikely, or by Aegon's hand, which would bring its own complications unless the narrative shifted, or perhaps at the hands of a faceless man, it didn't matter. Jon Snow had to die. He will die, Illyrio declared, turning as he walked to his bedside table, picking up the box containing Sarah's hands. He will die, my love. In the Reach, in 297 AC, Peter Baelish hated riding horses. He loathed it. He much preferred the comfort of a carriage or a wheelhouse. The way the king had looked at him when he requested his man to prepare one made it clear that lingering would not be tolerated. So, instead of traveling in comfort like the civilized man he was, Peter found himself forced to endure the hardships of the road. Each night, he dismounted, feeling the aches and pains in his body. Sleeping in the open didn't help either. This was not the life he envisioned for himself. He deserved soft sheets and a feather bed, with his love beside him. As he settled down for the night, he began to dream of her once more, just as he did every night. Her blue eyes looked down into his, her hair swaying from side to side as he felt every inch of himself inside her, hearing her voice call out his name. "My lord," one of his guards said, waking him from the pleasant dream. "What? Why are you waking me?" he snapped, glancing into the darkness of the night. "My lord, you sounded disturbed." "You were calling for someone," the guard replied. "Someone? Did you hear a name?" Peter asked, a hint of worry creeping into his voice. "No, my lord. I'm well, just a bad dream." "Don't wake me again," he said, a mix of anger and relief flooding through him. He was grateful he hadn't revealed too much of himself. That was one of his greatest fears, giving away too much of his inner thoughts and feelings. Of his desires and true dreams. Fortunately, he was surrounded by foolish men who fancied themselves masters of the game, like Jon Arryn, or drunks who didn't care, like the king. Yet what he wanted most had been so close, nearly costing him everything. He had been so happy to see her that his mask had slipped, and Lisa had noticed. That moment forced him to be more cautious, it even compelled him to hurt her, and for that, he would ensure Lisa paid dearly. How he had not simply grabbed her and run straight to the September when she had practically asked him to marry her was beyond him. His instinct for survival had kicked in. Though overjoyed, he knew he couldn't pursue what his heart longed for, not yet. "I've seen how you look at her, just like you did when we were children," Lisa said as she combed her hair. "She is a friend." "Yes, I'll admit, when I was a boy, I had a silly crush on her. But I'm a man now, Lisa, and I have a man's needs." "It's you I need, the one I've always truly wanted," he replied, kissing her cheek and trying not to let her smile annoy him more than it already did. "Good, because I won't share you, Peter." "Not with her, not with anyone," she said, looking at him with an expression that took him aback. "Nor will I share you, my love," he said, pleased to see her smile return, even if it wasn't on the face he desired. This situation had forced him to be careful, to think through each move, and to realize he couldn't hide his feelings from Lisa. She watched him too closely. So, he had tried to avoid Cat, hiding from her like a scared little boy, and it had taken a toll on his heart. Being denied what was owed to him was nothing new, but having the chance to reach out and touch it, only to pull back, was difficult. It was made even harder by the offer she had made him, and he hoped that soon he could follow his heart's desire. As they finished their breakfast, they mounted their horses and set off. He felt a sharp pain in his backside as he shifted in the saddle. Just a few hours of riding had him on the verge of collapse, so when he spotted the village up ahead, he set aside the urgency of his mission. He was determined to stop here and enjoy a bed for the night. After a warm bath that soothed his weary bones, he and his guards made their way to the tavern, where they found the place bustling and the meal promising. "You've got quite a crowd tonight," one of his guards remarked to a serving girl. "We're celebrating," she replied, but Peter tuned her out. "Celebrating? I do enjoy a good celebration," the guard said, flashing a smile at the girl, who returned it warmly. "Well, you'll enjoy the night here, then." "The dragons are back," she said, walking away. Peter shook his head, thinking he must have misheard. However, when the bard began to play, he quickly realized he hadn't. The song, "The Hidden Dragon," filled the room, and as the crowd cheered, Peter listened in horror. His dread deepened with the next song, which the bard introduced as "The Greedy Falcon and the Rutting Stag." The lyrics left little to the imagination, and yet Peter needed confirmation. He invited the bard to join them and ordered him a drink. "Interesting songs, I don't think I've heard them before," Peter said. They're new to me too. A man came in the other night and started singing them, then shared the tale. Word spread soon after that the banners are rising for the hidden dragon, the bard replied, gulping down his ale. "The tale?" Peter asked, ordering another drink for the bard. That night, he rode hard, his course altered by the unsettling news. Despite his exhaustion, he rose early and pushed on the next day. By the time he reached Tumbleton, he realized he had been right to make the journey. The dragon banner flew high above House Foodley's seat, and if he hadn't been so eager to learn more, he would have ridden straight past. Instead, he pressed on. They rode into the village and made their way to the nearest tavern. His men reveled in the drink and food, while Peter listened intently to the conversations around him. The songs were familiar, and in that moment, he realized just how deep the trouble ran. Jon Snow was no longer just a bastard wolf, a dark stain that had shamed his beloved. No, he was a dragon, and this dragon was preparing for war. As Peter sat there, his mind raced. The West was on his side, and the Reach would likely follow. The marriage he could offer was far more appealing than what Peter had previously brought to the table. The North would rise for Jon Snow, leaving them with what? The Riverlands would divide, and he cursed himself for his role in that. The Vale would rally for Robert, as would the Stormlords. With the Golden Company in play, they had a chance, but he cared little for the odds. He drummed his fingers on the table, trying to figure out how to gain the upper hand. He could turn his cloak, but what could he offer? Nothing, which was why he had turned back. He knew that Olenna would have seen him lose his head if he came empty-handed. As he was lost in thought, a song reached his ears, sending a wave of panic through him, panic like he hadn't felt since standing before Brandon Stark. "What's that song?" he asked, his voice nearly a screech. "Oh, that? It's The Mockingbird Who Fooled a Falcon," the serving girl replied with a laugh as she danced away. Peter sat there, realizing just how trapped he was. He couldn't go west, Olenna would have his head. East was out of the question too. Jon Arryn must know the truth by now if they were singing it so openly. What to do? Where to go? How to keep his head? The thoughts swirled chaotically in his mind, and he knew he needed to be elsewhere. After paying the coin, he instructed his guards to mount up. They rode slowly from the town, the cool night breeze and the quiet giving him space to think. "My lord?" one of his guards asked after they had traveled a mile or two at a walking pace. "We head for Riverrun," Peter replied as he steered his horse onward. He turned his horse north, the plan now clear in his mind. He hoped she hadn't heard the Mockingbird tale yet, so he could frame it his way first. Casterly Rock, 297 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen. Bringing the Western Lords on board had been both easy and challenging. The initial excitement of declaring for him soon gave way to questions about what they would face, who their allies would be, and what their battle plans were. As he spoke with Jaime and Tyrion, he realized that there were things he could no longer put off. With Loras joining and the white cloaks being worn, he finally had a true Kingsguard. As Jaime pointed out, it needed a Lord Commander. At one time, that would have been Jaime himself, but he was far happier in his current role. Jay found himself relying on Jaime's advice more and more in recent days. Tyrion, too, had become more involved, bringing up issues Jay hadn't even considered, all of which needed attention. This would be his first official act as king. Sitting in his solar, Jaime had insisted he needed one. He waited for Barristan to arrive. "Ser Barristan, please sit," he said as Barristan walked in. "Your Grace," Barristan replied, yet he didn't take a seat, which made Jay smirk. "Please, Ser, humor me," Jay encouraged, and the bold smiled as he finally sat down. "You wished to see me, Your Grace," Barristan said. "I did, Ser. I've had a Kingsguard by my side for almost 9 years now, Lord Jaime, Jors, Walder, Arthur, yourself, and now Loras. I even had one who paid the ultimate price, Ser Allers," he said, his voice soft as he recalled his first protector. Ser Jors speaks of him often, Your Grace," Barristan responded. "He was a good man, Ser, good and true, and I miss him greatly. As I mentioned, I've had a Kingsguard since the moment Lord Jaime took me from Winterfell. To some, I've been a king since that moment, but there's a difference between then and now." Jay turned to the knight and said, "Now you must act as a king." Barristan nodded in agreement. "Your Grace, Ser Arthur. Even if it weren't your rightful place based on your service, it's the position that Ser Arthur believes suits you best. You are my choice, Ser. Do you accept?" "With great honor and humility, my king," Barristan replied. "From now on, I will leave all matters regarding the Kingsguard to you, Ser. There will be changes in time, but those will be discussed between us. Now go, I believe your brothers await you." Barristan turned back for a moment, as if to say something, but then left the room. Later that day, Jay walked into his first war meeting and noticed the Lord's curiosity about why it was being held in the vaults. The room they had cleared was large, which was necessary since most of the lords of the West had come. He intended to reveal many truths that day. Behind him, Ser Arthur and Ser Jors followed, with Ser Barristan already waiting inside the room alongside Jaime and Tyrion. "My lords, please sit. We have much to discuss," Jay announced as he entered, scanning the room and spotting Lord Brax and then Lord Crakehall, both looking at him eagerly. "Your Grace," Jaime said, and Jay suppressed a chuckle. Hardly anyone called him by his name in public anymore. "My lords, before we begin discussing direct battle plans, my hand has an announcement regarding the makeup of our war council," he continued. Jaime stood up. "Lord Tytos Brax, Lord Roland Crakehall, Lord Daemon Marbrand, and myself, along with His Grace and Ser Barristan Selmy, the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, will make up the War Council. Others will be invited to learn of our plans as well," Jaime explained. Jay observed the lords, noting that most seemed relatively pleased with the announcement, though one or two appeared somewhat put out. "My lords, my uncle. He called his banners, and the north has risen. House Tyrell has rallied its forces, and the Reach stands with us. The lords of the Narrow Sea have answered the call, and now I have received word from Prince Oberyn, Dorne has risen for us as well. We have houses in the Riverlands that have pledged their loyalty to my banner. Now, we rise to meet our allies and strike down our enemies." He observed the surprise on some faces, with Lord Marbrand being the first to voice a question. "Dorne, Your Grace? My brother and sister hail from Dorne, my lord. Their mother named me her son. Prince Oberyn and Prince Doran are my kin, and I consider them my uncles, just as they regard me as their nephew. Dorne rises to support their family on the throne," he explained, and the lord nodded in understanding. "Can we be sure of the Reach, Your Grace?" Lord Bainfort inquired. "Lady Margaery is to be my wife, my lord. House Tyrell has sworn its loyalty to me, as has House Tarly. The Reach stands with us, he replied, and Lord Banefort, along with a few others, appeared satisfied by this assurance. My lords, my nephew and I invite you to join us. There is something you should see, Tyrion announced. They moved toward the doors, the lords following reluctantly, murmuring among themselves as they stepped out onto the beach. My lords of the West, by sea we hold the advantage, by land we have the numbers, and by air we have. He paused as Rhaenys and Ligeron soared into view, the two dragons flying overhead. Some of the lords ducked and hit the ground in surprise. Dragons, Tyrion added with a smile. That evening, they gathered for a meeting, poring over maps. Lord Brax, Lord Crakehall, Lord Marbrand, and Arthur, ostensibly there as his guard, though Jay had wanted him present, sat with Barristan as a member of the council. Jaime, Tyrion, Kevin, and Jerion, who had arrived that day, were all gathered around the table. Jaime had told him that as king, it was his responsibility to lay out their plans. My lords, he began, the Riverlands is where this war will be fought, just as it always has been. The lords of the Vale and the Riverlands forces loyal to House Tully, along with the usurper's own troops, will all try to march and unite. We must ensure that doesn't happen, just as they will attempt to do the same to us. He scanned the table, observing as Roland glanced toward the Golden Tooth, and Tytos did likewise. We will rally our allies in the Riverlands and take the roads here, here, and here, he said, pointing to the map. Walder Frey? Daemon inquired. He'll do what he always does, nothing. Then he'll try to wring the highest price he can for it, he replied, eliciting laughter from the group. The Reach will be joined by the Dornish army and move to the Stormlands. Without them, Robert is even worse off than he already is. If we can also prevent the Knights of the Vale from joining, then we have him right where we want him. Why not just fly the dragons, Your Grace? We all know what happened in the Field of Fire. A sitting army is no match for a dragon, Tytos suggested. The dragons are the hammer, my lord, but men are the anvil on which the armies will be broken. I can and will use the dragons, but they won't win us this war, they will just ensure that we don't lose, he explained, receiving nods in agreement. You will use them, though? Daemon asked. As sparingly as I can, my lord. I don't wish to be remembered as a man who burned men to death, one of those in my family is enough for many lifetimes. If it comes to it, and I must use them to their full strength, then I will, but I believe this approach works better. We'll break them together, and the fear of the dragons can perhaps be just as effective as their flames themselves. He noticed Barristan glance at Jaime and nod in understanding. I think we're done for now, my lords. Let's rest, we ride soon, Jaime announced, and the lords began to leave. Loras and Jorah entered the room just as Jay sat down. You handled that well, Jerion remarked. It was easy, my lord, but the hard part comes next. Now I have to go and tell Joy I'm leaving, he said, prompting laughter from Jerion. Riverrun. I want to lead our forces against it, Jerion declared when they paused. My lord? I have my reasons. Will you give me this command? Jerion asked, glancing at Jaime, who nodded in agreement. You have it. Take Lord Crakehall and Ser Adam with you, Jay instructed. Jerion smiled as he stood up. Jerion, take no chances and make sure to send a damn bird, he added, eliciting more laughter. Now, what else do we need to address this night? Tyrion inquired. Jay pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to his uncle. Your legitimization papers, uncle. Tyrion Targaryen, Prince of the Seven Kingdoms. It has a nice ring to it, don't you think, he remarked, noticing the mixed emotions on Tyrion's face, happy yet a little sad to no longer be a Lannister by name. Remember, Tyrion, a dragon and a lion, he said, watching his uncle relax as he retrieved another piece of paper. My will, Tyrion announced, causing Loras to gasp. Don't worry, I have no intention of dying. I have far too much work to do for that, he reassured Loras, who visibly relaxed. Daenerys, Tyrion said, and Jay nodded. I would name you, uncle. Truly, I care not for what people might say. Bastard or trueborn is just a load of horseshit. You are my uncle, my blood, and I would name you, but what was done to Rhaenyra was wrong. It was perpetrated by men who thought a woman couldn't lead. All of us in this room know the strength of the women in our lives. Dany is heir by right of blood, and her being a woman makes no difference, he stated, earning nods of agreement from those present. After the meeting, he stepped out onto the beach, Loras and Walder by his side. Jors would guard his uncle and would be joined by Ser Richard Horp if he decided to keep his cloak. Barristan had come to speak with him about the man, and Jay felt no need for convincing. What he and Ser Aerys had accomplished was proof enough of their worth. Tyrion had laughed when Jay suggested Bronn, pointing out that not only was Bronn unsuitable for the ideals of the Kingsguard, but there was no way in the seven hells he would stick to the vow of chastity. Jay had known that, and it hadn't been a serious suggestion, it was more about how comfortable his uncle was around Bronn and how capable the man could be. Dorne had shown that in spades, he thought as he watched his sister and son dip into the water. They're in a playful mood tonight, Loras said from behind him. They know they'll be flying soon, as will I, Jay replied. You're really taking to the sky? Loras asked. I need to fly, Loras. North, to the Reach, and this, he said, holding up the note. Can she take two, my king? Loras inquired, turning to look at him. You wish to come? Jay asked, and his friend nodded. Satin? We won't be going right away, will we? Loras asked, and Jay chuckled. He spent the night with his sister, as he often did, Rhaenys both worried and excited about reclaiming their throne. But it was the note he held that had her speaking animatedly to him that evening. We would play on the cliffs, Jay. Father, mother, and I, they'd let me run, and then they'd hold me as we looked out at the sea, she said softly. I've seen it in our dreams, Ray, seen it from afar. To see it for real, gods, he replied. It is our home, where we belong, Jay. More so than King's Landing, Winterfell, or Casterly Rock. Dragonstone is our home, and I wish to see our banner fly over it once more, to share it with my brother, she said, leaning against him. And him? He asked softly, glancing at Ligeron, who slept beside them. He wants it too, though not as fiercely, not the same as. You or I, she said, and he nodded in agreement. The next few days were challenging. He had to tell Tommen about his mother and that he would be leaving for a little while. Jay explained that he needed to stay and see his sister, eventually revealing the truth about his father. All of it weighed heavily on the boy. When Tommen had come to him, sharing his feelings about his own mother and listening to Tyrion speak about Joanna, it seemed to make an impact. Yet, it was the promise that he would march with the army and they would reunite soon that seemed to matter most. But all those conversations paled in comparison to the nervousness he felt about this one. Walking into the room, he saw her sitting there, combing her hair, and he was almost in awe of how much she had grown. In the past year, she had become taller, almost the same height as Sansa, and the little girl he remembered felt like a distant memory. Until she looked at him, or smiled, and then she was his joy once more. You're leaving, she said, her voice tinged with concern. He nodded as he settled onto the bed. I must, he replied, watching as she turned to look at him through the looking glass instead of directly. Must you? She asked, her tone almost angry. All my life has been leading to this, Joy. My mother, my father, my sister and brother, their mother, this is for them. It's for my grandfather and uncles, my grandmother, for all they've taken from me, he explained. I don't want you to go, she said softly. I know. Joy, sit with me, please, he urged. It took her a moment, but eventually, she got up and walked over to him, settling beside him on the bed. He reached out, took her hand, and raised it to his lips, kissing it gently. Feeling her lean into him, he wrapped his arm around her shoulder, sitting quietly for a moment as he searched for the right words. When I first came here, I was excited, you know. A new place, a fresh start, training with Jaime, meeting everyone. But I was alone, too. Everyone made me feel welcome, but I had left my family behind, and I felt utterly alone. But then, one day, not long after I arrived, I met a little girl. From that moment on, I was never alone again. I've never been alone since that day, Joy, since the day I met you, he said. Joy wrapped her arms around him, and he held her tightly. The fact that she didn't cry, while his own eyes began to well up, showed just how much she had grown. You are my little sister, now and always, my princess. I swear it on the old gods and the new, I will return. You and I will ride apples in winter together. We'll have many adventures to come, Joy. Do you believe me? He asked. I believe you, she replied, her voice steady as he kissed her cheek. I love you, Joy, he said, watching her smile a little. Love you, Jan, she responded, and he hugged her once more. The next morning, he rode to Gendry to collect his armor. As he looked at it, he was overwhelmed by how perfectly it had turned out. It was his father's armor reborn, although he wished his father could have worn the Valyrian steel. After thanking the boy, he rode back, feeling a sense of dread about the dinner that night. Geryon had already set off, and soon the rest of the army would follow suit. Tyrion was leaving with Ligeron to ride with one half, while Jaime departed with the other. That night, he said his goodbyes, planning to leave early the next morning. Daisy hugged him tightly, and he felt the bump in her stomach, the pregnancy far more pronounced now. He cursed the timing of this war. Jenna nearly had him in tears once more, just like Ashera did. Cregan had already left with Geryon and Dusk. He looked over at Brienne and Satin. He had given Loras the last few nights off so they could spend time together. Brienne would be riding with Walder and Barristan at Jaime's side. There were so many people he cared about, and far too many would be marching off to war. He tried to push thoughts of war aside as he looked over his family. His gaze fell on his little sister, and he smiled, glad to see her holding back her emotions. She was handling it far better than he was. After a restless night, he woke the next morning and prepared to leave. Just then, Jaime was there, dragging him to a sparring match. I win, Jaime declared, triumphantly taking their match 5-3. One day, Jaime. One day, he replied with a smile, which Jaime returned. I'll see you when? Jaime asked. I have to fly north, then to the Reach, and finally to Dragonstone. At most, I'll be gone a moon. I won't stay away long, he explained as Jaime handed him a mug of water. See that you don't. The golden tooth? Jaime inquired. The golden tooth, he confirmed, setting the mug down. Jaime, I. Be safe, my king. Be safe, Jaime urged. You too, Jaime, he replied, surprised but grateful when Jaime pulled him into an embrace. Remember the birds, Jaime, he said, and Jaime chuckled. I, now go. The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll be back. He turned to walk away, then hesitated, wanting to express everything he felt. He struggled to find the right words. There were so many, yet none came to him. In the end, he decided on the simplest one. Jaime, you're the father I choose, always, he said, and he saw Jaime nod. The sentiment didn't need to be spoken back as he turned and walked away. Tyrion stood on the beach, advising him to use Ligeron only if necessary. His uncle was ready for the impending war, and even more so for the marriage that would follow. As he watched Satin and Loras saying their goodbyes, he turned to Barristan and whispered in his ear. He then observed as Arthur and Loras climbed onto Rhaenys' back, the saddle accommodating them both. Ghost, come to me, he said, walking over to where Ligeron stood. He reassured his son that he would see him soon before turning to climb onto Rhaenix's back. He stifled a laugh as Ghost effortlessly leaped up, making everyone else look clumsy in comparison. The wolf bounded up and settled down on the fur in front of the saddle. Once he was sure everyone was comfortable, he closed his eyes for a moment, gathering his thoughts before opening them again. Suvgan Rhaenix, he commanded, and the dragon soared into the sky, the war for the throne finally upon them.